Hello everyone, this is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Avatar. There is a stubborn rock in the north. Part 1. The canyon was like a hideous wound hacked into the earth by a giant axe, exposing jagged rock walls of ochre and rust that silently squeezed the winding caravan below. The sound of wheels grinding over gravel was monotonous and hollow. In this immense silence, it was amplified several times over, echoing back and forth against the steep cliffs before being swallowed. Sunlight squeezed sparingly into this narrow crevice, casting a blinding pillar of light only briefly at noon. Now, however, it slanted westward, stretching distorted, deep shadows across the valley floor. The air was thick with the dry, choking scent of dust mixed with the warm musk of the pack animals. Rock Strong Stone walked beside his father, Shi Jian's father. He deliberately stepped heavily, making the sound of his boots on the gravel clearly audible. The 12-year-old boy already had a tall, straight posture, dressed in the Panchi family's signature green and white martial attire. His black hair was slightly mussed by the canyon wind, but his brown eyes held a steadiness beyond his years, though at this moment, that steadiness was stirred by a visible layer of confusion and resentment. Why? He finally couldn't help but ask. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the silent canyon. This trade mission, why did you have to bring me along? He subconsciously raised a hand, his fingertips touching the hard object pressed against his chest, that cold, sharply outlined platinum flying bore metal. It pressed into his flesh like an unignorable brand. Shi Jian's father stopped in his tracks. The head of the Panchi family was as thick and imposing as a mountain, his weather-beaten face sharply chiseled, yet now he wore a trace of a helpless smile. His broad, heavy hand landed on Soka's shoulder, the force carrying the characteristic solidity of the Panchi family. Saka, his voice was deep and resonant, echoing in the canyon, that metal on your chest, do you truly not understand its weight? Saka remained silent, his fingers unconsciously curling tight as the hard edges of the metal dug deeper into his palm. The northern family is a giant tree standing side by side with us, the Panchi. Their roots run deep. Shi Jian's father's gaze turned toward the dark end of the canyon ahead, as if trying to peer through the rock walls toward the distant northern family territory. By uniting with the northern family's only pearl, the roots of Panchi and northern entwine tighter, drawing enough strength to support a new sky. This is the foundation of our family. Panchi and northern, it has been so for generations. He paused, looking down at his son's stubborn profile, his tone softening further. Besides, that child. Toph. Saka uttered the name gloomily. A blurred shadow flickered in his memory, a blind girl who always sat silently in the corner of the northern family's vast courtyard, watching the mud or stones. Their few brief meetings, separated by the polite chatter of elders and deliberate arrangements, were as estranged as if they were separated by a cold stone wall. The number of times we've met can be counted on one hand. We aren't close. He was stating a cold, unpleasant fact. The smile vanished from Shi Jian's father's face, replaced by a deep gravity that Saka couldn't fully comprehend. His rough fingers gently brushed the wind-blown hair from Soka's forehead with a rare, almost clumsy tenderness. This was also your mother's dying wish. These words were soft, yet they hit Soka's heart like a massive boulder, instantly shattering all his youthful resistance, leaving only a heavy, unspeakable bitterness spreading through his chest. His father's voice continued, carrying a weight that tried to be soothing but remained heavy. The days ahead are long, Saka. The road is still far. You will get to know each other. Father. Saka wanted to say more, but his throat felt blocked. The blurred but warm memories of his mother and his resistance to this unknown, forced future crashed violently within him. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on the sand crushed by the wagon wheels. In that frozen moment of silence, above the deathly quiet canyon, a scream that tore through the air erupted without warning. The sound came from overhead, from the tops of the dizzyingly steep cliffs on both sides. Saka snapped his head up, his pupils suddenly contracting. The sky was set ablaze. It wasn't the sunset, but countless blazing fireballs trailing hideous plumes of smoke. Like a meteor shower from hell, carrying a violent will to destroy everything, they tore through the narrow strip of gray-blue sky above the canyon. They whistled and spun, bringing a suffocating heat as they smashed down toward the winding caravan that looked like a line of ants at the bottom of the valley. Time seemed to be gripped and stretched by an invisible hand. Every expression on Shi Jian's father's face froze instantly, replaced by a volcanic fury and resolve that Saka had never seen before. He was no longer the father who was usually as steady as a mountain, but a lion thoroughly enraged, wanting to tear everything apart. Enemy attack. A thunderous roar erupted from Shi Jian's father's throat, instantly drowning out the whistling of the fireballs and making the cliff walls on both sides tremble. Earthbending. Protect. The command was concise and violent, containing the most primal power of the Panchi bloodline. The Panchi guards, men as taciturn as the rocks on the family crest, reacted with startling speed. There was no fear on their faces, only a near-numb instinct trained into their very marrow. Almost the moment Shi Jian's father's shout left his mouth, a dozen figures lunged like lightning toward the heavy freight wagons at the core of the caravan. Roars and the muffled sounds of rapidly churning stones mingled together. Ha! Rise! The solid earth seemed to take on a life of its own under their shouts. The hard ground of the valley floor trembled and groaned violently as massive, earthy yellow rock walls, like the backs of giant beasts, crashed upward from the ground. They were coarse and heavy, carrying the primal scent of soil, instantly merging and stacking above and beside the caravan to form a massive, rough stone dome, attempting to shelter the entire group within. This was the ultimate defense of orthodox Panchi earthbending, immovable as a mountain. Boom, boom, rumble. The first wave of fireballs had already struck. The violent explosions sounded like war drums beaten by gods, detonating densely across the hastily formed stone roof overhead. Rock fragments mixed with burning soil and wood chips poured down like a rainstorm. The entire canyon shook frantically. The scorching shockwaves slammed into the stone dome with dull, terrifying thuds. The roof swayed violently as large chunks of rock were shattered and peeled away by the violent fire, falling like a landslide. Through the cracks, searing air and thick smoke poured in frantically, carrying the scent of sulfur and death, instantly making it impossible to breathe. Screams, the terrified neighing of pack animals, and the crackling of burning goods, instantly tore the silence of the canyon into a hellish dirge. Hold steady. Shi Jian's father's roar rose through the gaps in the explosions like a stabilizing pillar. His massive frame burst forth with startling speed, grabbing Saka, who was still in shock and reeling from the blasts, and yanking him violently behind his back. Saka slammed into his father's iron-hard back, feeling an irresistible force shielding him completely. Through the gaps of his father's broad shoulders and the cracks in the crumbling stone dome, Saka saw a sight he would never forget. Several fireballs broke through the defense, smashing into the pack animals and guards on the perimeter. Flesh and blood turned into burning charcoal in an instant, even the screams were cut short after half a cry. The flames greedily licked at everything flammable, thick smoke billowed, and the smell of charred meat mixed with the scent of blood, so pungent it was nauseating. He recognized the man who had been hit head-on by a fireball and instantly turned into a torch. It was the guard uncle who had smilingly handed him a piece of dry rations that morning. Fear, a cold, immense fear he had never experienced, pierced Soka's heart like a serpent's fangs, seizing his breath. It's the Fire Nation. Those sons of fools. A guard captain's eyes were bloodshot, his face covered in the splattered blood and ash of his comrades. He roared, his hands plunging into the violently shaking ground before he yanked them upward. A boulder the size of a carriage was torn from the valley floor and, carrying all his strength and fury, whistled as it was hurled toward several red figures barely visible on the cliffside. However, the enemy was faster and more lethal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of air being sliced was even more shrill than the whistling fireballs. Dozens of crimson fire lines came not from above, but from the natural caves and protruding rock platforms on the cliffs, like the eye sockets of devils. These were fire arrows unique to Fire Nation elites, launched by heavy crossbows at speeds exceeding the limits of the human eye. They were terrifyingly precise, like crimson vipers, darting through the cracks and gaps in the stone dome to bite down. Thud, thud, squelch. Dull, tooth-aching sounds of penetration rang out one after another. The Panchi guards, Earth Kingdom warriors known for their defense, found the thin earth shields they hastily gathered before them to be like paper against the close-range, high-speed volley of fire arrows. The arrows easily tore through rock and flesh, bringing forth sprays of hot blood. Saka watched as the guard captain who had just hurled the boulder suddenly stiffened, 3 crimson fire arrows protruding from his chest. The flames attached to the arrows instantly ignited his clothes and hair. He opened his mouth as if to roar again, but only spat out a mouthful of smoke laced with sparks before falling straight back, his heavy body kicking up a cloud of dust. No! A beast-like roar erupted from Soka's throat, and a violent power exploded uncontrollably from within him. Anger, fear, and the intense pain of witnessing his clansmen's tragic deaths broke through the dam of his reason like lava. He lunged a step forward from behind his father, his hands instinctively thrusting forward. Die! The ground beneath his feet surged frantically. Several sharp, spear-like, twisted stone spikes burst from the earth, carrying his uncontrolled violence as they stabbed haphazardly toward the cliffs. However, the distance was too great. Though the power was fierce, it was scattered and disorganized. The stone spikes crumbled from exhaustion before they even reached the cliffs, falling futilely as a pile of rubble and only kicking up more dust. This reckless attack instantly exposed his position. Saka! Get back! Shijien's father's heart nearly burst with terror, his roar filled with unprecedented panic. His massive palm shot out like lightning, clamping onto Soka's neck like an iron pincer, and he yanked him back with immense force. Almost at that very same instant, SSH. A specialized fire arrow, burning with a blinding white flame and featuring a strange spiral pattern on its tail, whistled through the air. With terrifying precision, it pierced through a wooden crate on the wagon right behind where Saka had just been standing. The arrowhead buried itself deep, leaving only the white flame at the tail vibrating violently. The temperature of that flame was horrifyingly high, instantly turning the surrounding wood into charcoal. It was an assassination. The target was clear, the heir of the Panchi family. Saka was yanked into a stumble by his father's immense strength, falling to the ground. His forehead slammed hard against the cold gravel, and warm blood flowed down his brow, blurring his vision. He looked back in terror at that horrific, still burning arrow. The chill of death instantly froze his very bones. Shijien's father's eyes were instantly bloodshot, red as gore. It was no longer anger, but a completely ignited, suicidal madness. His son had nearly been assassinated right before his eyes. He took a violent step forward, his burly frame like a catapult loaded with 10,000 caddies of force. The rocks beneath his feet groaned and shattered under the unbearable weight. He clenched his fists, the knotted muscles on his arms bulging to the extreme, blue veins popping out beneath his skin as if they were about to burst through. Fire Nation scum! His roar shook the canyon, causing gravel to cascade down, carrying a world-destroying fury. Taste the wrath of Panchi, earth. Quake. Mountain. Collapse. Rumble. The earth was no longer just trembling. It let out a pained, destructive roar. With Shijien's father's footing as the center, the ground within dozens of yards ahead was violently crushed and overturned as if by an invisible giant hand. Huge chunks of rock, some as small as millstones, others as large as entire houses, were torn from the depths of the crust by a force of ultimate violence. Carrying the kinetic energy to destroy everything, they hurtled like a meteor shower, blotting out the sky as they smashed toward the cliff walls where the fire arrows had come from. The air was compressed, letting out dull explosions. This was the desperate, life-risking strike of the Panchi family head. It was the peak swan song of the Panchi family's earthbending power. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The rocks collided violently with the cliff walls. The mountains crumbled and the earth split. Rubble poured down like torrential rain. Screams echoed from the cliffs as several Fire Nation soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly crushed into pulp or ground by rolling boulders, leaving only streaks of jarring crimson. This strike temporarily suppressed the lethal fire arrows on the cliffs, but it also completely exhausted Shijien's father's strength. His burly frame swayed, his face turned deathly pale, and a trickle of bright red blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. He looked as if his spine had been removed. Father! Saka struggled to his feet and rushed over to support him. Go! Shijien's father's voice was as raspy as sandpaper, thick with the scent of blood. He shoved Soka's hand away, his gaze as resolute as iron. Take the young master, and go. This command was roared at the few remaining Panchi guards who had gathered around, covered in blood. However, it was already too late. Above them, the rocky ceiling, which had endured too many impacts and was already teetering, collapsed with a jarring, massive cracking sound. An even greater disaster descended. It wasn't just the fragments of the rocky ceiling that collapsed, but also the cliff walls on both sides that had been loosened by Shi Jian's father's desperate strike. Dozens of tons of massive rocks, like prehistoric beasts breaking their chains, poured down and smashed toward the remaining members of the Panchi family at the bottom of the valley with the force of 1,000 thunderbolts. The world seemed to have been put in slow motion. Saka only saw his father spin around. On that face covered in blood and soot, yet still as resolute as a mountain, all the madness, anger, and pain had vanished, leaving only a nearly frozen, ultimate depth of tenderness and reluctance. Those bloodshot brown eyes, which had once struck terror into his enemies, now clearly reflected Soka's terrified face. Time was too short, so short that Shi Jian's father only had time to make one movement. Using the last of his life's strength, he spread his arms like a giant eagle protecting its chick and lunged toward Saka. His massive frame erupted with incredible speed, instantly covering Saka completely beneath him. With his mountain-broad back, he built the final barrier of flesh and blood. Dad! Soka's shrill cry was drowned out by the horrific roar of the falling boulders. Bang! The first massive, jagged rock struck Shi Jian's father's back with the force of 1,000 catties. The terrifying crack of splintering bone was as clear as if it had exploded in Soka's ear. His father's body buckled downward, pressing heavily upon him, and a mouthful of scalding hot blood, mixed with bits of internal organs, sprayed out, drenching Soka's face and neck. That blood was shockingly hot. Then, a second, a third, more boulders crashed down. Like the hammers of a giant god, they mercilessly struck that burly frame which had already lost the ability to resist. Saka was pinned to the cold ground by his father's heavy body, unable to move. His vision was completely obscured by his father's blood-stained clothes and the shadows of the boulders constantly falling and rolling above. Every horrific vibration from the crashing rocks was transmitted clearly to him through his father's broken body, each bringing a wave of suffocating pain and the nausea of churning internal organs. His father's body continued to deform and collapse under the heavy strikes of the boulders, the sound of splintering bones like a demon's chewing, gnawing at Soka's soul with every hit. The warm, viscous liquid with a heavy metallic scent, his father's blood, soaked through his clothes and seeped into the soil beneath him, bathing his entire being in a thick crimson. Dad! Dad! He cried out in vain, his voice shattered. With every breath, he inhaled thick smoke, dust, and that nauseating scent of blood. The massive roar of falling rocks was like an endless death knell, rupturing his eardrums and leaving them ringing. His consciousness continued to sink and blur amidst the intense pain, suffocation, and ultimate terror. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was only a few breaths, perhaps as long as a century. The falling boulders seemed to have temporarily stopped. But the canyon did not regain its peace. Instead, another sound arose, a dense, cold noise of clashing metal and heavy boots stepping over gravel, closing in from all directions. Like a pack of wolves on the hunt, they approached with undisguised murderous intent. The Fire Nation soldiers were coming down to clear the battlefield. Just then, the heavy, lifeless body pressing down on Saka seemed to twitch ever so slightly, like a spasm. Soka's unfocused, blood-crusted eyes suddenly widened. A large hand, drenched in blood with broken and deformed knuckles, groped with agonizing slowness and a heartbreaking persistence. Finally, it found Soka's hand, which was clutching the flying pig badge. With a final, faint trace of strength that was almost imperceptible, those cold, stiff fingers stubbornly pressed the platinum flying boar medal, stained with the blood of both father and son, its edges already deformed from being squeezed deep into Soka's tightly clenched fist. The cold metallic touch of the badge and the last bit of warmth remaining on his father's fingers formed a cruel contrast. Having completed its final mission, that large hand lost all strength and fell limply, hitting the pool of blood beside Saka with a heavy thud and splashing a small amount of viscous gore. Mother, wait, for me. Saka. An extremely faint, shattered breath, like a flickering candle in the wind mixed with the gurgling of welling blood, squeezed out with difficulty against Soka's ear. Every word seemed to be wrenched from broken lungs, carrying the last embers of life in an unspeakable concern. Then, everything fell into a deathly silence. His father Shi Jian's father's body completely became a cold, heavy mountain of flesh and blood pressing down on Saka. That final thread holding Soka's sanity together snapped. Ah! An indescribable, violent power, a mixture of overwhelming grief, heavenly hatred, and total collapse, erupted uncontrollably and destructively from the deepest part of Soka's young body like a bursting volcano's lava. This was not conscious earthbending, but an instinctive backlash from a soul being torn apart. Boom! With Saka as the center, the ground within several yards violently arched and exploded. Countless sharp stone pillars and shattered rock fragments sprayed out in all directions like an out-of-control fountain, carrying mud and blood. Several boulders that had landed on his father's remains were violently tossed aside and flung away by this uncontrolled power. The powerful shockwave even sent several Fire Nation soldiers, who were about to approach and investigate, staggering back in horror. But this power instantly drained Soka's last bit of vitality. After the eruption came total darkness. The last sight he saw was his father's face right before him, covered in blood and dust, and the gray sky above, cut into fragments by boulders and smoke. His consciousness was like a kite with a snapped string, rapidly falling into a cold, boundless abyss. His hand, which had been clutching the badge, went limp, leaving only that blood-stained platinum flying pig stubbornly wedged between his bloody fingers, reflecting a faint and cold metallic luster in the dim light. The news of the Panchi family caravan's destruction spread north along the trade routes at top speed, like a plague carrying the scent of blood. When this tragic news pierced the Grand Northern family residence like an icicle, the entire family felt as if they had been cast into an ice cellar. Inside the council hall, the core members of the Northern family sat around the heavy red sandalwood table, their expressions as solemn as iron. A stifling silence filled the air, broken only by the occasional crackle of wood burning in the fireplace, which sounded like it was striking everyone's tense heartstrings. The Panchi family is all gone. An elder's voice was dry and raspy, trembling with disbelief. Shi Jian's father and his wife, and 137 people in the caravan, including the most elite guards of the Panchi family, none survived. The steward in charge of intelligence kept his head low, his voice as heavy as lead. The scene was too horrific to witness. The Fire Nation's methods were clean and efficient, they were aiming for total extermination. He paused, then added with difficulty, the canyon was almost completely filled by falling rocks. At the end of the long table sat the head of the Northern family, Bei Hong, as steady as a mountain. He was tall with a resolute face, but at this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His hands on the table were clenched into fists, his knuckles white and trembling slightly. His gaze was fixed on the small, warm green jade amulet on the table before him. It was the engagement token sent by the Panchi family years ago, a pair with the flying pig on Soka's chest. The hard edges of the jade were nearly crushed by the power of his palm. What about the boy, Saka? Bei Hong's voice was terrifyingly low, every word sounding as if it were ground out from deep within his throat. The steward shook his head with difficulty. The search team, for now, has found no trace of the young master. Given that destruction, the possibility of surviving. He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Find him. Bei Hong slammed the table, the heavy surface letting out an unbearable groan. He stood up abruptly like an enraged lion, his eyes bloodshot as he scanned everyone in the hall, his voice resolute and carrying the unquestionable authority of the family head. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, bring his bones back to me. Dig. Turn the entire Rift Valley over. Mobilize every hand we can. What the Northern family owes the Panchi is more than just business. His bloodshot gaze finally landed on a silent figure below, the old steward of the Northern family, the trusted confidant who had accompanied the Panchi matriarch before her marriage, an old man with white hair and a face etched with the furrows of time. The old man's back was straight as a rod, and a nearly frantic obsession burned in his cloudy old eyes. Ah Fu, Bei Hong's voice carried a heavy entrustment, you lead the team personally. Yes, master. The old butler Ah Fu's voice didn't hesitate for a moment, carrying a strength as firm as a rock that even overcame the raspiness in his throat. He bowed deeply, his age-spotted hands pressed tightly to his chest, where the gentle smile of the former young mistress, Madame Panchi, seemed to linger from the day of her wedding. Blood must be paid in blood, but at this moment, finding the young master of the Panchi family, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, was the only consolation for the deceased. The search order was like a stone cast into a stagnant pond, instantly stirring the dormant power of the behemoth that was the northern family. In less than an hour, a massive search party consisting of the northern family's most elite guards, experienced miners, and several keen-sensing earthbenders had assembled before Beihong. Heavy digging tools, sturdy ropes, and simple stretchers filled the courtyard. Frost was frozen on everyone's faces, and their eyes burned with the flames of revenge and a stubborn persistence for a slim hope. Beihong personally escorted Ah Fu to the main gate. He pressed a family token symbolizing supreme authority heavily into the old man's hand, his voice low like muffled thunder. At all costs, Ah Fu. The honor of the northern family and the blood feud of the Panchi family both rest on this. This old servant understands. Ah Fu gripped the token as if holding a weight of 1,000 pounds. He took one last look toward a certain direction deep within the main residence, toward the young mistress's room, then turned resolutely, barking an order with a hoarse throat. Move out. The team was like a silent torrent, galloping south in the twilight. The heavy sound of horse hooves shattered the silence along the way, leaving only rolling clouds of dust behind. The scene at the Rift Valley was even more tragic and inhumane than the intelligence reports had described. When the team led by Ah Fu arrived, it was already the morning 2 days later. The once hideous entrance to the rift was almost completely sealed by collapsed boulders, forming a new mountain of rubble that exuded the stench of death. The air was thick with a nauseating smell of char, blood, and rotting corpses, mixed with dust so heavy it made it hard to breathe. The charred remains of freight wagons were like giant black skeletons scattered among the rubble. Congealed dark red blood splattered shocking patterns across the grayish-white rocks. Broken limbs, crushed by boulders or charred by fire, could be seen everywhere, attracting swarms of scavenging crows that let out shrill cries. Even the battle-hardened guards of the northern family couldn't help but turn pale, their stomachs churning at the sight of this living hell. Dig. Ah Fu's voice sounded like rubbing rusted iron plates, yet it carried an unquestionable resolve. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the massive pile of rubble, as if trying to pierce through the heavy rocks to see that slim hope. Everyone. Dig it out inch by inch for me. Every single stone must be turned over. Watch for any sign of life, anything, belonging to the Panchi family. The order was given, like opening the gates of hell. Heavy pickaxes and steel crowbars struck the rocks violently, making ear-piercing clangs. Strong arms strained to pry up 1,000-pound boulders, and ropes creaked on pulleys. The earthbenders of the Earth Kingdom stood in relatively stable areas, their hands steadily manipulating the power of the earth, carefully guiding the upper layers of giant rocks to move slowly to avoid triggering secondary collapses. Dust rose again, mixing with the lingering smell of gunpowder and death. Time passed amidst heavy pounding and coarse breathing. 1 hour, 2 hours. The relentless noon sun scorched this valley of death. Sweat soaked everyone's clothes, mixing with dust to leave muddy furrows on their faces. Hope was like a drop of water under the scorching sun, rapidly evaporating. Uncle Fu. A young miner's voice carried a sob and despair. Down there, it's too deep, it's impossible. Shut up. Ah Fu interrupted him sharply, his aging body erupting with a terrifying aura. He snatched a pickaxe and lunged at a giant rock himself, his vein-popping arms swinging and smashing down frantically. The pickaxe struck the rock, creating blinding sparks. Dig. Keep digging for me. As long as there's one stone left unturned, you are not allowed to stop. His roar was hoarse, carrying an almost insane obsession. The young mistress's only flesh and blood, the sole survivor entrusted by the master of the Panchi family and the young mistress, he could not give up. Never. Just as despair was about to submerge everyone like a cold tide. A petite figure appeared at the edge of the rubble pile at some unknown time. She was barefoot, stepping on the scorching, sharp fragments of stone as if she felt nothing. Her grayish-green eyes looked vacantly at the massive stone tomb ahead, her small brow furrowed tightly. It was Northern Toph. No one knew how she had followed them, and no one noticed when she had arrived. She was like a silent breeze appearing at the edge of this purgatory. Miss Toph. The captain of the guards exclaimed, hurriedly stepping forward to stop her from approaching this dangerous place. But Toph only lightly raised a hand, signaling him to be silent. She walked slowly, step by step, toward the core area of the rubble being painstakingly cleared. With every step she took, her bare soles made extremely slight, almost imperceptible contact with the rocks and earth. The surrounding noise, the clanging of iron, the heavy breathing, the shouted commands, all seemed to drift away from her. Her world was reduced to the tiniest tremors and pulsations coming from deep within the earth beneath her feet. She walked very slowly, as if fumbling in the dark. Her vacant grayish-green eyes had no focus, but her entire mind was concentrated on the flood of information transmitted from the small space beneath her feet. The coldness and weight of the rocks, the looseness and bloodiness of the soil, the stiffness and silence of the remains, countless chaotic, fragmented images, representing death flooded into her perception. Suddenly, she stopped beside a slanted giant rock. This stone was exceptionally heavy, one of the main beams of the collapsed ceiling. The guards were currently trying to move it with ropes and levers. Toph's toes curled slightly, and her small nostrils flared gently. She slowly crouched down and placed one palm lightly and steadily onto a nearby stone slab that was relatively flat but soaked with blood stains. Time seemed to freeze. The surrounding guards and miners stopped their movements, holding their breath as they watched the blind young lady. Ah Fu also stopped his frantic digging, his cloudy old eyes staring fixedly at Toph's hand on his face covered in blood and sweat. Toph's palm felt the coldness and roughness of the stone slab, and the thick blood that had long since dried and seeped into the cracks. Her brow furrowed even tighter, as if she were trying hard to distinguish some extremely faint, extremely distant sound. Her perception pierced through the thick rock and soil, through the silence of death, and deep within that chaotic layer of earth, she struggled to capture a trace of an almost negligible, extremely slow and weak pulse. Like a seed buried deep underground, about to exhaust its last spark of life. Here. Toph's voice was very light, carrying an unquestionable certainty that broke the heavy silence. Her vacant gaze pierced through layers of rock, locking onto a certain point deeper and darker beneath the stone slab. Underneath, something is moving, very slow, very weak. Ah Fu's body jolted, and a terrifying glint instantly erupted in his eyes. He practically lunged over, roaring, "Quick! Dig here! Be careful! Miss Toph says there's movement below." No one knew how Toph had come or how a blind girl could determine the location, but Ah Fu didn't hesitate for a second to order the search. The spark of hope was instantly ignited. Fatigue and despair were dispelled, and all strength was concentrated on this area. The earthbenders manipulated even more carefully, guiding the surrounding rubble and soil to flow to both sides. Strong arms used crowbars against the edge of the stone slab, prying with all their might to the rhythm of their chants. 1, 2, 3. Lift. The heavy stone slab was pried up and moved inch by inch. What was revealed beneath was a deeper crevice filled with blood, mud and rubble, and the silhouette of another, even more tightly pressed giant rock. Further down. Toph's voice rang out again, her finger pointing toward the small, dark triangular area formed between the giant rock and the bedrock below. In that crack, there's something warm. Warm. The guard captain was taken aback. It's body heat. Ah Fu understood instantly and roared, "It's a living person. Quick! Clear the rubble next to it. Be careful not to let anything fall in." Tools were probed into the crevice more carefully, clearing the blocking rubble and congealed blood mud bit by bit. Every movement tugged at everyone's hearts. Toph remained half-crouched to the side, her palm pressed against the adjacent rock like the most precise detector, guiding the direction and force of the excavation. "Slower, there's a sharp stone on the left, the right side is loose," she instructed in a low voice, her vacant vision seemingly piercing through the obstacles to clearly see the complex structure below. Finally, after clearing the last few pieces of rubble, a faint beam of light struggled to penetrate that narrow triangular space. A guard holding a torch suddenly thrust the firelight into the crevice. The beam of light dispelled the thick darkness, instantly illuminating the scene deep within the crack. That scene made everyone who saw it, including the most cold-blooded guards, gasp. Their stomachs cramped, and their eyes instantly grew stinging and wet. A boy's body was completely buried in blood, mud and rock fragments, almost unrecognizable as human. He was curled up, shielded tightly beneath a tall, burly, yet long since crushed out of shape by boulders and mangled, massive body. That body was like a small mountain, its back completely caved in and limbs twisted, having borne all the weight and impact from above to stubbornly carve out a tiny survival space for the boy beneath it during the cataclysm. The boy's face was completely covered in blood, dust, and dried scabs, making his features almost indistinguishable. His eyes were tightly shut, and his breath was as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. The only thing that could prove his identity was the fragments of his blood-soaked, almost dark brown, green and white martial arts uniform. And the most striking thing was one of his hands, covered in blood mud and spread out weakly. Between the fingers of that hand, a metal badge was tightly wedged. It was also covered in foul blood, yet it still reflected a faint and cold luster, a platinum flying pig, clumsy in design but with clear lines. Young master. Ah Fu let out a heart-wrenching wail, tears streaming down his old face. He scrambled to the opening of the crevice, his trembling hand reaching in but not daring to touch, for fear that the faint breath would cease right then and there. Quick! A stretcher. The softest stretcher. Water. Clean cloth. A physician. Call a physician here quickly. He roared incoherently, his voice broken and shattered. The guards used the fastest speed and the gentlest movements to carefully clear the last bit of rubble and mud from the boy's body, avoiding any secondary injury. Working together, they extremely slowly moved the massive remains, protecting him just a little bit, revealing the boy's bruised and purple body. When the boy was carefully lifted out of that narrow crack of death and placed onto the stretcher covered with thick, soft cloth, everyone saw the extremely faint rise and fall of his chest. He was still alive. Inside the fortress built of his father's flesh and blood, at the center of the purgatory that had wiped out his clan, Saka miraculously retained a trace of breath. Go home. Ah Fu knelt by the stretcher, his calloused and blood-stained hand extremely gently and tremblingly brushing away the matted hair clotted with blood from the boy's forehead. Muddy tears fell in large drops onto the cold rock. Miss Toph, he's found. We're taking Little Stone home. Toph still stood quietly to the side. She couldn't see the tragic scene on the stretcher, but through the soles of her feet, she clearly felt the vibration of that weak life being lifted from the place of death. The thick scent of blood and sadness permeating the air hit her like a physical tide. Her vacant grayish-green eyes moved slightly, and her small lips were pressed tight. For the first time, she clearly felt something called heaviness weighing on her young heart. This fiancé she had never been familiar with had broken into her world of perception in such a tragic way. The search party didn't dare delay for a moment. They secured Saka to the stretcher with the fastest speed, and the most capable guards took turns carrying it as if holding a fragile, rare treasure, quickly evacuating this valley of death. Ah Fu didn't leave the side of the stretcher for a single step, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at Soka's paper-pale face, his mouth constantly murmuring, "Hold on. Little Stone, hold on, we're going home. Young mistress. Master, protect him." The team disappeared silently and quickly at the end of the mountain path, leaving only that mountain of rubble soaked in blood and shrouded in sadness. Under the pale noon sun, it told a silent tale of tragedy and undying hatred. That warm green jade amulet was currently gripped tightly in Bei Hong's hand, piercingly cold. And its other half, that blood-stained platinum flying pig, was accompanying its dying master on the unknown and difficult road to rebirth toward the northern family. Several days later, the morning sun, carrying the unique crispness of the north, filtered through the window lattices covered in plain white Korean paper, gently spilling onto Soka's face. The light wasn't dazzling, yet it felt like a fine needle, softly piercing through the heavy darkness of his sinking consciousness. He struggled to open his eyes. His vision was a blur at first, as if separated by a thick mist. The light bloomed before his eyes, forming irregular spots. Then, the scenery began to coalesce into outlines, extremely slowly and with great difficulty. Unfamiliar roof beams, unfamiliar curtains, and unfamiliar air carrying a faint scent of medicinal herbs mixed with agarwood. Beneath him was a soft, thick silk mattress, and the thin quilt covering him featured delicate embroidery. Everything was worlds apart from the cold hell of his memories, which was filled with gunpowder, blood, rubble, and his father's heavy body. A powerful sense of unreality seized him. Immediately following that was a surging wave of intense pain. The bones throughout his body felt as if they had been repeatedly crushed by giant boulders and then crudely pieced back together. Every tiny breath pulled at a tearing agony in his chest and abdomen. His throat was so dry it felt like it was smoking, burning with fire. His forehead, arms, legs, wherever they were wrapped in bandages, a dull, swelling pain and itchiness radiated from them. Ah! An unconscious groan of pain escaped from his cracked lips, so weak it was almost inaudible. But this minute sound was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, startling another person in the room. You're awake. A cool, calm voice, carrying a hint of a young girl's characteristic youthfulness yet being exceptionally direct, rang out not far from the bedside. There was no surprise, no concern, and not even much emotional fluctuation, it was simply stating an observed fact. Saka turned his stiff neck with difficulty, looking toward the direction of the voice. Sitting on a low couch by the window was a girl. She was wearing the high-quality light green martial attire characteristic of the northern family, with simple black cloud patterns bordering the cuffs and collar. Her feet were bare, resting casually on the smooth teak floor. Her long black hair was tied up. Her face still had obvious baby fat, with a pert nose and a small mouth. She should have looked naive and adorable. However, those eyes. They were a pair of hollow, unfocused gray-green eyes. They were as clear as the water beneath a northern ice lake, yet they reflected none of the sunlight from outside the window, nor could they see Soka's current pathetic state. They simply gazed forward quietly, as if looking through the walls at some distant, unknown point that only she could perceive. Northern Toph. This name was like a cold cymbal, instantly crashing into Soka's chaotic consciousness. The blurred girl in his memory, silently, looking at the soil in the corner of a vast courtyard. The exchanged tokens, his father's entrustment, and those heavy words spoken by his father before the overwhelming disaster. The days ahead are long, you will get to know each other. Immense grief and the hatred of his family's extermination, like a dormant beast, were instantly awakened by this unexpected encounter, savagely biting at his heart. His throat tightened suddenly as a metallic sweetness welled up, only to be forced back down. He instinctively wanted to prop himself up to flee this unfamiliar environment, to flee this imposed, blood-stained connection. Hiss. The violent movement pulled at the wounds all over his body, the pain making his vision go dark. His body twitched uncontrollably, and he fell heavily back onto the pillow with a dull thud. Cold sweat instantly soaked the stray hairs on his forehead. Toph, by the window, seemed completely unaffected by his painful struggle. She merely tilted her head slightly, her small ears twitching almost imperceptibly, as if catching the groan of pain and the minute vibration of his body hitting the soft pillow. Her hollow gaze still didn't focus on Saka, but her perception, like invisible threads, had already firmly locked onto the agonizing living being on the bed. Don't move. Her voice remained calm and waveless, yet it carried an indisputable tone. Many of your bones were broken, they've just been set. She paused, her small nose wrinkling slightly as if distinguishing finer components in the air. Grandpa AFU watched over you for 3 days and was just persuaded to go rest. The physician said that since you were able to wake up, your life is tough enough. Tough enough. These words hit Soka's heart like cold stones. Yes, his life was tough enough. His parents had used their flesh and blood to shield him from falling rocks, and the 137 lives of the Panchi family had paved his narrow chance for survival. This toughness was soaked in the blood of his closest kin. He closed his eyes, biting his lower lip hard until he tasted the rusty flavor of blood. His chest heaved violently, each breath carrying a suppressed, broken sob. His clenched fists, with nails digging deep into his palms, brought a sharp sting, but it was not even a 10,000th of the pain in his heart. Just then, he felt something cold and hard pressing against his palm within his clenched fist. He snapped his eyes open and looked at his right hand. His knuckles were white from the force of his grip, and between his fingers, a platinum badge stained with dark brown smudges, its edges even slightly deformed, was stubbornly reflecting the cold morning light. It was that clumsily shaped flying pig. The thing his father had shoved into his hand at the very end. The thing his father, before dying, had used his last strength to give him, the token of the marriage contract, with the girl before him. An indescribable, Complex emotion mixed with grief, indignation, humiliation, and resistance churned within his chest like lava. This badge now seemed to carry his father's scalding blood and cold dying words, turning into a heavy shackle, a bloody brand. No. A raspy low growl squeezed out from deep in his throat, filled with pain and resistance. As if burned by the cold metal, or as if trying to throw off a heavy burden, he swung his hand violently, wanting to hurl the badge away. However, his body, weakened by severe injuries, simply couldn't muster the strength. His arm only lifted weakly for a moment before the badge slipped from his hand, tracing a faint arc in the air. With a light ding, it fell onto the smooth floor not far from the bed. It rolled a few times in the morning light before finally stopping, its platinum pig nose stubbornly facing the bed, and Toph by the window. Saka panted rapidly, staring fixedly at the glaring badge on the floor as if looking at an ominous curse. The room fell into a brief, deathly silence. Toph's hollow gaze still didn't focus on the fallen badge. But her toes curled ever so slightly as her bare feet stood firmly on the cool floor. The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground was clearly transmitted to her feet, and then through her bones and nerves. It sketched a clear trajectory in her unique world of perception, flying from the bedside, rolling on the floor, and the exact position where it finally stopped. She slowly stood up from the low couch, her movements silent and agile. Barefoot, she walked step by step toward where the badge had fallen. Every step was incredibly steady, as if the floor beneath her wasn't smooth wood, but the solid earth she was so familiar with. She stopped before the badge and crouched down. Without groping or hesitation, her slender hand, still possessing a child's roundness, pressed down with unerring precision directly onto the cold platinum flying pig and picked it up. Her fingertips felt the cold touch of the badge, along with the faint residual body heat and sweat belonging to Saka. Deeper still, she seemed to be able to touch the scent of blood on the badge, blood that had long since dried but could never be erased, belonging to the Panchi family, and to the Uncle Panchi she had never met. Toph stood up, holding the badge, and turned toward Soka's bed. Her hollow gray-green eyes looked at him. Although she could see nothing, Saka felt an invisible, heavy gaze fall upon him. She didn't speak. She simply placed that flying pig badge, stained with blood and dust, gently yet with an undeniable firmness back onto Soka's pillow. The cold metal touched his cheek, making him shudder slightly. Your thing. Toph's voice was as calm as ever, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. Uncle Panchi gave it to you. Having said that, she didn't linger. She turned around and left the room as silently as she had come, her bare feet making no sound. The door was gently closed, shutting out the morning light and the suffocating silence she had left behind. Saka lay there stiffly, the cold badge by his pillow feeling like a red-hot iron searing his nerves. Toph's final sentence was like a cold key, instantly unlocking the memories he had tried so hard to seal away. A silent roar exploded in the depths of his soul. Immense grief and overwhelming hatred, like an out-of-control flood, instantly smashed through all his defenses. Before his eyes was no longer a warm room, but a collapsing canyon, a burning caravan, his father's body crushed by boulders, and the scalding blood spraying onto his face. Ah! A violent, chaotic power full of destructive intent erupted uncontrollably from within him. It wasn't conscious earthbending, but the most instinctive venting of a soul being torn apart. Boom! With Soka's body as the center, the ground beneath the bed shook violently. The solid teak floorboards let out a tooth-aching groan, instantly arching upward and cracking. Countless tiny pieces of rubble and dust shot out from the gaps like a fountain. The heavy bed was violently tossed up on one side by this out-of-control force before falling back down with a dull, massive thud. The medicine bowl on the nightstand shattered to pieces with a loud clatter. Dust filled the air. Saka began to cough violently, each cough pulling at the wounds all over his body, making him curl up in pain. Following the explosion was total exhaustion. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, and his vision swam with darkness. He gasped for air like a dying fish, while the cold flying pig badge by his pillow continued to emit a faint, stubborn glow amidst the diffusing dust. Outside the door, hurried footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by Grandpa Afu's panicked cries, "Young master! Young master, what happened to you?" Further away at the corridor's corner, Toph, who had just left, stopped in her tracks. Her bare feet stood firmly on the floor where the vibrations had just settled. Her hollow gray-green eyes shifted slightly, and her small brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She had clearly felt the trajectory of that power eruption, chaotic, violent, and filled with a destructive sorrow, like the roar of a trapped beast at death's door. This fiancé, who had been forced upon her, seemed to carry more than just a blood feud. His power itself was like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Afu pushed open the door, panting, his clouded old eyes instantly stung by the sight before him. The room was filled with choking dust and the strong smell of medicine. The morning sun passed through the dancing dust, sketching a heartbreaking silhouette. That solid teak bed now looked as if it had been torn by the claws of a giant beast. One side of the bed's legs had sunk deep into the floor, while the other was propped high, causing the entire bed to take on a distorted tilt. The thick silk quilt had slid to the floor, revealing the curled, trembling figure of the boy beneath. Saka. He was like a young beast ravaged by a storm, curled on the tilted bed boards, his body spasming violently from coughing and pain. Cold sweat soaked his thin inner garment, clinging to his gaunt back and outlining the bony shape beneath the bandages. Fresh cold sweat on his forehead mixed with undried blood, snaking down his pale cheeks and dripping onto the equally stained pillow. He bit his lower lip hard, fresh blood seeping from between his teeth, while broken sobs were suppressed deep in his throat, every intake of breath carrying a tearing agony. Most glaring of all was that stained, deformed platinum flying pig badge by his pillow. It lay there quietly, its cold metallic luster reflecting the boy's deathly pale face like a cruel mockery, an inescapable bloody brand. And what made Afu's pupils shrink even more was the floor. The solid teak floor, centered around where Saka lay, had actually split into several hideous cracks. It was as if the earth had been torn apart by an invisible force. Splintered wood and tiny sandstones had burst from the cracks, scattering everywhere. Near the bed, one could even see the gray-black solid soil layer beneath. A scorching residual aura from the rampage of a violent power still lingered in the air, mixed with dust and the scent of blood. The nightstand lay toppled to the side, the precious medicine bowl long since shattered into pieces, and the dark brown medicinal juice was splashed across the cracked floor and walls, leaving behind striking stains. Young master. Afu let out a heart-wrenching wail, stumbling toward the bedside. His hands, covered in calluses and the marks of time, reached out trembling, wanting to touch Saka, only to stop abruptly just before contact, fearing his rough palms would bring more pain. He looked at the boy's spasming body, at the bloodied badge, and at this room that looked like a disaster scene. Old tears instantly burst from his eyes. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. He spoke incoherently, his voice choked and broken. How was this a quiet room for recovery? This was clearly a cruel reenactment of the canyon tragedy within the northern family's estate. The young master's body was enduring intense pain, and his soul was being repeatedly torn and tortured by that overwhelming blood feud and inescapable heavy shackle. Physician. Quickly, call the physician. Afu turned his head sharply, shouting at the other servants who had come running at the sound, his voice sharp and distorted from extreme heartache. His clouded tears fell in large drops onto the cold, cracked floor. Quickly. The young master is unwell again. The servants were also stunned by the sight, and only upon hearing Afu's roar did they snap out of it, hurriedly turning and sprinting away. Another few days passed. Afu had left on the pretext of managing the Panchi family's affairs. Although the Panchi family had suffered a heavy blow, leaving only Saka as its sole survivor, the family's foundations and influence within the Earth Kingdom were still not to be underestimated. Saka sat on a cold stone bench in a pavilion like a forgotten stone sculpture in a corner of the courtyard. His gaze hollowly pierced through the meticulously trimmed shrubs ahead, yet all he saw was the dust of the collapsing canyon and his father's blood-stained face. The cold touch of the Panchi badge seemed still branded into his palm, that weight and humiliation almost crushed him. Grandpa Afu's departure had caused his last bit of familiar support to vanish, leaving only this vast, exquisite, yet utterly foreign northern estate, and that blind girl who had been forced upon him. Footsteps, as light as treading on fallen leaves yet exceptionally clear, approached. It wasn't Afu's worried, Slightly heavy stride, but one with a peculiar rhythm, each step landing firmly on the ground as if resonating with the earth itself. Hey, mute stone. A cold, direct voice rang out, carrying the crispness unique to a young girl but lacking any warmth of greeting. Toph's figure appeared at the entrance of the pavilion, her light green martial attire making her look like a fresh bamboo shoot in early spring. Her hollow, gray-green eyes looked in Soka's direction, or rather, looked at the point where his body vibrated the air and the ground. Soka's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. He didn't respond, nor did he even turn his eyes. He only wanted to bury himself deeper into the cold stone bench, isolating himself from this suffocating reality. Toph seemed completely indifferent to his silence. She walked straight into the pavilion, her bare feet stepping on the polished stone slabs with a faint rustling sound. She stopped in front of Saka, so close that he could smell the faint scent of earth and the cold, crisp aroma of vegetation on her. Those hollow eyes, clearly unable to see, nonetheless made him feel as if he were being scrutinized by some invisible force. What's the point of sitting here day after day? Toph's tone wasn't a question, but a statement, carrying a hint of imperceptible disdain. Or perhaps, it was a lack of understanding for doing nothing. She reached out with a hand that possessed the roundness of a child's but contained startling power, accurately grasping Soka's bandaged wrist hanging by his side. Saka jolted violently. As if burned by a branding iron, he instinctively tried to pull his hand back. Toph's fingers, however, were like iron bands, not applying great force, but exceptionally steady, firmly locking onto his wrist bone. That cold touch and unquestionable strength instantly ignited his suppressed anger and humiliation. Let go. He growled, his voice hoarse and dry, carrying suppressed rage. His body instinctively resisted this sudden, forceful touch. He tried to shake her off, but the movement pulled at his unhealed wounds. A surge of sharp pain hit him, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air, and his movements faltered. I won't, Toph replied succinctly, her brow furrowing slightly as if she felt a hint of impatience at his violent reaction. Instead of letting go, she used the force of his struggle to give him a sharp tug. Come on, let's find something to do and have some fun. Fun. Saka squeezed those words out from between his teeth, filled with intense irony and unbelievable grief. The blood of the Panchi family was not yet cold, his parents' remains were barely settled, he was heavily injured with an uncertain future, imprisoned in this strange cage, and forced to accept this absurd engagement, and this woman actually spoke to him of having some fun. A massive sense of absurdity and offended rage erupted like magma. He exerted sudden force, ignoring the sharp pain, and violently threw off Toph's hand. Simultaneously, a chaotic, violent power surged uncontrollably from beneath his feet. Boom! The stone floor of the pavilion shook violently. With Soka's position as the center, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread out. A few smaller stone slabs even tilted upward and shattered. The pavilion's pillars groaned under the strain, and a few wisps of dust trickled down. Saka staggered back a step, clutching his aching chest and breathing heavily, his face turning even paler from the pain and anger. He glared at Toph, his eyes filled with rejection, agony, and the desperate glint of a cornered beast. Toph had lightly slid back half a step the moment he threw her hand off, her bare feet planted firmly on the vibrating ground like a reef amidst waves. Her hollow gray-green eyes looked at the mess on the ground at Soka's feet, then raised her head to look toward his heaving chest. There was no panic, no accusation. She simply tilted her head slightly, her small ears twitching as if carefully discerning the remaining fluctuations of that violent power in the air and the vibrations caused by Soka's heavy breathing. Then, on her face still carrying a hint of baby fat, she let out an expressionless, "Oh. Decent strength," she commented calmly, as if evaluating the hardness of a rock, but terrible control. A waste of effort. She stepped forward again, ignoring the fire burning in Soka's eyes and the shattered ground beneath his feet. She reached out once more, her target clear as she grabbed his arm, this time avoiding the bandages on his wrist and grabbing his upper arm directly. Don't be like a bristling porcupine. Toph's voice remained flat, but it seemed to hold a hint of command. Follow me. Sitting still will only let your bones rust and your brain rot. She paused for a moment and added with a tone of natural certainty, it hurts less when you're moving. Her fingers possessed a strange, irresistible force that neither hurt his wounds nor allowed him to break free. Saka was pulled into a stumble, forced to leave the cold stone bench that had seemed like his final fortress. Where are we going? Saka growled as he struggled, his voice full of resistance and a subtle sense of helplessness born from weakness. He was half dragged, half pulled by Toph out of the pavilion, heading toward an unknown direction deep within the courtyard. The gravel underfoot rubbed against his cloth shoes, every step felt like treading on thorns. Toph didn't look back, her bare feet treading steadily on the bluestone path. Her voice drifted through the cool morning air, clear and direct, "You'll know when we get there." Saka was half dragged, half pulled away from the pavilion by Toph towards the depths of the courtyard. Every step felt like treading on red-hot coals, the dull ache of his wounds mixed with the burning rage of being offended scorched his nerves. He tried to break free, but Toph's seemingly slender hand was like iron shackles, firmly clamping his upper arm. Her strength precisely avoided the bandaged wounds yet left him unable to budge an inch. This sense of power formed a sharp contrast with her youthful face and baby fat, adding another layer of humiliation. "Let me go." Saka squeezed the words through his teeth, his voice a suppressed rasp. "I don't need your help. It's not up to you." Toph's voice came from ahead, calm and steady, her pace never faltering. She walked barefoot on the bluestone path, each step incredibly firm, making a faint but clear rustling sound that seemed to tread on Soka's anxious heartstrings. "You're the only survivor of the Panchi family now, and the trouble my father forced on me. If you work yourself to death, Grandpa AFU will cry his eyes out, Uncle Panchi's coffin lid won't stay down, and my father will feel disgraced. Trouble." Her words were like cold stones, hitting Soka's heart one by one. They stirred up more than just ripples, they were a towering wave of fury. He was the only survivor of the Panchi family. A trouble that needed to be watched, pitied, and even disdained. His father's sacrifice, the destruction of the Panchi family, she spoke of it all so lightly. "Shut up." Saka suddenly erupted with a low roar. All his strength surged recklessly toward the arm Toph was holding, attempting to throw her off with brute force. Simultaneously, the earth beneath his feet seemed to sense his frantic state of mind, emitting a dull hum. However, just as that chaotic power was about to burst from his body and tear the ground apart again, Toph's wrist gave an extremely subtle flick. A strange force, as soft as a ripple yet incredibly resilient, traveled from her fingertips into Soka's arm and spread throughout his entire body. It didn't feel like a head-on collision, but rather an exquisite guidance and neutralization. The brute force Saka had gathered for the explosion felt like hitting a mass of invisible, dense cotton. It was instantly drained, dispersed, and vanished into nothingness. The humming of the earth stopped abruptly, as if smoothed over by an invisible hand. Saka felt his arm go numb, his gathered strength was easily dismantled. His body lost balance due to the overexertion, and he stumbled forward uncontrollably for 2 steps, nearly falling. He looked up in shock at the back of the figure still walking steadily ahead. She hadn't even looked back. Through that tiny contact alone, she had precisely sensed and neutralized his rampaging power. "Like I said, terrible control." Toph's voice remained flat, as if commenting on an insignificant action. Using strength without hitting the right spot is no different from a wild boar ramming a tree. Soka's face instantly turned from a flushed red of anger to a pale white of shame. The Panchi power he was so proud of, the strength he had used to fight alongside his father during the family's destruction, was so lightly dismantled by this blind girl and compared to a wild boar. Extreme humiliation drowned his anger. He clenched his teeth, no longer trying to break free or speak. He was like a puppet that had lost its strings, allowing Toph to drag him through the exquisite corridors and around the rockeries and ponds. Every step was incredibly heavy, the grief and indignation in his heart intertwined with his current sense of helplessness, nearly suffocating him. Finally, Toph stopped. A scent mixed with dust, sweat, and a certain metallic tang hit him. The sounds of dull impacts, shouts, and the clanging of metal against rock reached his ears. Saka looked up, and a small private training ground came into view. "We're here." Toph let go of his arm, her bare feet stepping casually on the coarse gravel at the edge of the training ground, seemingly unfazed. Her hollow gaze swept across the noisy training ground and precisely locked onto an area in the center, where several hard basalt pillars, each requiring 2 people to encircle them, stood. Watch closely, mute stone. Toph's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through the noise of the training ground into Soka's ears. It also seemed to catch the attention of several disciples training nearby. They slowed their movements, their gazes carrying curiosity and a hint of imperceptible awe as they looked toward the petite figure at the edge of the field. Toph ignored those gazes. She took a slight breath, her body relaxing as her bare feet rooted firmly into the gravel. Then, she moved. There was no run-up, no exaggerated power-gathering pose. Her body merely sank slightly, as if merging with the earth beneath her feet. Then, her right fist, that hand with a child's roundness that looked completely non-threatening, shot forward with a speed so fast it almost left an afterimage, in a plain and ordinary strike. The movement was minimalist to the extreme, without any flashiness. Thud. A low thud, so deep it made one's heart skip a beat. The sound didn't resemble metal clashing or a giant rock splitting, it was more like an invisible giant hammer slamming into the heart deep within the earth. The entire training ground floor shook violently. Saka, standing closest, felt the gravel beneath his feet jumping. Soka's gaze was fixed on the basalt pillar that had been struck. On the surface of the pillar, with Toph's knuckles as the center, a circle of clearly visible ripples of cracks spread out silently and extremely rapidly. The cracks weren't chaotic, they formed a perfect, progressive concentric circle. Wherever the cracks passed, the hard basalt looked as if it had been melted by high heat and then instantly cooled, showing a strange, dense crystalline luster. There were no flying stone chips, no world-shaking collapse. That solid basalt pillar, which required 2 people to encircle it, had its core structure instantly dismantled from within by an incomprehensible, highly condensed oscillatory force. It still stood there, but Saka knew it was already dead. With just a light push, or even a slightly strong wind, it would crumble into a pile of uniform, fine sand shimmering with a crystalline glow. Toph slowly withdrew her fist and lightly flicked her wrist, as if just brushing off a bit of dust. Her hollow gray-green eyes turned toward Saka. Though she couldn't see the shock on his face bordering on stupor, she could clearly sense his sudden cessation of breath and the violent pounding of his heart. This is called vibration. Toph's voice was calm, as if introducing the most ordinary tool. It's not about using brute force to smash. It's about using vibration to find the point where it doesn't want to be hit, and then telling it that it's time to break. She paused, her small chin tilting up slightly with a natural pride. That little strength of yours doesn't even count as an itch. Want revenge. Want to stop being treated like trouble. First, learn how to tell the stone to break, instead of ramming around like a bristling wild boar. Other than exhausting yourself and breaking a few floorboards, what else can you do? She took a step forward with her bare feet, stepping onto the sand she had vibrated into a dense state, making a light crunching sound. She stopped precisely less than a foot away from Saka. Her hollow gaze seemed to pierce through his eyes, looking directly at the churning anger, humiliation, and the bottomless sea of blood and despair in the depths of his soul. Do you want to learn? Her voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange, piercing quality, like a cold chisel slamming into Soka's solid mental defenses. Or would you rather go back and sit there, being your mute stone, waiting for your bones to rust and your brain to rot, until one day you're blown into a pile of shredded meat by your own power? I want to learn. Soka's voice emerged with difficulty, carrying a heavy nasal tone and a hint of imperceptible trembling. He didn't know why a pampered, young lady from a wealthy family, and a blind one at that, possessed such formidable strength, but he knew clearly that this power might be the only driftwood he could grasp right now, the only thing that could rid him of the title of trouble, the only capital that would give him the right to speak of revenge. As long as it helped with his revenge, everything else didn't seem so important anymore. Toph's hollow gray-green eyes seemed to light up slightly, as if capturing that faint but firm spark in his voice. She said nothing more, simply turning around and walking toward the remaining basalt pillars in the center of the training ground, her voice drifting back faintly. Follow me. Feel the breath of the stone, and listen to the voice of the earth. Saka looked at her slender yet exceptionally upright back, then looked down at his bandaged, still aching hand. Finally, He took a deep breath and took a heavy but unusually firm step, following her. A few days slipped quietly by within the refined yet oppressive confines of the Baifeng estate. Most of the bandages on Soka's face had been removed, leaving only a few prominent scars that had yet to fully scab over, crawling across his skin like dark red earthworms. He no longer spent his days sitting idly in the pavilion or his room. Instead, he began following Afu to handle the remaining paperwork of the Panchi family, mostly tedious tasks like confirming the survival of clansmen, inventorying manor losses, and consoling the families of old subordinates. Every page seemed soaked in a metallic scent of blood that couldn't be washed away, yet Saka handled them with extraordinary calm. The rustling of his brush across the paper betrayed not a single ripple of emotion. He even took the initiative to seek out northern family disciples in the courtyard to ask for guidance on basic earthbending control techniques. His attitude was as humble as an unpolished rough stone, yet his gaze was focused to the point of obsession. Occasionally, a slightly awkward but sufficiently sincere smile would appear on his face in response to others' greetings. To onlookers, the youth who had been crushed by a sea of blood-deep enmity seemed to be struggling his way out. Though his steps were heavy, he was finally moving forward. He became, like a normal, somewhat introverted but hard-working and cheerful young man. Only Saka himself knew that the flame named revenge had never been extinguished. It was merely buried deep within the lowest layers of his consciousness, covered by a thick, cold shell of solid rock. Every time he flipped through those blood-stained files, every time he heard the servants discussing the friction at the Earth Kingdom borders, the lava beneath that shell roared and churned silently. He learned to control his power not to kill time, but to accumulate more precise and lethal energy for the eventual explosion. He was like a stubborn stone deliberately pressed into the grit to be ground down, his sharp edges temporarily retracted only so that, at the critical moment, he could more accurately shatter the enemy's skull. One evening, the afterglow of the setting sun plated the courtyard in a layer of warm gold, and even the bronze bells under the corridors were tinged with a gentle light. Saka had just come out of Afu's study, rubbing his throbbing temples and preparing to return to his room to rest. "Hey, mute stone." That cool and direct voice rang out from behind him, like a small pebble tossed into a calm lake. Saka paused and turned around. In the sunset light, Toph was walking toward him. She had changed out of her usual signature light green outfit into a set of training clothes that were easier to move in and showed more personal style. The top was a deep ochre sleeveless tunic, revealing firm and well-proportioned arm lines with muscle contours like small stones hidden under the skin. The bottom consisted of wide-legged pants of the same color, tucked neatly into gaiters. She was barefoot, her soles stained with a bit of dirt as if she had just returned from the training grounds. Her long black hair was still pinned up but more loosely, with a few stray strands hanging by her temples, making her baby fat-tinged face look less childish and more wildly unrestrained. Most striking was the green hair ornament pinned to her hair, shimmering in the sunset. This outfit instantly made Saka think of the free-spirited wanderers on the northern wilderness. It was a stark contrast to her somewhat aloof, young mistress, image within the Baifeng estate. "Follow me." Toph reached him without any nonsense. She tilted her head slightly, her small ears twitching as if capturing subtle changes in Soka's breathing and heartbeat, like a vigilant young beast. Soka's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained impassive. "Where to?" "It's almost dark." The corners of Toph's mouth seemed to curve upward, an expression bordering on slyness flashing across her face so quickly it felt like an illusion. She leaned in a little closer, her voice dropping low with a sense of sharing a secret that was almost childishly mysterious, yet carried an unquestionable firmness. "I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else, Tilda." She deliberately dragged out the last word with a hint of playfulness before her tone shifted back to its directness. "I'm taking you to a good place." Saka grew more suspicious, his gaze sweeping over her bare feet. "What kind of good place?" "You'll know when we get there." Toph didn't explain further and turned to leave, her bare feet making a light patter against the stone path, her steps light and steady. Saka watched her back, hesitated for a moment, and then followed. They didn't take the main gate of the estate but instead wound through a secluded back garden. The roses in the garden were in full bloom but untended, petals littering the ground. Reaching a seemingly abandoned section of the wall, Toph stopped and pressed her hand against the stones. With a soft click, a slab of rock slid inward silently like a heavy stone door, revealing a pitch-black entrance extending downward. A murky heat wave mixed with dust, sweat, and cheap alcohol hit them, accompanied by a distant, muffled roar like thunder, the frantic shouts and screams of countless people, along with the sound of heavy objects slamming violently. Soka's pupils constricted suddenly. This smell, this sound, instantly triggered the darkest images in the depths of his memory. The chaotic battlefield, the wails of the dying, the ear-piercing sound of metal striking rock. He subconsciously tensed his body, his knuckles turning slightly white as a cold vigilance and a faint, uncontrollable murderous intent surged within him. What? Scared. Toph seemed to sense his momentary stiffness and asked without looking back, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. She was the first to bend down and slip into the entrance. Saka took a deep breath, suppressing his churning emotions, and his gaze became deep and calm once more. He followed closely behind, entering the dark downward passage. The stone door closed silently behind them, cutting off the last light of the sunset. The passage was narrow and steep, only wide enough for one person. The walls were rough and cold, seeping with water droplets, and his fingertips could feel fine grit as they brushed past. The steps beneath were slippery and covered in grime, a mixture of soil and unknown stains that occasionally let out a creak when stepped on. The murky air grew thicker, and the deafening waves of sound hit his eardrums like a physical force, becoming clearer and clearer, carrying a primal, blood-pumping madness. After walking for about 15 minutes, a flickering, dim yellow light appeared ahead. The noise reached a crescendo, as if countless people were screaming right in his ears. At the end of the passage, the view suddenly opened up. A massive underground space beyond imagination unfolded before Soka's eyes. It looked like a hollowed-out mountain interior, with a soaring dome and jagged rocks, some rocks hung down like the fangs of a giant beast. Huge, crude torches and oil lamps were thrust into the cracks of the rock walls, providing the primary light source and casting flickering shadows over the space, creating a bizarre and fanatical atmosphere. In the center of the space was a massive octagonal arena built from thick logs and heavy stone. The rocks at the edge of the arena were covered in dents, as if they had been struck countless times. Surrounding the arena were crude stone bleachers extending upward like terraced fields. At this moment, the bleachers were packed with people. They were dressed in all sorts of ways. Well-dressed merchants clutching banknotes and screaming, travel-worn mercenaries cheering while patting the weapons at their waists, rough craftsmen stomping their feet with bare arms, and even some warriors with sinister gazes and fierce auras unconsciously tapping the stone steps. Everyone seemed possessed, waving their arms and shouting themselves hoarse. The massive waves of sound converged into a terrifying, suffocating pressure. On the arena, a crude and barbaric duel was taking place. A burly, bare-chested man with skin glowing with a rock-like grayish-white luster was roaring as he swung a massive stone hammer, slamming it toward his opponent, a small, agile man who moved like a mole. That man avoided the stone hammer by a hair's breadth, his body sliding eerily along the ground as his hands suddenly plunged into the arena floor. Rumble. The hard rock arena beneath the burly man's feet instantly softened and collapsed. It was like falling into quicksand. The man's massive frame sank abruptly, and his stone hammer hit the ground, sending stone fragments flying. A few pieces bounced into the front row spectators, but no one cared. Instead, they cheered even harder. He roared, trying to pull his legs out, but more rocks coiled around him like living things, tightening like snakes. Quicksand technique. Soka's gaze sharpened. This was a very practical earthbending technique, extremely threatening in actual combat. But this arena, he noticed that the range of the quicksand was precisely controlled to a tiny area beneath the man's feet, while the rest of the arena remained as hard as iron. This kind of control was far beyond what those showy performers at the estate training grounds could match. The man's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as his body launched from the ground like a spring, a sharp stone spike appearing in his hand as he stabbed toward the burly man's immobilized throat. The atmosphere in the bleachers was instantly ignited to its peak. The frantic shouting nearly blew the roof off the cave. Just as the stone spike was about to pierce the skin. Roar. The burly man let out a heaven-shaking roar. The muscles on his arms bulged as he suddenly jerked them apart. The rock restraints coiling around his legs were actually shattered by sheer brute force. Amidst flying stone shards, his left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the incoming stone spike. The spike was crushed to powder in his hand like a dry twig. His other massive stone fist, carrying the whistling sound of wind, slammed heavily into the mole man's chest. PFF'd. The clear sound of bones snapping was drowned out by the thunderous cheers. The mole man's body flew back like a broken sack, slamming heavily into the rock guardrail at the edge of the arena with a dull thud before sliding down limply, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, his fate unknown. A tall, thin man acting as a referee jumped onto the arena. Though thin, he was actually quite robust, with veins bulging on his arms. He raised the burly man's arm, shouting something at the top of his lungs. The mountain-shaking roar of, "Stone Demon! Stone Demon! Stone Demon!" instantly filled the entire underground space. Soka's breathing became slightly hurried. The battles here were primal, bloody, and direct. There was no stopping at the point of contact, no complex rules, only the purest violence and survival. Every person standing on that arena had a beast-like glint in their eyes, a hunger for victory, or rather, for staying alive. This environment, this pressure, was exactly what he needed. The power within his body was restless, yearning to stand on that stage, yearning to use the most direct method to vent, to hone, and to become familiar with the sensation of killing. How is it? More exciting than at the estate, right? Toph's voice rang in his ear, carrying a trace of imperceptible excitement. She tilted her head slightly as if enjoying the atmosphere, her bare toes curling and pressing into the dust on the ground. Saka didn't answer. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, scanning the fanatical spectators, the bloody arena, and the dark corners. He was evaluating, memorizing, and searching for everything he could utilize. Toph didn't mind his silence, leading him with practiced ease through the crowded, foul-smelling edges of the bleachers toward a higher point. As she approached, the crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force, automatically opening a gap. Many people who saw her, especially her headband and bare feet, showed looks of awe, wariness, and even fanaticism. Low whispers spread through the crowd. "It's the blind bandit. Is she going to fight tonight? Who's that kid behind her? A new face. Blind bandit." Saka caught the title. He looked at the petite back ahead of him, moving steadily through the crowd like a reef parting the sea, and his understanding of this fiancé was refreshed once again. Here, she clearly held an extraordinary status and a fearsome reputation. Toph eventually stopped at a relatively independent stone platform with an excellent view. It was like a small, private box, with only a stone table and a few stone stools. She sat down casually, resting her bare feet on the edge of the stone table in a relaxed and natural posture, as if this were her throne. "Sit." Saka sat as instructed, his gaze still locked onto the bloody and violent octagonal arena below. A new opponent had already taken the stage, and the battle had begun once more. The clashing of metal, the explosion of rocks, muffled groans of pain, and frantic shouts intertwined to form a barbaric symphony. Toph turned her body, her hollow gaze, seemingly piercing through the noise to fall on Saka. Her small nose twitched slightly, as if distinguishing the complex aura radiating from him, a mixture of vigilance, desire, and a hint of bloodthirst. "See it clearly?" she suddenly asked, her voice reaching Soka's ears clearly despite the deafening background noise. "The stones here aren't those pretty, dead things in the training grounds. They bleed, they wail, and they take lives." She paused, the corners of her mouth curling into a nearly cruel arc that looked exceptionally eerie on her baby fat-tinged face. "Want to try, mute stone? I only see staged fights and capital, they've clearly had professional training. Every move looks violent, but in fact, every move is deliberate. They look heavily injured, but they'll actually recover in a few days," Saka replied, withdrawing his gaze from the arena to look at Toph. "If I go up there, it'll be different." Toph raised an eyebrow at his words as if she had heard something interesting, a flash of intrigue crossing her eyes. Soka's cold and sharp evaluation, "I only saw fixed matches and capital," was like a drop of water into boiling oil, instantly stirring deeper ripples on Toph's wild and untamable face. The nearly cruel curve of her mouth suddenly deepened, turning into a brilliant smile filled with challenge and even a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Her white teeth glinted coldly under the flickering firelight. She leaned forward abruptly, nearly crossing the stone table, her seemingly hollow gaze, that seemed capable of piercing the soul, firmly locking onto the restless, low growling beast named Revenge within Soka's body. Oh. Her voice trailed upward with a hint of cat and mouse playfulness. Immediately after, that playfulness was replaced by a decisive, unquestionable certainty. Her voice wasn't loud, but it struck the noisy background like an invisible hammer. It'll be different once I go up there. Before her words even faded, Toph's bare feet had already lightly dropped from the edge of the stone table, landing steadily on the rough, cold rocky ground. She didn't look at Saka again, as if her declaration just now was merely a notice rather than a request for an opinion. Her small figure crouched slightly on the massive stone platform, then, like an arrow leaving a bow, she leapt toward the octagonal arena below. She didn't use the stairs or take a detour. She chose the most direct and shocking path, straight down from the top of the high stands. Whoa! She's going down. The blind bandit is entering the ring. Look! The crowded masses below were like boiling water into which a giant boulder had been tossed, instantly erupting into a wave of sound even more fanatical than when the stone demon had won. Countless eyes, filled with awe, fear, and extreme excitement, focused in unison on that petite figure plummeting like a meteorite. Soka's pupils suddenly constricted. He stood up abruptly, his hands instinctively bracing against the edge of the cold stone table, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. His gaze followed the figure intently, his heart pounding heavily against his ribs. Toph did not panic in midair, her body unfurled with incredible flexibility and coordination. On her way down, her small bare feet precisely and lightly tapped against protruding rocks or thick wooden support beams on the edges of several tiers of stands to gain momentum. Each light touch was accompanied by a subtle vibration, like a pebble tossed into a pond, rippling out invisible waves beneath her feet. These vibration waves, nearly imperceptible to ordinary people, fed back the precise location of every inch of terrain and every obstacle below into her brain. Thud, thud, thud. Her movements were as fast as a phantom, light as if weightless, yet carrying the force of 1,000 tons. Each step was accompanied by a crisp, metallic clink, the sound of pure power colliding with rock. The crowd near her landing points cried out as they scrambled to dodge, the chaos mixed with cries of pain and curses from being trampled. In just a few breaths, that dark ochre figure, like a precision-guided shell, crashed into the center of the octagonal arena with the sound of rushing wind. Boom! A dull, heart-stopping crash. The entire massive arena, along with its solid foundation, seemed to be shaken by her violent landing. Centered on the spot where her bare feet hit, a visible web of fine cracks instantly spread across the hard stone arena. The resulting stone dust billowed like smoke, forming a hazy veil in the dim, flickering firelight. In this moment, the entire noisy underground space fell into a brief, vacuum-like silence. The blind bandit is here. Toph shouted. All the shouting, hissing, and roaring were instantly choked off by an invisible giant hand. Countless eyes widened in disbelief, watching the petite figure slowly straighten up amidst the dust on the stage. The dust cleared slightly. Toph stood firm in the center of the arena, her bare feet planted steadily at the center of the web of cracks she had created. Her dark ochre sleeveless tunic outlined her firm, fluid lines, and her wide-legged trousers fluttered slightly in the turbulent air. That small green hair ornament, like a spark of unyielding life, shone stubbornly amidst the pervasive dust and scent of blood. She tilted her head slightly, her small ears twitching almost imperceptibly, as if listening to the residual vibrations of the arena beneath her feet, and as if capturing the heavy heartbeats of the entire underground space that had stopped because of her. Her posture was relaxed, even a bit lazy, as if she had just casually strolled here. However, the invisible aura she radiated, as solid as a mountain yet as sharp as a blade, made the entire space hold its breath. The stone demon's mountain-like, muscular frame stood at the edge of the arena, only a few yards away from her. He had just finished enjoying the winner's cheers, and the arrogance and ferocity of a victor had not yet completely faded from his face before being frozen by this opponent who had descended from the sky in such a shocking manner. Beneath his grayish-white rocky skin, his muscles tensed with alertness, and he instinctively held his massive stone hammer in front of him, as if facing a small but extremely dangerous beast that had suddenly intruded into his territory. For the first time, a look of solemnity appeared in his bell-like eyes, and even, a hint of wariness that he hadn't even noticed himself. The referee, a tall, lean, and sharp-eyed man with a cold gaze, also tensed his body, standing in the corner of the arena and staring sharply at Toph, seemingly evaluating this sudden turn of events. Toph's hollow gaze slowly swept across the silent stands, past the stone demon who was as if facing a great enemy, and finally, seemingly inadvertently, she tilted her chin slightly toward the high stone platform where Saka was. Although she couldn't see, the meaning conveyed by this gesture was clearly imprinted in Soka's eyes. Watch closely, mute stone. This is what different really means. Then, she turned toward the stone demon, who still maintained a defensive posture. Her face was expressionless, holding only a calmness like the frozen soil of the north. She extended her right hand and lightly beckoned with her index finger toward her opponent, who was several times larger than her. A gesture simple to the extreme, yet filled with infinite contempt and provocation. Boom. The brief silence was instantly ignited. The audience in the stands erupted like a powder keg, letting out unprecedented, frenzied roars that nearly blew off the entire underground dome. Blind bandit! Blind bandit! Blind bandit! Tear him apart! Go, stone demon! Crush that midget! Bloodthirsty fanaticism once again ruled this underground kingdom. Everyone knew that a clash far exceeding any before, a true life-and-death collision belonging to top-tier earthbenders, was about to explode on this blood-stained octagonal arena. The stone demon was completely enraged by that blatant provocation. The last trace of wariness in his eyes was replaced by a violent fury. A roar even more deafening than before erupted from his throat, like a wounded giant bear. He no longer hesitated, his massive body lunged forward, his heavy steps making the arena rumble. That terrifyingly large stone hammer was swung with one hand, carrying a horrifying, air-tearing shriek like a collapsing mountain, as it smashed down with all its might toward the tiny but lethally threatening figure in the center of the arena, without any fancy tricks. A powerful wind blew against her face, stirring the hair at Toph's temples. A massive shadow instantly enveloped her. Saka stood high above, his body as tense as a bowstring, his eyes locked onto the scene below. He could clearly see the destructive trajectory of the stone hammer as it fell, and how fragile Toph's petite figure appeared under the massive shadow. His breathing was held, the dormant power within him roaring wildly, as if urging him to rush down, and as if trembling with excitement for the coming collision. At the critical moment when the stone hammer was about to crush Toph into a pulp, Toph moved. She didn't retreat, and she didn't dodge. Facing the falling shadow of destruction, she slammed her bare foot against the ground. Boom! A crash even more muffled and shocking than when she had landed exploded. This time, the rock beneath her feet didn't just shatter into a web, it was as if it had been struck hard from below by an invisible giant fist. A whole slab of hard arena rock, several feet in diameter and half a foot thick, was actually jolted upward by the force of her stomp, shattering and then exploding upward like a detonated bomb. Countless sharp rock fragments, like buckshot accelerated by an invisible giant force, carried a shriek that tore through the air, forming a lethal, upward erupting torrent that collided head-on with the falling massive stone hammer. Toph's seemingly delicate stomp had triggered a power like a landslide. Countless sharp rock fragments, as if summoned from the depths of hell by an invisible giant force, carried a shriek that tore through the air, forming a lethal, upward erupting torrent of shrapnel that collided head-on with the falling massive stone hammer. Clang! 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 The sound of dense impacts, enough to make one's scalp tingle, instantly exploded. The hard fragments were like hail hitting steel, bursting into countless fine sparks and stone dust on the surface of the massive stone hammer. That trajectory, which had the momentum of 10,000 tons, was actually stalled and knocked off course by this violent, gravel buckshot. The stone demon's massive frame shuddered violently. The immense impact was transmitted through the stone hammer to his arms, numbing his hands and making his arm muscles tremble violently. He roared, trying to steady the hammer's momentum and force it down. But more rock fragments had already bypassed the face of the hammer like venomous bees, pelting his skin and his unprotected face and head. Thwack! 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 The hard fragments hit his skin with dull thuds, leaving behind clear white marks. Some sharp edges, though they didn't cut his skin, caused him intense pain. He didn't have a single visible wound on the surface, but his pained expression certainly didn't seem fooled. Even more terrifying were the fragments flying toward his face, forcing him to hastily raise his thick arms to block, instantly obscuring his vision. In that flash of lightning, as the stone demon was battered into a pathetic state by the storm of fragments and his offensive was completely halted. Toph's figure moved. She didn't pause for a second, as if that earth-shattering stomp just now was merely the introductory drumbeat. Before the dust from the erupting rock could settle, she had already darted out across the ground like a phantom. Her petite figure pulled a blurred afterimage under the dim, flickering firelight, her speed exceeding what ordinary eyes could capture. Her target was not the stone demon himself. It was the patch of arena floor beneath his feet, the area that had just been struck by the stone hammer and then shattered by her stomp, and was not yet completely stable. Saka saw it clearly from his high vantage point. His heart was nearly in his throat. Toph's choice of timing, angle, and target were all suffocatingly precise. She took advantage of the stone demon's massive size and the instability of his center of gravity from blocking the fragments, and even more so, she utilized the weakest area of the arena that she herself had created. Toph rushed to the edge of the cracked rock slab, her body nearly parallel to the ground. Her bare foot stomped out again like lightning. This time, it wasn't a violent upward explosion, but a precise stomp like a drill, concentrating a terrifying, piercing power. Thud. A sound so muffled it was extreme, like a giant boulder falling into a deep pool. Centered on the point where her toes landed, a condensed, invisible vibration wave rippled out like a pebble tossed into water. But these ripples didn't go outward, she skillfully guided them like countless invisible steel needles, stabbing deep into the already loosened rock layers below. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of rock shattering set teeth on edge. That patch of arena rock, already full of cracks, completely collapsed and disintegrated under this precisely piercing vibration force, like building blocks having their last support removed. The stone demon's massive frame was standing right on this area. He only felt the ground beneath him suddenly vanish. He fell downward irresistibly, as if standing on a suddenly collapsing quicksand trap. The immense sense of weightlessness made him let out a roar of shock and fury. His massive body and heavy stone hammer instead became burdens that accelerated his fall. Rumble. Dust and rock fragments shot into the sky. A pit nearly 10 feet in diameter and several feet deep abruptly appeared in the center of the arena. The previously majestic and overbearing stone demon now had only half his chest and a furiously roaring head exposed at the edge of the pit. Everything below his waist, along with that massive stone hammer, was firmly wedged and buried by the shattered rock. He struggled violently, attempting to break free with brute force, but the surrounding rocks only let out unsettling groans and finer cracking sounds under his immense twisting, pinning him even tighter. He was like a giant beast fallen into a hunter's trap, possessing brute strength but nowhere to use it, left only to roar in futility. The entire underground space fell into an eerie, deathly silence once more. Only the stone demon's unwilling roars echoed through the air. Everyone was utterly stunned by this lightning-fast, cognition-shattering scene. From Toph shattering the arena to trigger a stone storm that stalled the hammer, to her charging across the ground to precisely create the pit to trap her enemy, the entire process flowed like water, happening in a mere 2 or 3 breaths. Violent power and exquisite, subtle control reached a terrifyingly perfect unity in that petite figure. Blind bandit. Someone was the first to scream it at the top of their lungs. Immediately following, it spread like a wildfire across the plains. Blind bandit. Blind bandit. Blind bandit. Beautifully done. Kill him. A roar far more fanatical and crazed than when the stone demon had one erupted from the stands. With absolute strength and cold efficiency, Toph had instantly conquered this mob that believed only in power. They looked at the figure standing barefoot in the center of the arena, as calm as if she had merely stepped on an ant, their eyes filled with a near-religious fanatical worship. Toph stood at the edge of the pit, head slightly lowered, looking down at the stone demon struggling in vain like a trapped beast. Her baby fat face wore a smirk that was both arrogant and wild. She slowly raised her right hand, fingers spread and palm down, aiming it at that head twisted by rage and humiliation in the pit. An invisible, heart-palpitating sense of pressure instantly permeated the air. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Tiny pebbles at the edge of the pit began to jump and tremble uncontrollably. The stone demon's roars came to a screeching halt. He felt a lethal threat. A massive, primal fear of death instantly seized him. He twisted his body desperately, trying to pull his head down, but the rocks pinning him didn't budge an inch. He could only look up in despair at that slender palm, as if seeing the raised scythe of the Grim Reaper. The referee's face changed drastically in the corner. He leaned forward as if to rush up and stop it, but he was intimidated by Toph's terrifying strength and the current aura, his feet remaining nailed to the spot. Saka stood on the high stone platform, his body still tense, but his gaze had changed. The initial shock and worry were replaced by a deep, tempered sharpness. He watched Toph's palm hovering over the pit, condensing destructive power, and saw the stone demon's desperate, fearful eyes. The lava within him named revenge seemed to be strongly stimulated by this extreme violence and control, beginning to churn and roar even more turbulently. He needed this power. He craved this absolute control over life and death. Just as everyone thought the stone demon was about to have his head utterly crushed by Toph's thunderous methods. Toph's palm, which had condensed terrifying power, slowly and steadily lowered. The suffocating field around her dissipated along with it. She simply looked at the stone demon in the pit and asked clearly in her unique voice, not loud, but piercing through the brief silence. Yielded yet, big guy. The entire underground space was so quiet a pin could be heard dropping. All the shouts and screams seemed to be throttled once more by an invisible hand. Countless eyes stared fixedly at the stone demon in the pit. The stone demon's face, twisted by fear, twitched violently, veins bulging under his grayish skin. Humiliation, unwillingness, rage, various emotions intertwined crazily in his eyes. But ultimately, under the shadow of death brought by that palm that had just been lowered but could still take his life at any moment, all emotions turned into the deepest fear and submission. He laboriously and extremely slowly nodded his massive head. An indistinct yet unmistakable syllable came from his throat. Yield. His voice was hoarse, filled with the trembling of a survivor. A tiny, almost satisfied expression flickered across Toph's face, gone in an instant. She no longer looked at the stone demon, as if what she was stepping on was merely an eyesore of a stone. Her hollow gaze slowly rose, piercing through the silence following the clamor, and with a faint hint of provocation, cast itself once more toward the figure standing like a monolith on the high stone platform, Saka. See that? That silent gaze seemed to say. This is what power should look like. Toph got the answer she wanted, a simple, humiliating, yet incredibly real, yield. The slight satisfaction on her face was like a crack on ice, vanishing in a flash. She didn't look again at the stone demon panting like a trapped beast beneath her feet, his eyes a mix of fear and resentment, as if he were just a stumbling block that needed clearing. Her hollow gaze pierced through the dust yet to settle in the underground space and the silence after the clamor, precisely and with a hint of scrutiny, casting itself again toward the figure standing like a monolith on the high stone platform, Saka. See that? That arrogant gaze was like cold steel needles, piercing the silence after the noise and stabbing deep into Soka's eyes. This is what power should look like. Pure, efficient, crushing all obstacles. Not playing house, and not a plaything of capital. Saka received the message. Deep within his pool-like eyes, beneath the layer of forcibly suppressed ice, the lava named revenge was churning and roaring with unprecedented fury under Toph's demonstration of extreme violence and absolute control. He needed this power. He craved this absolute power to crush enemies under his feet and control their lives. Toph had used the most direct method to light his fuse and point the way. Power should be used like this. The fanaticism in the stands continued, the deafening shouts of blind bandit washing over the massive underground space like waves, but the protagonist in the center of the arena had lost interest. Toph was oblivious to the surrounding clamor. She didn't even acknowledge the referee in the corner who looked conflicted and hesitant to speak. Her small barefoot toes lightly tapped the arena floor covered in rubble and cracks, and her body drifted up as if weightless. With a few precise leaps, her figure flickered several times in the dim light and shadows before landing lightly back on the high stone platform where Saka was. She still carried the dust of the arena and a faint scent of saltpeter. A few loose strands of hair on her forehead were slightly dampened by sweat, but that small green hair ornament still sparkled stubbornly. She didn't look at Saka, walking straight to the stone table to pick up a small waterskin placed there at some point, unscrewing the cap and taking a few gulps of fresh water. Droplets slid down her sharp jawline, dripping onto her dark ochre vest and leaving dark marks. Let's go. She put down the waterskin, her voice cold and direct, as if she wasn't the one who had just created a pit and controlled life and death in the arena. No explanation, no showing off, not even an inquiry about Soka's feelings. Saka withdrew his gaze from the massive pit below and the stone demon still struggling in vain, finally letting it rest on Toph's dust-covered bare feet. He nodded in silence and followed behind her without a word. The way back was still that narrow, steep, murky-smelling dark passage. But this time, the passage was no longer filled with only the monotonous footsteps of two people. The earth-shaking clamor behind them grew distant and blurred as if separated by a thick curtain, yet it was branded deep into Soka's mind. The primal shouts, the bloody scent, the roar of colliding power, and that shocking scene of Toph shattering the arena like a descending deity. In the passage, only the echoes of their footsteps on the damp stone steps remained, along with the thumping of Soka's own heavy heart, which felt as if it were burning with lava. Toph walked in front, her bare feet treading on the cold, slippery steps, every step as steady as a rock. She seemed to sense the hot, suppressed fluctuations of breath behind her that threatened to burst from Soka's chest. Her small ears twitched imperceptibly, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curl upward again in a fleeting arc of knowing and a trace of subtle satisfaction. Passing through the desolate back garden, the scent of decaying leaves diluted some of the murkiness from underground. When the heavy stone door disguised as a rock slid open silently again, the cool night air of the Baifeng estate instantly rushed into their noses, carrying the slight chill of the garden's greenery, along with a suffocating sense of exquisite and oppressive order. The estate was silent, save for the distant, rhythmic, and rigid footsteps of the night guards. Warm yellow lanterns under the eaves emitted a soft but heatless light, clearly illuminating the neatly trimmed trees and orderly stone paths. Compared to the wild, bloody, power-is-everything world underground, everything here seemed so fake and fragile, like a meticulously constructed stage set. Toph familiarly led Saka, avoiding the patrol routes, moving like two silent shadows through the estate's complex corridors and courtyards. She seemed to know every door and every shadow here like the back of her hand. Finally, they returned to the entrance of the remote courtyard where Saka lived. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, and inside it was pitch black and silent. Toph stopped at the gate and turned to face Saka. The light from the lanterns under the eaves hit her face at an angle, half bright and half hidden in shadow. Those hollow eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, looking directly into the depths of Soka's soul. Her small nostrils twitched slightly again, as if confirming the lingering underground scent on him and his still boiling state of mind. She didn't speak, only tilting her head slightly, the green hair ornament flashing a bit of light in the lantern glow. A silent inquiry, a gaze waiting for confirmation. Saka stood in the shadows, his figure as straight as a spear. The crazed clamor of the underground world and Toph's shocking, crushing victory were like quenching water and lava, violently colliding and merging within him. He raised his eyes to meet Toph's gaze, which seemed to see through everything. Deep within his pool-like eyes, the ice had completely melted, replaced by a settled, deeper, and more dangerous undercurrent. Within that undercurrent was a vengeful will that had grown firmer through tempering, and a clearer, colder understanding of the essence of power. He nodded slowly and with extreme solemnity. No words were needed. This action itself was the most powerful answer to Toph's silent inquiry and a promise to the lava within his own heart. Toph got the response she wanted. A smile appeared on her baby fat face, and those hollow eyes seemed to flicker slightly, like a pebble thrown into a deep pool causing a ripple. Wait. Toph stopped and turned back in confusion. Then you'd better not go, at least next time go to somewhere more formal. Toph nodded and turned to leave with a smile, her bare feet stepping on the cold stone slabs, her figure quickly disappearing into the deeper shadows of the adjacent courtyard, like a wisp of wind merging into the night. On this day, Bathing Wind was sitting in his room handling various trivial matters of the Panchi family. The major affairs and trade relations of the family were still managed by Afu. Piled by his hand were several scrolls regarding land rents and taxes, his fingertips traced over the yellowed paper, his brow slightly furrowed as he cross-checked a discrepancy in the figures. Suddenly, there was a soft sound from the room door, a knock carrying a hint of hesitation. Who is it? Bathing Wind looked up, his voice calm. From outside the door came a female voice that sounded slightly soft and sweet, yet hid a touch of awkwardness. It's me. Come in. The door was pushed open gently, and Toph walked in. She was wearing a light green and white high-waisted ruchun, just as she did back at the northern family's estate. The hem was embroidered with intricate vine patterns, and a silk cord of the same color was tied around her waist, making her figure appear even more slender. Her hair was still meticulously pinned up, with 2 strands of stray hair hanging by her temples, adding a touch of gentleness. Standing at the door with her eyelids slightly lowered, she looked weak and well-behaved as she spoke softly toward the outside. I've arrived, you two can head back first. Yes, miss. From outside the door came the low responses of 2 maidservants, followed by the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Toph closed the door behind her, and the moment she turned around, that gentle and submissive appearance vanished like smoke scattered by the wind. Saka was looking at her in confusion, but before he could speak, he saw her leap nimbly onto his bed. She bluntly crossed her legs, resting her left hand casually on her knee while her right index finger poked into her nostril twice. My dad said, she remarked nonchalantly, go find Saka when you're free, spend more time with him, and get more familiar with each other. After all, you'll be together in the future. There, those were his words. Saka, having long grown accustomed to her instant switching between 2 faces, merely raised an eyebrow helplessly. So, you're really so bored that you made a special trip to find me. Toph flicked away a booger from her fingertip, her eyes lighting up with an irrepressible excitement in her tone. Didn't you say last time to, at least find a more formal venue next time? I've been sneaking out these past few days and found a massive arena in the underground of Jailing Town. There's a competition there, I think it's called the Earth Strength Hegemony Tournament. She became more animated as she spoke, gesturing wildly. Though it's a bit less violent and bloody compared to the venues up north, they actually give prizes to the champion. Watching her eyes shine with excitement and listening to her vivid description, the unmasked joy on her face unexpectedly made Saka feel that this fiancé looked somewhat pleasing to the eye at this moment. He shook his head violently to cast aside this sudden thought and asked in a low voice, the venues you went to before didn't have prizes or prize money? Nope. Toph's answer was simple and direct as her fingertips tapped on the edge of the bed. Those places are just for people seeking combat to gather and fight. The organizers only provide the venue and the opportunity, they're the ones making all the money from the bets. So, Saka drew out the word, waiting for her to continue. So I'm inviting you to go check it out with me. Toph immediately put on a pitiful expression, blinking her eyes as her voice softened into a deliberate, coquettish tone, won't my fiancé give me a chance tilde? Saka watched Toph's face instantly switch to a pitiful, expectant look, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This young miss of the northern family practically personified duplicity to the extreme in front of him. One moment she was a dignified and fragile noble lady, and the next she could be picking her nose on a bed with her legs crossed like a street thug. Even more ridiculous was her ability to seamlessly switch back to acting cute. Won't my fiancé give me a chance? Saka intentionally mimicked her affected tone with obvious teasing. It's truly a waste for someone with your face-changing skills not to join a theater troupe. Toph immediately dropped her pitiful act and curled her lip. TCH, ungrateful. Just say whether you're going or not. I heard the champion's prize this time is a piece of extremely high purity, ink jade marrow. It's of great benefit to earth sect cultivation. Her eyes were sparkling, clearly having coveted this prize for a long time. Earth Strength Hegemony Tournament. Jailing Town Underground. Quote. Saka mused, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Having handled Panchi family affairs for a long time, He wasn't entirely ignorant of the existence of certain gray areas within the territory, but he hadn't expected the scale to be so large that even a newcomer like Toph could precisely find the entrance. You certainly are well informed. However, that kind of place is a mixed bag of people. Do you really think it's appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Toph waved her hand dismissively. What kind of scene hasn't this lady seen? Besides, she winked cunningly with a bit of pride, isn't the Panchi young master right here? Who would dare touch me? Even if some blind fool tries, the two of us together will beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. Saka felt like laughing at her fearless attitude, but he maintained a serious expression. He did indeed need to understand these murky corners of the territory. Seeing it for himself was better than just listening to reports. Moreover, he was also curious about the ink jade marrow Toph mentioned. More importantly, looking at her face beaming with excitement, those gray-green eyes that were usually cunning or feigned weakness now flickering with a pure desire for battle and treasure, Saka found that he really couldn't bring himself to say no. Fine. Saka finally relented, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness yet also hiding a trace of imperceptible indulgence. I'll treat it as observing the local conditions. When? Tonight. At the hour of the rat. Seeing her goal achieved, Toph bounced up from the bed with excitement, nearly hitting the low ceiling beam. I know a secret passage. Avoiding my family's patrols will be easy. The hour of the rat. Saka frowned. Does your father know you're running out so late? Oh, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who will know? Toph waved it off with an, it's fine, expression. My dad only said to spend more time with you, he didn't specify day or night. Going on an adventure together at night, isn't that even better for increasing our understanding? She intentionally emphasized the words, increasing our understanding, with a mischievous smile. Saka was momentarily rendered speechless by her words. This fiancé of his always had a set of twisted logic that he often found himself unable to refute. Also, Toph leaned in closer and lowered her voice, sounding a bit mysterious. I heard there are a few experts coming from the south this time. Their style is very wild, different from our northern style or your Panchi family's style. Don't you want to go see for yourself? These words accurately struck Soka's curiosity as a martial artist. He looked up, meeting Toph's gray eyes which flickered with excitement and provocation, and finally let out a helpless sigh, though the corners of his mouth curled into a tiny arc he hadn't even noticed. Understood. Hour of the rat, behind the rockery in the back garden. Saka compromised, adding, remember to change into some nimble clothes. Is that ruchun you're wearing meant for a banquet or for the arena? Toph looked down at her exquisite high-waisted ruchun and giggled. Don't worry, this lady has long been prepared. See you tonight, my dear fiancé Tilda. She intentionally dragged out the last word, then jumped off the bed like a nimble cat, returning to the gentle, eyes downcast appearance she had when she entered. She opened the door softly and spoke sweetly toward the direction where maid servants might be. I've finished talking with young Master Saka, I'm heading back now. After saying that, she turned back and made a huge face at Saka before, obediently, closing the door and leaving. The room became quiet again. Saka looked at the empty bed, where it felt as though Toph's lively aura still lingered. He rubbed his brow, feeling that handling a whole morning of family trivia wasn't as tiring as dealing with this fiancé for a single hour. But strangely, this exhaustion wasn't annoying, instead, it carried a bit of novelty and anticipation. He shook his head to clear the strange thought, his gaze falling back onto the scrolls on the desk, but his thoughts had already drifted far away. The hour of the rat, the underground arena, the Earth Strength Hegemony Tournament, and Toph's unmasked excitement, tonight was destined not to be peaceful. Thinking of the sparkling look in Toph's eyes when she described their opponents, the fire belonging to a martial artist deep within Soka's heart was also quietly ignited. He wanted to see what kind of wild style could make this haughty little blind princess of the northern family so interested. Just after the hour of the rat, the back garden of the Panchi residence was immersed in deep silence. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, with only a few scattered stars stubbornly flickering, casting vague halos of light. In the craggy shadows of the rockery, Saka stood as silently as a true rock, his presence retracted near perfectly. He was wearing dark gray martial attire suitable for movement, with an inconspicuous short coat of the same color over it. At his waist hung his accustomed long sword, its hilt worn smooth and warm. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, confirming that the patrol guard had just turned the corner. An extremely faint rustle, almost merging with the night wind, came from the other side of the rockery. Soka's eyes flickered as a figure much smaller than him, also wearing dark and nimble martial attire, darted out like a spirit cat. The newcomer was Toph. Her previously pinned-up hair was now tied into a high ponytail, with a few unruly strands hanging over her forehead, adding a bit of heroic spirit. That sophisticated routine had been replaced by tight-fitting dark green clothes and trousers, outlining the vigorous lines unique to a young girl. Over it, she wore a similarly dark short cloak with the hood resting casually behind her head. Occasionally, moonlight broke through the clouds, illuminating those gray-green eyes that shone brightly even in the dark, dancing with the pure flames of excitement for adventure. Quite punctual, young Master Saka. Toph lowered her voice, leaning in with a hint of a mischievous smile. Cut the chatter. Saka was brief, his gaze quickly scanning her to confirm there were no cumbersome decorations. Where is the secret passage? Follow me. Toph wasted no more words and turned to dive into the depths of the rockery. Her familiarity with this place surprised Saka. He saw her stop and take a stance by an unremarkable, moss-covered boulder, as if triggering an extremely hidden mechanism. Accompanied by a low grinding sound of stone that was almost inaudible, the bottom of the boulder actually slid inward to reveal an opening only large enough for a person to pass through by bending over. A cold wind smelling of earth and old dust gushed out from within. Impressive. Saka praised sincerely. Even he, the young master of the Panchi family, might not have been fully aware of a secret passage of this level. Of course, look who made it. Toph raised her chin proudly and was the first to bend down and crawl in. Saka followed closely, careful not to touch the walls. The entrance closed silently behind him, and the last trace of faint skylight was cut off, plunging them into pitch black darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. The tunnel was narrow and damp, the air stale. Toph, however, acted as if she were strolling in her own backyard. Her footsteps were light and accurate, clearly not her first time walking here. She didn't even need illumination, seemingly able to perceive every rise and fall of the tunnel. Saka, relying on his superhuman perception and familiarity with the Panchi aura, followed the blurry silhouette ahead closely. In the darkness, only the faint sound of their breathing and the rustle of fabric could be heard. Hey, Saka. Toph's voice sounded a bit muffled in the narrow space. Are you nervous? Nervous about what? Saka asked back, his tone steady. Going behind the adults, Vax for the first time, crawling through a tunnel at midnight with your fiancé to see underground fighting. Toph's voice carried an obvious smile. Doesn't it sound very exciting? I'm more worried that you'll tear the arena apart. Saka spoke the truth. TCH, you underestimate me. Toph snorted in dissatisfaction. This lady has a sense of propriety. I'm just watching the match, not looking to challenge the gym, unless the prize is too tempting or the opponent is too punchable. Saka wordlessly curled the corners of his mouth. In the darkness, Toph seemed able to feel his slight emotional change and gave a couple of giggles. A strange sense of alliance from sharing a secret together quietly grew between the two. The tunnel wound downwards, and it felt like they had walked quite a long distance. Just as Saka estimated they should have left the vicinity of the Panchi residence, the vague sounds of a noisy crowd and a dull, rhythmic vibration, like countless feet stomping the ground, came from ahead. The air also became warmer, mixed with the smell of sweat, dust, cheap alcohol, and an indescribable aura of excitement. We're here. Toph's voice rang with excitement. She stopped and felt around in front of her. After another slight sound of a mechanism, a stone slab was pushed open. Blindingly bright light and deafening clamor instantly flooded into the tunnel like a tide, drowning them. Saka instinctively squinted his eyes, adjusting to the sudden light. The view before him suddenly opened up as a massive underground space, beyond imagination, presented itself. Earth's Strength Hegemony Tournament. A huge slogan pieced together from rough rocks hung high from the ceiling of the cavern, illuminated fitfully by dozens of crude torches burning unknown fats. The space sank down in a bowl shape, with a circular stone platform dozens of yards in diameter at the center, the so-called arena. Surrounding the arena were rough stone steps rising level by level, and at this moment, they were densely packed with people. All sorts of people from all walks of life. Rugged miners, mercenaries with fierce gazes, scantily clad women, masked rangers, and even a few landlords and wealthy merchants dressed in silk but wearing expressions of fanaticism. Everyone was waving their arms, shouting, and roaring. The sound waves converged into a heart-pounding torrent of energy that hammered against Soka's eardrums. The air was hot and stale, the scent of sweat mixed with dust hitting the nose directly. Saka frowned slightly. This environment was completely different from the solemnity he usually inhabited, filled with primitive wildness and chaotic vitality. He looked at Toph, only to find that far from being uncomfortable, she took a deep breath with an almost entranced expression on her face. Her gray-green eyes were startlingly bright, like two stars that had fallen into the mortal world. AI model. Gemini 3.1 flashlight. How is it? Pretty intense, right? Toph shouted at the top of her lungs into Soka's ear, just to be heard over the deafening roar. Saka nodded, his gaze sweeping sharply across the arena. He noticed the simple railing around the edge of the ring, though it was clearly only symbolic. In certain areas of the spectator stands, there seemed to be people maintaining order, but they all wore uniform dark brown leather armor with a simple earth block emblem embroidered on their cuffs. They were likely from the organizers. What he paid more attention to were the presences hidden in the corners of the crowd, several quite formidable powers, scanning new faces with scrutinizing and wary gazes. The appearance of him and Toph had clearly attracted some attention from the shadows. Find a place to sit and watch. Toph pulled on Soka's arm, maneuvering as nimbly as a fish through the crowded and foul-smelling throng. She seemed to have a destination in mind, weaving and winding, squeezing past a group of drunken toughs and several women screaming out bets, until they reached a spot that was relatively close to the front but not too conspicuous, in the shadow of a massive support pillar, where two protruding rocks just happened to serve as stools. No sooner had they sat down than a more intense burst of cheering and whistling erupted from the center of the ring. A sturdily built earthbender dressed in simple clothes jumped onto the ring. He used no amplification tools, yet his voice was incredibly resonant, instantly overpowering the noise of the entire arena. Everyone, quiet down. Let our ears take a break, and let your hearts prepare for an even more intense pounding in the next match. His voice was modulated and highly provocative. I am your favorite old friend, the one who ignites the rocks with his voice, Xin Fu. Xin Fu. Xin Fu. Xin Fu. The audience shouted his name fanatically. That's right. It's Xin Fu. Thank you all for visiting our jailing town's most hardcore, most explosive, and purest feast of power, the Earth Strength Hegemony Tournament. Here, only the hardest fists, the heaviest defenses, and the wildest earth power can reign supreme. Tell me, tonight, what do you want to see? Blood. Power. Champion. Came the mountain shaking, sea roaring response. Very good. Excellent taste. Xin Fu laughed. But before that, let us bring up the first pair of warriors to warm us up tonight. From the Black Rock Mine, Rockbreaker, Brock. Versus, from the southern frontier dunes, Shadow of Quicksand, Hassan. Following Xin Fu's passionate introduction, two large men of vastly different builds walked out from the tunnels on either side of the ring. One was as sturdy as a bear, with dark skin, knotted muscles, and holding two heavy short-handled pickaxes, Brock. The other was lean and agile, wrapped in a sand-yellow turban and robes, barefoot, and wearing peculiar fingerless gloves with membranes connecting the gaps between the fingers, Hassan. The two stared at each other fiercely, sparks seemingly flying in the air between them. The rules, old friends know them. Simple. Brutal. Effective. Xin Fu's voice resonated through the arena. No sharpened weapons. No attacking the back of the head or the groin. 10 counts on the ground and you lose. Or, voluntarily forfeit. Of course, I know that for the warriors here, the word, forfeit, is harder than making them eat dirt. So, enough talk. Let the rocks witness power. The first match of the Earth Strength Hegemony Tournament begins. As soon as Xin Fu finished speaking, accompanied by a crisp gong sound, the entire arena instantly erupted. Brock. Smash him flat. Hassan. Make him taste the quicksand. Bet. Place your bets. Saka and Toph's gazes were immediately drawn to the ring. Brock let out a beastly roar, brandishing his pickaxes and charging at Hassan like a human tank. His heavy footsteps thudded against the stone platform, his momentum terrifying. Hassan, however, was exceptionally calm. The moment Brock charged close, his body twisted strangely, like a boneless snake, sliding away along the ground while simultaneously slamming his hands onto the floor. Quicksand trap. The hard rock beneath Hassan's feet instantly softened and flowed, turning into a patch of quicksand several feet in diameter. Brock couldn't stop his momentum, one foot plunged into it, and he instantly lost his balance. What exquisite earthbending! Saka exclaimed in a low voice. This technique of instantly changing the form of rock required extremely delicate control over earth elements, completely different from the open and grand style of the northern family lands. That's a southern style. Toph was also watching intently, her eyes flashing with excitement and contemplation. Look! Brock is in trouble. Brock roared, trying to pull his foot out of the quicksand while swinging his pickaxes at Hassan. Hassan, however, drifted around the edge of the quicksand like a ghost, his hands continuously slapping the ground, causing the area of quicksand beneath Brock to expand and deepen. Every time Brock struggled, he sank deeper, and the heavy pickaxes became a hindrance instead. Brock, use brute force to charge out. A spectator shouted anxiously. Brock seemed to realize that this wouldn't work, so he roared, his muscles bulging all over his body, and a yellow light flashed across his skin. He gave up on pulling his foot out and instead concentrated all his strength into his other leg, stomping fiercely onto the ground that hadn't yet turned to sand. Earth-splitting stomp. Boom. A muffled sound. With his foot as the center, the hard ground cracked like a spiderweb into several fissures, and a powerful shockwave spread along the ground, not only instantly dispersing the quicksand beneath his feet but also sending the caught off guard Hassan staggering backward. Beautiful. Saka couldn't help but praise. This was a typical application of the Northern Family or Panchi family style, using pure power and vibration to disrupt the opponent's control. Hassan was pushed back several steps, his expression changing slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected the opponent's strength to be so fierce. Brock seized the opportunity, pulled out his deeply stuck foot, and roared as he charged again. This time, his pickaxes were condensed with a thick glow of earth elements, clearly intending to get serious. Interesting. Toph watched with great interest, her body leaning slightly forward. One focuses on power, the other on technique. Although Brock was caught, his foundation is solid, and Hassan's quicksand trap consumes a lot of energy, it's hard to say now. Sure enough, Hassan stopped trying to create large-scale quicksand and instead used agile footwork and smaller, more sudden localized liquefaction to interfere with Brock. Brock, relying on his thick skin and great strength, withstood Hassan's attacks head-on, each blow of his pickaxes carrying the momentum to split mountains and shatter stones, forcing Hassan into dangerous situations. The battle on the ring became increasingly intense, with the glow of earth elements constantly flashing and colliding. The audience's emotions were thoroughly ignited, with roars, curses, and cheers rising one after another, merging into a fanatical ocean. Shin Fu jumped around the edge of the ring, using his highly provocative language to keep adding fuel to the fire, pushing the atmosphere to wave after wave of climaxes. Saka and Toph were both watching with great absorption. As a Panchi young master, Saka had dabbled in various fighting styles of the Earth sect, but this was his first time observing such an underground black market-style fight from such close range and so unreservedly. He carefully observed both sides' methods of using earth elements, the rhythm of their power bursts, their defensive techniques, and some underhanded but not against the rules tricks, such as pretending to trip to lure the opponent closer, silently analyzing the pros and cons and what could be learned. Toph, on the other hand, watched in a more wild manner. Her small fists clenched from time to time, her body making subtle dodging or exertion movements with the offense and defense on the field, muttering to herself, "That move has a tricky angle. Oh, so stupid, at this time you should use a side slide step followed by an earth spike. This move to dissipate force is interesting, like a loach." She was completely immersed in the appreciation and analysis of the combat techniques, her gray eyes shining amazingly bright. The first match ended quite tragically. Brock finally broke through Hassan's sand shield with a powerful rockslide strike, slamming him heavily to the ground. Hassan struggled a few times but couldn't get up and was declared the loser. Brock also paid a price, with multiple cuts from the quicksand all over his body, panting, but he won the applause of the whole house. Following that were the second match, the third match. Shin Fu's hosting skills were masterful, always able to render every battle thrilling. The contestants who took the stage had varied styles. Some were purely power types like Brock, some were tricky technical types like Hassan, some were locusts, who excelled at throwing stones from a distance, some were iron walls, specializing in defense as hard as a turtle shell, and there was even an earth skin man, who could temporarily petrify his own skin. Saka and Toph watched with fascination, completely forgetting the time. They exchanged views in low voices. Soka's steady analysis often hit the mark, while Toph always managed to come up with some wild yet highly practical ideas, and the two were unexpectedly in sync in their discussions on combat techniques. In this environment filled with the collision of raw power and technique, the subtle barrier of being fiancés between them seemed to vanish temporarily, replaced by a tacit understanding as fellow martial artists exploring together. Next match. The main event is coming, folks. Shin Fu's voice suddenly rose, filled with unprecedented excitement. Let us use our wildest roars to welcome tonight's final challenger. From the mysterious southern swamp, known as Theoswamp Monster, Grum. Versus our three-match winner, the Panchi Bulwark, Toshin. With Shin Fu's roar, an extremely tall figure walked out from the tunnel. This person was a full 9 feet tall, with a shockingly massive build, muscles knotted like blocks of granite, and skin that was an unhealthy grayish-green, seemingly covered in slippery mud. His face was rugged and ugly, with fangs protruding, and a pair of small eyes flickering with a cruel and stupid light. He had no weapons, but those fan-like hands, with black and sharp nails, were chilling to behold. It was none other than the swamp monster, Grum. And his opponent, Toshin, was a typical Panchi clan tough guy, 8 feet tall, sturdy build, with healthy bronze skin and a resolute face. He was shirtless, wearing only leather pants, revealing muscles covered in scars but cast like steel. He walked steadily onto the ring, every step carrying the heaviness of a great rock, his eyes sharp and calm, forming a stark contrast to Grum's ferocity. Toshin. 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 The home field advantage was obvious, most of the audience was cheering for Toshin. Grum seemed to be enraged by the sound. He slammed his thick chest, producing a dull, drum-like roar, opened his blood-red mouth, and let out a deafening roar toward the audience, spraying foul-smelling saliva. A nauseating stench, mixed with the smell of rotting silt and wild beasts, permeated the air, causing the nearby spectators to cover their noses and back away. So stinky. Toph also wrinkled her nose in disgust, subconsciously leaning toward Saka, as if wanting to get away from the source of the stench. Saka also frowned slightly. Grum's presence was not only powerful but also carried an unsettling sense of filth. He concentrated and prepared. Such opponents were often immensely strong and knew no pain, making them very dangerous. The battle erupted instantly at Shin Fu's roar. Grum was indeed like a human beast, pouncing on Toshin without any method, his huge palms swatting down with a whistling wind, a force enough to smash a bull's head. Toshin didn't meet it head-on. He sidestepped steadily, while his right fist condensed a thick yellow light, like a cannonball fired from its chamber, smashing fiercely into Grum's ribs. Bang! A muffled sound, like hitting tough leather. Grum's massive body only swayed, letting out an angry roar, seemingly not heavily damaged. His grayish-green skin seemed to have incredible toughness. Toshin missed his strike and immediately changed moves, ducking to avoid the huge arm Grum swept over, while simultaneously performing a sweeping kick with the heavy power of earth element enhancement, smashing fiercely into Grum's supporting leg. Crack! A clear sound of breaking bone. Grum wailed and fell to one knee. Good. The audience erupted in earth-shaking cheers. However, just as Toshin was preparing to press his advantage and deliver a decisive blow to Grum, a sudden change occurred. A cunning, vicious light flashed in the eyes of the kneeling Grum, and his injured leg suddenly exploded. No, not exploded, but from his knee wound, a large amount of viscous, pitch-black, strongly foul-smelling mud gushed out. This mud, as if it had a life of its own, instantly covered Grum's injured leg and spread rapidly, forming a huge leg made of filthy mud. Even more terrifyingly, this mud leg had terrifying corrosiveness. Upon touching the ring floor, it actually made a hissing sound and emitted wisps of white smoke. What the hell is that? Toshin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. Roar. Grum let out a triumphant roar, and that huge mud leg suddenly raised, carrying the momentum of 10,000 tons and a pungent stench, like a huge battering ram, smashing fiercely toward Toshin. The speed was more than twice as fast as before. Toshin had nowhere to dodge, so he could only cross his arms in front of his chest, his whole body erupting with a brilliant yellow light, condensing into a thick rock shield. Boom! The huge mud leg smashed fiercely onto the rock shield. The terrifying impact sounded like a thunderclap. The entire ring vibrated violently. The rock shield was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and the ground beneath Toshin's feet cracked inch by inch. His whole body was smashed by the immense force, his feet sinking deep into the stone platform, his face instantly flushed, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The corrosiveness of the filthy mud was madly eroding the rock shield, making a teeth-aching, hissing sound. My God! The audience was stunned by this terrifying scene. Not good. Toshin is in danger. Soka's eyes narrowed, his body subconsciously tensing up. He could feel that Toshin was under immense pressure, that mud not only had huge power but also carried filthy energy that was eroding his defense and stamina. Toph was also watching with full attention, her small face tense. That mud is weird. It's not pure earth element. It's like it's mixed with some kind of filthy life force. Just when everyone thought Toshin was about to be unable to hold on, another unexpected change occurred. Grum, seeing that his single strike failed to completely crush Toshin, roared in rage and raised his giant mud leg again, preparing to launch an even more violent attack. However, he seemed to have imperfect control over this newly acquired power. As the giant leg made of filthy mud gathered strength, the energy inside it suddenly began to churn violently and uncontrollably. PFF'd. A sickening, muffled sound. At the knee joint of Grum's giant mud leg, the internal energy expanded rapidly and uncontrollably, causing it to burst apart. A massive glob of viscous, pitch-black mud, emitting a strong, foul stench and highly corrosive properties, shot out from Grum's body like a high-pressure water jet, hurtling in a fan shape toward the audience. It was fast as lightning. The target was aimed directly at the area where Saka and Toph were located. Look out! Soka's pupils constricted. The spray of filthy mud covered a huge range, moved extremely fast, and carried a potent corrosive aura. In such a crowded environment, dodging it completely was almost impossible. He reacted instantly, not by dodging backward, there were people behind him too, but by lunging forward, while his right hand shot out like lightning, forcibly pulling Toph toward his chest. This action was purely a protective reaction born from combat instinct. Toph had been focused intently on the strange turn of events on the ring, and caught off guard, she was yanked over by a powerful force. She gasped in surprise, completely losing her balance, and slammed firmly into Soka's arms. At the same time, Soka's left arm shot up, instantly covered in a layer of thick, dense, metallic gleaming Panchi armor. He didn't hesitate to block in front of himself with his armor-clad left arm, while leaning his body slightly forward, shielding Toph tightly within the corner formed by his body and a support pillar. SSSS's. Most of the foul-smelling, filthy mud was blocked by Soka's incredibly sturdy Panchi armor. The pitch-black mud struck the hard Panchi, emitting a harsh, corrosive sound and releasing clouds of white smoke. The powerful impact made Soka's body sway slightly, but his feet remained rooted to the ground, unmoving. However, the spray was too wide, and the angle was too tricky. Even though Saka blocked the frontal impact, a small stream of mud like a disgusting slug splashed through the gap at the edge of the Panchi armor, shooting straight toward the cheek of Toph, who was shielded in his arms. Soka's heart tightened. At this moment, his right hand was holding Toph's waist, having pulled her over, and his left arm was blocking in front. He had no time to parry again. At the critical moment, Toph's reaction was lightning fast. The moment Saka pulled her into his arms, although she was off balance, her martial artist instincts had already kicked in. When that bit of disgusting mud splashed toward her, she didn't even look up. Relying on her keen sense of danger and earth-sect instincts, she tilted her small face to the side while her right hand shot out like lightning. She didn't use any earth-sect techniques, it was purely a lightning-fast, precise movement. Snap. An extremely faint sound. Toph's two fingers, her index and middle fingers, had precisely pinched that droplet of splashing, highly corrosive, filthy mud. The movement was light and swift, like picking a flower. The droplet trembled slightly at her fingertips, less than an inch from her cheek. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Saka could clearly feel the warm, soft body in his arms, the body heat coming through the thin clothing, and the faint, fresh scent on her like grass after rain, a stark contrast to the surrounding stench. His chin was almost resting on the top of her head, and the stray hairs of her ponytail brushed against his neck, bringing a slight tickle. His right hand was still tightly wrapped around her waist, and he could feel the amazing strength contained within that slender waist. His left arm, still covered in the hard Panchi armor, blocked in front of her like a silent guardian. Toph was completely immersed in Soka's broad and solid embrace. Her cheek was pressed against his sturdy chest, and through the fabric, she could feel his steady, powerful heartbeat, thump, 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 beating against her eardrums, clearer than any sound of impact on the ring. Her nose was filled with his unique, clean scent, like sunlight on rocks, mixed with a hint of sweat. It wasn't unpleasant, instead, it brought a strange sense of security. Her right hand was still raised, two fingers pinching that disgusting drop of mud, a somewhat comical pose. She could feel his arm wrapped around her waist, warm and powerful. Both of them were stunned. Saka looked down and happened to meet Toph's upturned face. Those gray eyes, usually full of cunning, wildness, or disdain, were now rarely clouded with a layer of mist due to the close contact and the recent thrill, carrying a hint of bewilderment and shyness. Her cheeks were visibly flushing, rapidly dyeing a charming rosy hue from their pale state, spreading all the way to her small earlobes. In the dim firelight, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Soka's heart skipped a beat, uncontrollably and violently. A strange, unprecedented feeling of palpitation swept over him instantly. He felt his own cheeks starting to burn, and his ears were incredibly hot. He had never observed her so closely and clearly before. So her eyelashes were this long, her nose so small and petite, and her lips a pale pink, slightly parted now in surprise. The surrounding noise, the audience's gasps, Shinfu's yelling, Grum's roars, Toshin's shouts, seemed to instantly fade away, isolated by an invisible barrier. The whole world was left with only each other's violent heartbeats, intertwined breathing, and their own clear reflections in the other's eyes. You. Toph opened her mouth, her voice carrying a tremor and huskiness she hadn't even noticed herself. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Her fingers pinching the mud moved slightly, and the drop of mud fell onto the stone floor, making a hiss sound and corroding a small pit. This faint sound was like a switch, instantly breaking the invisible, ambiguous barrier between them. Saka abruptly released his hand from Toph's waist, his movement so fast it was almost flustered, as if it were a hot potato. The Panchi armor covering his left arm also instantly dissipated, revealing his unscathed arm. He quickly stepped back, putting distance between them, his movements stiff and unnatural. He didn't dare look at Toph's eyes again, his gaze darting flusteredly toward the ring, trying to hide his own burning cheeks and ears. Ahem, are you okay? Saka cleared his throat, his voice sounding much deeper and huskier than usual. Toph also seemed to wake from a dream, quickly lowering her head to hide her crimson cheeks. She flicked her fingers that had pinched the mud, as if something still remained on them, then wiped them haphazardly on her clothes. Her heart was still pounding in her chest, so fast it made it hard for her to breathe. I'm fine. Toph's voice was also unsteady, carrying a hint of forced composure, but the end of her sentence rose slightly. Piece of cake. Something like this. HMPH. She forced herself to lift her head and look at the ring, trying to pull her attention back, but the corner of her eye couldn't help but glance at the tall figure beside her. His profile was exceptionally clear in the flickering firelight, his jawline tight, and the suspicious blush on his ears didn't seem to have fully faded. This discovery made Toph feel her cheeks burning even more. On the ring, taking advantage of the moment Grum was temporarily out of control due to his exploding mud leg, Toshin erupted with astonishing power. A mountain-crushing fist, concentrating all his strength, slammed fiercely into Grum's chest. Grum's massive body, as if struck by a battering ram, flew backward and crashed heavily against the edge of the ring. Filthy mud splattered everywhere, and after struggling a few times, he stopped moving completely. Toshin was also exhausted, kneeling on one knee, gasping violently. Shin Fu exaggeratedly announced Toshin's victory, and the audience erupted in cheers of relief, but Saka and Toph were somewhat distracted. That lightning-fast embrace, the distance where they could smell each other's breath, their violent heartbeats and burning cheeks. The feeling was too clear, too unexpected, and too intimate. An unprecedented, indescribable awkwardness and subtle palpitation quietly entwined in their hearts like vines, refusing to go away. Although the subsequent matches remained exciting, with even stronger contestants competing for the ink jade marrow that emitted a warm, gentle luster as the prize, both Saka and Toph were somewhat disinterested. They still sat side by side, but there seemed to be an invisible, subtle distance between their bodies. Their communication also dwindled, and occasionally saying a word or two about the match in low voices, their tone seemed a bit dry. Finally, when the last match ended and the ink jade marrow was won by a taciturn, tall, thin person skilled at manipulating sharp stone stalagmites, Shin Fu announced the end of tonight's Earth Strength Hegemony tournament. The crowd began to leave noisily. Saka and Toph mixed into the crowd, silently walking back along the passage they had come. The tunnel was still dark, but the atmosphere was completely different from when they arrived. The ease, curiosity, and tacit understanding of their shared adventure had disappeared, replaced by a suffocating silence and pervasive awkwardness. In the darkness, their breathing sounds were exceptionally clear. Saka could feel Toph was not far behind him, her footsteps seeming a bit chaotic. He wanted to say something to break the silence, but found his throat dry and his mind blank. The sensation of holding her, the fresh scent of her hair, the charming flush when she looked up, these images flashed repeatedly in his mind uncontrollably. Toph was equally flustered. She clutched her clothes tightly, as if the temperature and strength of his arm when he pulled her over still remained on her fingers. And the feel of his chest, the sound of his heartbeat, fool Saka. Who told you to hold me? She cursed fiercely in her heart, but her cheeks burned uncontrollably again. What annoyed her even more was that she hadn't pushed him away immediately at the time, but instead, seemed to have been stunned for a moment. The tunnel seemed to have become exceptionally long. Finally, touching the mechanism again and pushing open the giant boulder, the cool night breeze mixed with the scent of garden plants rushed toward them, refreshing both of them. Returning to the back garden of the Panchi residence, the moonlight was brighter than when they arrived, and the clouds had dispersed quite a bit. The two stood in the shadow of the rockery, speechless for a moment. Ahem. Saka spoke first, his voice restoring its usual steadiness, but if one listened carefully, a trace of imperceptible tension could still be detected. Tonight was an eye-opener. Yeah. Toph lowered her head, grinding a small stone on the ground with her toe, her voice muffled. It was all right. That ink jade marrow, what a pity. She tried to steer the topic back to the match. Yeah. Saka responded, but his gaze involuntarily fell on her lowered, flushed profile. He paused, and inexplicably added, your reaction was fast. Toph's body stiffened slightly, and she lifted her head abruptly, her gray eyes shining amazingly in the moonlight, carrying a hint of shy annoyance. Duh. This young lady is. Before she could finish, she met Soka's gaze. His gaze was deep, seeming to still retain a trace of complex emotions that hadn't dissipated, no longer the pure calmness or helplessness of usual. Toph's heart skipped a beat again, and the rest of her words choked in her throat. The atmosphere grew subtle once more. That mud. Saka moved his gaze away, stiffly changing the subject. It didn't get your clothes dirty, right? He recalled her agile movement of pinching that drop of mud at the end. No. I wiped it off. Toph immediately denied, her voice raising a bit unconsciously, as if covering up something. Another silence followed. The night breeze blew through the leaves, rustling. It's getting late. Saka looked at the sky. Time to go back. Be careful, don't get caught. I know. Toph replied, her her tone recovering a bit of her usual liveliness, but if one listened carefully, there was still a lack of confidence. She turned to leave, took 2 steps, then stopped, not turning back, her voice coming low. Hey. Saka looked at her slender back. Yeah. Just now, thanks. Toph's voice was as soft as a mosquito, speaking at lightning speed. Before Saka could react, she immediately, like a startled rabbit, tapped her toes and her figure disappeared lightly into the shaded path of the garden, so fast it was as if she were fleeing. Saka stood in place, looking at the direction Toph disappeared, the night breeze blowing against his slightly burning cheeks. That, thanks, soft as a mosquito, lingered in his ears. He raised his right hand, the place where he had held her waist just now, seeming to still retain that slender and powerful touch. He slowly clenched his fist, then slowly relaxed it, complex emotions that he himself hadn't fully understood surging in his deep eyes. After a long while, he turned around and silently headed toward his courtyard. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone. This is Fantasy Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Avatar. There is a stubborn rock in the north. Part 2. A few days later, the morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, and the heavy bluestone walls of the Panchi residence were soaked in a damp chill. A few golden rays of sunlight struggled to pierce the clouds, casting slanted beams onto the meticulously trimmed shrubs and the silently standing decorative rockeries in the courtyard, dispelling some of the night's cold. The air was filled with the scents of earth, morning dew, and the faint sweetness of freshly baked pastries wafting from the distant kitchen, blending into a peaceful yet slightly detached atmosphere characteristic of a grand estate. Soka's biological clock was always precise. As the first light of dawn appeared, he was already dressed neatly, his dark gray training suit outlining a figure that was becoming increasingly upright as he recovered. He pushed open the door, letting the cool, fresh air fill his lungs and dispel the last trace of sleepiness. He habitually walked toward the small martial arts field specially set aside for him on the east side of the residence. The ground there was paved with special bluestone slabs designed to absorb impact, and several sturdy training posts stood around the perimeter. However, as he rounded the moon gate of the corridor, his footsteps faltered slightly. The martial arts field was not empty. A petite figure was standing quietly in the center of the field with her back to him. She was barefoot, stepping firmly on the cold, smooth bluestone as if the hard stone beneath her feet were not an external object but an extension of her own body. It was Toph. She had changed out of her combat gear from the previous night and was wearing the signature light green martial attire of the northern family, though the black cloud patterns on the collar and cuffs were somewhat plain, making it look more like everyday training wear. Her jet black hair was still neatly tied up, swaying slightly with her subtle movements. She wasn't performing any vigorous exercises, she just stood there quietly, her posture relaxed yet possessing a strange, solid sense of connection to the earth. Saka did not immediately speak to disturb her. He stood in the shadow of the moon gate, his gaze falling on Toph. The morning light outlined her slender yet powerful silhouette. In the soft light, her focused profile shed its usual cunning or forced gentleness, revealing a nearly transparent serenity. Her hollow gray-green eyes gazed into the void ahead, and her small nostrils flared slightly, as if capturing subtle messages in the wind, perceiving the pulse of the earth awakening after a night's sleep, and the extremely faint vibrations of the entire residence beginning its slow daily operations. This was a silent form of cultivation, a way for her to communicate with the earth. Saka suddenly realized that he had never truly calmed his mind to observe Toph in this state before. Without the sharp edge of her words or her deliberate pretenses, she was currently like a stalk of green bamboo rooted in the cracks of a massive rock, quiet, resilient, and a world unto herself. He lightened his steps, trying not to disturb the frequency of the ground's vibrations as he walked to the edge of the martial arts field. Toph seemed to perceive him the moment he stepped within range of the field. She didn't turn around, but that curious sense of stability in her body seemed to solidify even further, as if she had incorporated the subtle air currents brought by Saka into her range of perception. Morning, Soka's voice sounded exceptionally clear in the morning silence. Toph grunted in response, still not moving. After a few breaths, she slowly and very slightly adjusted her center of gravity, as if completing some morning greeting ritual with the land. She turned around, her hollow gaze accurately directed toward where Saka stood. You're quite early. Is your injury fully healed? Don't end up shaking yourself flat during practice like you did a few days ago. Her tone returned to its usual directness, even carrying its customary little sting, as if the awkwardness in the tunnel and that sudden hug from the previous night had never happened. The subtle feeling that had risen in Soka's heart due to her serene posture was instantly diluted by this familiar greeting. He twitched the corner of his mouth. Don't trouble yourself. But what about you? Occupying my space so early just to stand in punishment. What do you mean standing in punishment? Toph huffed dissatisfiedly, her bare foot tapping lightly on the bluestone with a faint click. I'm listening to the earth veins, don't you understand? The earth energy here has been groomed by your Panchi family's formations. It's very stable, much more comfortable than those messy seismic zones in the north. Is it not okay to borrow your precious spot to benefit a little? As she spoke, her small chin lifted slightly, wearing an expression that said, it's your honor that this young lady took a liking to your place. Fine, borrow it all you want. Saka didn't feel like bickering with her. He walked to a training post, took a deep breath, and assumed a stance. He didn't immediately activate his earthbending. Instead, he first performed a set of the most basic Panchi family body tempering boxing. His movements were steady and powerful, each move carrying the characteristic weight of the Panchi, engaging the tendons, bones, and muscles of his entire body. Although some movements still brought a trace of dull pain when they pulled at his not yet fully healed wounds, he didn't even knit his brows. His breathing was long and steady, and sweat gradually seeped from his temples. Toph didn't leave either. She walked to a flat boulder at the edge of the martial arts field and sat down, her bare feet dangling and swinging casually. She tilted her head, her small ears twitching almost imperceptibly, as if capturing the sound of the wind generated by Soka's punches, the vibrations of his footsteps on the ground, and the rhythm of his steady, powerful breathing. She didn't offer any more mockery, and her face remained expressionless, but her focused posture was clearly observing Soka's fist paths and the flow of his power. When Saka finished the set of boxing, his breath was slightly labored, and he was steaming with heat. He finished his stance, picked up a cloth from a nearby stone bench to wipe his sweat, and glanced at Toph sitting quietly over there. See anything interesting? He asked casually. Toph tilted her head as if organizing her words. The form is okay, better than those flowery styles. It's just. She paused, seemingly weighing her words. Too hard. Hard. Saka raised an eyebrow. The martial arts of the Panchi family emphasized being solid as a rock and indestructible. Hardness was the fundamental essence. Yes, hard. Toph nodded, her bare foot lightly tapping the ground. Like an unrefined stone that only knows how to take hits and strike hard. Your power release is too direct, and your retraction is too stiff. If you meet someone stronger than you, or someone with a devious style like that, sludge monster, from last night, you'll suffer for it. As she spoke, her small nose wrinkled as if she had smelled that stench again. Besides, when you finished the 7th form, mountain shaking lean, just now, did the bone in your left shoulder click? Don't push yourself if your old injury hasn't fully healed, or you might split it open again and Grandpa Afu will have to nag you. Saka felt a slight chill in his heart. His left shoulder had indeed felt a faint ache from overexertion when he finished the move, but he thought he had hidden it well. He hadn't expected Toph to discover it solely through hearing and vibration perception. This level of insight was truly startling. I know. Saka didn't deny it. His tone was flat, but his evaluation of Toph in his heart rose another notch. He walked to another training post, and this time, he began to try mobilizing Earth Sect arts. Power condensed in his palm, and with a low shout, he struck the hard post. Thud. With a muffled sound, the training post shook violently, leaving a clear palm print as stone fragments crumbled down. The power was as fierce as ever. Stop. Toph's voice suddenly rang out, sounding a bit impatient. So stupid. I told you it's too hard. Saka paused his movements and looked at her. Then how should I do it? Toph jumped down from the rock, her bare feet stepping on the cool stone slabs. She walked a few steps to stand before Saka, her hollow gray eyes, staring at him. Give me your hand. Saka didn't understand why, but he still extended his right hand as requested. Toph's small hand accurately grasped his wrist. Her fingers were slender and carried the morning chill, but when they touched Soka's skin, he subconsciously recalled the feeling of holding her waist in the tunnel last night. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately suppressed that untimely thought. Don't tense up, relax. It's not like I'm going to take your bones apart. Toph muttered dissatisfiedly. The fingers of her other hand pressed against the muscles of Soka's arm, moving upward to feel the path of his power and the tension in his muscles. Do you feel it? When you exert force, here, and here, her small hand pointed to Soka's shoulder blade, elbow joint, and wrist, they are all tensed up like stones. The power is completely blocked on its path. By the time it reaches your palm, it looks fierce, but much of it has actually dissipated. What a waste. Her fingertips possessed a strange, piercing quality, as if she could directly perceive the flow of power beneath his muscles. Saka relaxed his arm as instructed, feeling her guidance. The earth element isn't just rocks in your body that you shove and smash around. Toph's voice took on a rare instructional tone. It's more like water, like wind, like the air you breathe. You have to let it flow. Let it follow your meridians, cling to your bones, like. She seemed to be searching for a suitable metaphor, like a snake sliding through. Then, at the point where you want it to erupt, suddenly tighten it, twisting all the flow into a single rope in an instant, and then tell it to explode. As she spoke, she used her small hand to guide Soka's arm through an extremely subtle, wave-like pushing motion. Her movements were gentle and fluid, carrying a strange sense of rhythm. Now, try it against the air. Don't use full strength, just feel that flow. Toph released his hand and stepped back. Saka was lost in thought. He closed his eyes, recalling the sensation Toph had just guided him through. He discarded his previous forceful method of condensation and tried to use his intent to guide the power within his body, imagining it as a warm stream flowing and gathering along the meridians of his arm. When the power reached his palm, his intent suddenly solidified. An extremely faint vibration, as if air were being compressed, sounded out. In the air about a foot in front of his palm, an extremely subtle ripple, like a wave in water, became visible to the naked eye. Although it dissipated instantly, that sense of concentrated yet unscattered power, ready to erupt, was completely different from the effect produced by pure brute force. Saka snapped his eyes open, a flash of unbelievable surprise and realization in them. This feeling was too wonderful. Now you're getting somewhere. Toph crossed her arms, a look of teachable student satisfaction appearing on her small face. Even though it's still as rough as sandpaper, at least you know how to flow now. Remember this feeling and practice slowly. Don't always think about smashing things, first learn how to make the power obediently walk to where you want it to go. Saka looked at his palm, which had just emitted that invisible vibration, and then at this petite fiancé, who was blind yet seemed to see through to the essence of power. A complex mix of emotions welled up in his heart. There was amazement, admiration, and a trace of indescribable fluttering. She seemed boisterous and sharp-tongued, but her insight into the martial path and her ability to teach the core essence far surpassed many famous masters he had seen. AI model. Gemini 3.1 flashlight. I have been enlightened. Saka solemnly cupped his fists at her, a gesture of respect among martial artists. Toph seemed to pause for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively. PFF'd, spare me the formalities. If you really want to thank me, just give me 2 more crystal osmanthus cakes for breakfast later. I heard the cooks at your Panchi family make them exceptionally well. As she spoke, her small nose subconsciously sniffed the increasingly rich, sweet fragrance in the air, and an undisguised look of gluttony appeared on her face. The serious atmosphere of instruction from just a moment ago vanished instantly. Saka looked at her, true colors, revealed, feeling somewhat amused, yet inexplicably thinking, she was cutely authentic. He nodded. All right. At this moment, the familiar figure of Grandpa AFU appeared at the entrance of the martial arts training ground. The old man was dressed in a neat, deep green long gown, his hair combed meticulously. He carried a tray in his hands, upon which sat 2 bowls of steaming hot meat porridge, several dishes of refreshing side dishes, and a plate of crystal cakes that were translucent and exuded an enticing sweet osmanthus fragrance. Young master, Miss Toff, training is hard work, please have some breakfast first. AFU walked over with a smile, his loving gaze sweeping over both of them. When he saw the sweat on Soka's forehead and Toph sitting casually on a rock, the smile in his eyes deepened, carrying a hint of imperceptible gratification. Grandpa AFU. Toph immediately jumped down from the rock, like a kitten that had smelled fish, and agilely darted to Afu's side. It smells so good. Is there crystal osmanthus cake? As she spoke, she reached out precisely to grab the plate of pastries. Oh my, miss, be careful, it's hot. AFU hurriedly turned to protect the tray, smiling and chiding, there's plenty for you. Young master, Miss Toff, eat while it's hot. He placed the tray on the stone table nearby and, as if by magic, produced 2 soft cushions to place on the stone stools. The ground is cold, miss, don't always sit on the rocks barefoot. It's fine, I'm tough. Toph said, but she obediently sat on the cushion. She picked up a piece of crystal cake and shoved it into her mouth, squinting her eyes in satisfaction, and exclaimed indistinctly, delicious. It's much better than what we make in the north. It's chewy, sweet, and not cloying at all. Saka also walked over and sat down, picking up the meat porridge to drink slowly. The warm porridge slid into his stomach, dispelling the morning chill and the fatigue from training. Watching Toph with her cheeks puffed out, chewing the pastry with satisfaction like a little squirrel, and then comparing it to the masterly demeanor she had when instructing him just now, the contrast was so great that the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. AFU did not leave immediately. He stood to the side, watching Saka drink his porridge steadily, and then looking at Toph, who was eating with great relish despite having no image. The smile on his wrinkled face spread out, like a chrysanthemum blooming in autumn. In his cloudy yet still clear eyes, there flickered a gentle light peculiar to an old man who had seen through the ways of the world. Grandpa AFU, you sit too. Saka pointed to the stone stool beside him. No, this old servant will just stand. AFU waved his hand, his gaze wandering between the two, his tone filled with emotion. Seeing the young master and Miss Toph like this old servant is truly indescribably happy. If the head of the Panchi family were watching from above, seeing you two getting along so well, he would surely be at ease. Soka's hand holding the porridge bowl paused slightly. Getting along well. Him and Toph. He subconsciously looked at Toph. Toph was swallowing the last bite of pastry. Hearing this, she also raised her head and looked in Afu's direction. The satisfied foodie expression on her face hadn't yet been retracted, making her look somewhat dazed and cute. She seemed to want to refute something, but opened her mouth and felt that she couldn't really refute it, although she always loved to snap at Saka, and Saka was always left speechless by her. Compared to the hostility and deep-seated resistance when they first met, things were indeed much more peaceful now. They could even crawl through tunnels together to watch matches, and she could be protected in his arms. PFFT. What was she thinking? Her cheeks felt a bit hot again unconsciously. She quickly picked up her porridge bowl, pretending to bury her head in drinking the porridge, and responded vaguely, it's alright, I guess. Saka also withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to continue drinking his porridge, though his earlobes seemed a bit hot too. Afu's loving and gratified gaze seemed to carry a certain penetrating power, making the subtle awkwardness and the ripples that had only been broken through last night and had not yet been sorted out between him and Toph, clearly emerge once again. AFU seemed not to see their slight discomfort and continued to smile. That's good. There's still a long life ahead, take it slow. Young master, the rent details for several farmlands were sent in this morning, and this old servant has placed them in your study. The shopkeeper of Wanshijai, in the east of the city has an appointment this afternoon to discuss a new batch of jade materials. Do you want to meet him yourself, or should this old servant go? Saka composed himself, regaining his usual composure. I will look at the rent details later. As for the shopkeeper of Wanshijai, Grandpa AFU, you go and talk to him, you are more experienced than I am. As for the price, as long as the goods are good, a fair price is sufficient. Yes, this old servant understands. AFU replied respectfully. He looked at Toph again, his tone gentle. Miss Toph, do you have any plans for the morning? Would you like this old servant to have someone accompany you for a stroll around the residence? Or, no, no. Toph waved her hand immediately. I'll just stay by myself. You go do your work, Grandpa AFU. She didn't want anyone following her, that would be so awkward. Very well, if you need anything, miss, feel free to instruct the servants at any time. AFU did not insist. After giving a few more reminders to rest well, he carried the empty porridge bowls and plates away, walking steadily out of the martial arts training ground. Once AFU left, only Saka and Toph remained in the martial arts training ground. The subtle atmosphere stirred up by Afu's words seemed to still be floating in the air. Saka cleared his throat and was the first to break the silence. I'm going to the study. Oh. Toph responded, her fingers subconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. The flow we talked about earlier, you should ponder it more yourself. Once the power flows smoothly, it will be easier to master. Tremor. I'll remember that. Saka nodded and stood up. He walked a few steps, then stopped, and looked back at Toph who was still sitting on the stone stool. The morning light outlined her slender silhouette, and the tips of her hair swayed gently with her dangling legs. You. Saka hesitated for a moment, then asked, are you going to stay here? Or go back to your room? Toph's leg swinging motion paused, and she turned her face to the side. What? Are you trying to chase me away? This place has good feng shui, and this young lady hasn't stayed enough yet. You go do your work, don't worry about me. Her tone returned to that habitual, slightly prickly style. Saka looked at her righteous expression of, I've claimed this place, and the ripples in his heart were inexplicably smoothed out. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. He didn't say anything more and turned to walk towards the study. But the moment he turned, the imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen just a little bit. The study was filled with the faint fragrance of ink and the scent of aged paper. On the large rosewood desk, several scrolls of account books and a few letters waiting to be processed were neatly stacked. Saka sat down behind the desk, picked up the top scroll of rent details, calmed his mind, and began to handle these responsibilities that belonged to the Panchi young master. Outside the window, the sunlight gradually brightened, dispelling the last of the mist. In the courtyard, the chirping of birds and the faint sounds of servants sweeping and cleaning in the distance could be heard. The residence fully awakened in the morning light, beginning its regular and slightly dull day. Saka flipped through the files, his fingertips sliding across lines of ink, checking strings of numbers. Acreage, harvest, rent ratios, reduction situations. These trivial matters that maintained the foundation of the Panchi family required his absolute focus and patience. He forced himself to suppress the noise of the arena last night, that unexpected and scorching embrace, as well as the coolness of Toph's fingertips and the scent in her hair, and focused on the numbers before him. However, thoughts are sometimes like mischievous wind, always finding gaps to slip into. When he saw an entry for a farmland applying for a rent reduction because part of the good fields had been destroyed by a flash flood last year, the image of Toph stomping her feet on the martial arts ground to perceive the earth's pulse flashed involuntarily in his mind. She said the earth's energy of the Panchi residence had been combed by a formation and was very stable. Was that flash flood also a sign of unstable earth energy? He shook his head violently, shaking off this irrelevant association. This should be a problem for the steward in charge of feng shui and farming to consider. When he was checking a record of delayed rent payment and saw the reason was that someone in the farmer's family was seriously ill, the image of Toph holding the crystal cake and chewing it with sweet satisfaction inexplicably appeared before his eyes again. Her unreserved love for food, simple and direct, seemed to be from two different worlds compared to those farmers struggling for a livelihood. A sense of responsibility as a young master pressed down heavily. The Panchi family was not just his home, but also the reliance of countless people who survived by attaching themselves to this surname. The flames of revenge burned in his heart, but these trivial matters before him, which maintained the operation of the family and ensured the food and clothing of the people under his rule, were also his inescapable responsibilities. He took a deep breath, completely eliminating distractions, picked up his pen, and made a note on the file. Verify the illness, reduce the rent appropriately, and have the steward send some medicinal materials. Time passed quietly in the rustling sound of the pen tip. After finishing the rent details, he opened several more letters from old subordinates and affiliated businesses of the Panchi family, mostly greetings and reports on the current situation. The handwriting on the letter paper, whether vigorous or rounded, revealed concern for the Panchi family and support for him as the young master. Saka read each one carefully and replied with his pen, his words steady, expressing gratitude while also conveying the will of the Panchi family, which, although severely damaged, had not broken its spine. Until the sun gradually rose higher. Approaching noon, the door of the study was knocked on gently. Young master, it's time for lunch. It was the voice of Xian, the servant who attended to Soka's daily life. Understood. Saka put down his pen and rubbed his somewhat swollen brow. The work on his desk had come to a temporary end, and a sense of mental fatigue surged up. He stood up, stretched his somewhat stiff neck, and pushed open the door of the study. Lunch was served in the side hall. A small round table, several exquisite home-cooked dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables, and the aroma was enticing. Saka had just sat down when he heard a light, quick sound of footsteps approaching from afar. Toph's figure appeared at the doorway. She had changed out of her training clothes and was wearing a lotus root-colored soft gauze dress, the hem light and airy, making her look a bit more like a gentle young girl. Her long hair was still coiled into an exquisite bun. She had returned to that appearance of being meek, gentle, and quiet in front of others. Young Master Saka. She called out softly, her lotus steps moving lightly as she walked to the table and sat down in the position opposite Saka. Her movements were elegant, and not a single flaw could be found. Saka looked at her instantaneous face change, having long been accustomed to it, but he felt somewhat amused in his heart. He nodded. Sit. The maid-servants quietly stepped forward to serve the meal. Toph picked up her chopsticks, her movements refined and delicate. She ate in small bites, chewing slowly and thoroughly, completely unlike the way she had been devouring crystal cakes in the training grounds that morning. Saka also ate his meal quietly. With the round table between them, the atmosphere was so quiet that only the faint sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking remained. After eating for a while, Toph seemed to suddenly remember something. She looked up and spoke gently, Saka, I heard Grandpa Fu say earlier that the shopkeeper from Wanshijai is coming this afternoon. Saka said, picking up a slice of bamboo shoot. Grandpa Fu will be handling the discussion. Wanshijai. Toph tapped the rim of her bowl thoughtfully with the tip of her chopsticks, making an extremely faint, ding, sound. I've heard they often have high-quality jade, especially the water jade and ink jade from the south. They have a warm texture and are rich in spiritual energy. I wonder if this time. Her tone was gentle, carrying just the right amount of curiosity, as if she were just asking in passing. Saka looked up at her. She still wore that docile and harmless expression, but Saka keenly caught that when she mentioned ink jade, her hollow eyes seemed to brighten, almost imperceptibly. He recalled the arena last night and the undisguised covetousness she showed when she mentioned the championship prize, the ink jade marrow. Do you want some jade? Saka asked directly. Ah. Toph seemed taken aback by his directness. She lowered her head, her voice softening further with a hint of shyness. It's not that I want it. I was just thinking, if the quality is decent, perhaps we could ask them to help polish a few jade talismans. Wearing them close to the body is slightly helpful for regulating one's energy. Her reason was quite reasonable. Practitioners of the Earth sect often had the habit of wearing jade ornaments to nourish themselves. Saka looked at her. I'm very sensible and am just making a small suggestion. Acton understood perfectly. This young miss still hadn't given up on the ink jade marrow. He drank a sip of soup calmly. Understood. I will tell Grandpa Fu to keep an eye out if there is any high-quality ink jade. Upon hearing this, the corners of Toph's mouth seemed to turn up ever so slightly before immediately returning to a gentle expression. Thank you for your trouble, Saka. She lowered her head and continued to eat in small bites, though her movements while picking up food seemed a little lighter. After finishing lunch, Toph returned to her, well-bred young lady, persona and said softly, "You have a busy schedule, Saka, so I won't disturb you further." With that, accompanied by her maidservant, she gracefully left the side hall. Saka watched her back disappear outside the door and shook his head helplessly. This fiancée of his was ever changing. At times she was like a little leopard baring its fangs, at times like a cunning fox, and at other times she could instantly transform into a docile little rabbit. Dealing with her was truly, never a moment of relaxation. In the afternoon, Saka did not stay in the study. He went to the library at the back of the Panchi residence. The Panchi family had a long history, and the library contained a vast ocean of classics, including not only cultivation techniques and insights for the Earth sect and detailed diagrams of earthbending, but also precious records regarding the geography, history, customs, mineral resources, and even the distribution of forces across the Earth Kingdom. Saka knew well that revenge did not rely solely on brute courage. He needed to understand this land better and understand the enemies hidden in the shadows. He walked between the rows of tall bookshelves, his fingertips brushing over the dust-covered spines. He was mainly looking for records concerning the geography of the South, special soil types, especially swampy areas, and some rare Earth sect schools. The eerie mud attack from the swamp monster, Grum last night had left a deep impression on him and made him deeply vigilant. When he pulled out a yellowed book titled Chronicles of Southern Oddities, and walked to the table by the window to read, he discovered a thick book titled Theory of Earth's Origins, already spread open on the desk. The pages were stopped at a chapter explaining the interdependence of hardness and softness in Earth, and next to it was a plate of half-eaten crystal osmanthus cake. Saka froze for a moment, then understood. This place was quiet and had good lighting. It seemed Toph also often came here to take refuge. He shook his head, sat down opposite her, opened the Chronicles of Southern Oddities in his hand, and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Suddenly, he wondered why a blind person like her would come here to read books. Time flowed by in the rustling sound of turning pages. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, slowly moving within the dust-filled beams of light. After an unknown amount of time, an extremely faint, hesitant sound of footsteps approached. Saka looked up from the pages and saw Toph standing by a bookshelf not far away, tilting her face, as if sensing his position. She had changed back into her deep green training outfit, which was convenient for movement. The faint gentle disguise on her face was gone, and she had returned to her usual liveliness, though her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she had encountered some difficult problem. Something up. Saka put down his book. Toph walked closer following the sound, her bare feet making no noise on the cold floor. She stopped by Soka's desk, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the open Theory of Earth's Origins, her tone carrying a rare sense of confusion and a desire for guidance. Hey, mute stone. Ask you something. Speak. Saka looked at her, finding her rare, serious demeanor for seeking advice somewhat refreshing. This book says, the nature of Earth is extremely thick, yet it can also be extremely soft. Hardness cannot last long, and softness cannot defend. The interdependence of hardness and softness creates transformation. She pointed to a passage on the page. I understand the logic. But this, interdependence, later on, how do you interdepend? How do you make hardness and softness interdepend at a single point, in a single instant? If you mix water with sand, doesn't that just become paste? Can it still have power? She wrinkled her nose, seemingly dissatisfied with the paste metaphor. Saka looked in the direction of her finger. Next to that passage were some notes left by predecessors regarding the conversion between hardness and softness in power, but they were all quite profound and obscure. He pondered for a moment, combined with his realization of flow that Toph had sparked for him at the training grounds that morning, and tried to explain. Perhaps, it's not a simple mixture. It's more like a instantaneous switching and superposition of states. He organized his words and picked up a pen on the table. For example, this pen is hardness. But if I vibrate it at an extremely fast speed and with an extremely subtle amplitude, softness, it still looks hard, but its internal structure is actually enduring. High frequency impacts the destructive power of hardness and softness combined. He lightly flicked the pen barrel with his fingertip, and the pen barrel emitted a faint hum. Toph's hollow, gray-green eyes watched the pen, and her small ears twitched, as if catching that subtle vibration. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Instantaneous switching and superposition. Vibration is the method of softness, but what it transmits is the destructive power of hardness, like the air ripples you struck this morning. She seemed to have grasped a key point. You can understand it that way. Saka nodded. Just like the vibration you mentioned yesterday, find that point and explode instantly. The explosion is hardness, but the method of allowing the power to accurately reach that point and condense instantly perhaps requires the technique of softness to guide and support it. Hardness is the goal, and softness is the means and path to reach the goal. The more he spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, and he felt his understanding of his own power had deepened by another layer. Toph was silent for a moment, seemingly digesting Soka's words. She suddenly reached out, her fingers precisely pressing onto Soka's wrist, which was resting on the table. Soka's body instantly tensed up, and the cool touch on his wrist made his heart skip a beat. The memory of the hug from last night flashed back inopportunely. Don't move, Toph whispered, her tone focused. Flick that pen again. Use the feeling of flow you just mentioned, let the power flow to your fingertips, and then instantly vibrate it out. Saka suppressed the strangeness in his heart and followed her instructions. He mobilized the power within his body, imagining it surging toward his fingertips like a stream. At the moment of touching the pen barrel, he focused his intent, and the power exploded instantly. Hum. The pen barrel emitted a vibrating hum much clearer than before. Toph's fingers pressed tightly on his wrist pulse, sensing the path of his power transmission in the moment of explosion. Her brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed, and deep within her gray eyes, light seemed to be flowing. I felt it. Toph suddenly let go, a smile of excitement appearing on her face, carrying a sense of sudden enlightenment. It's that feeling oscillating, over and then, tightening. Although it's still rough, the path is right. So that's how a softness is used. It's not weakness, it's making power become more cunning. More tricky. She excitedly slapped the table, shaking the half plate of crystal cakes. Looking at her face, radiant with the joy of understanding, and the pure light of exploration of power flashing in those gray eyes, the ripples in Soka's heart caused by the touch were replaced by a strange sense of satisfaction from sharing wisdom. For the first time, he felt so clearly that on the path of martial arts exploration, they were not isolated individuals, but fellow travelers who could inspire and hone each other. It seems you've understood it too. Soka's tone also carried a hint of relaxed amusement. That's right. This young lady has always had high comprehension. Toph proudly lifted her chin, then remembered something, grabbed the remaining half of the crystal cake from the plate, stuffed it into her mouth, and mumbled, "Thanks, mute stone. This problem has been stuck in my head for half a day." She patted the cake crumbs off her hands, her movements dashing and clean. I won't disturb your reading. I'm going to look over there to see if there's anything more detailed about vibration. With that, like a cat that had found a new toy, she walked lightly toward another row of bookshelves and quickly disappeared among the layers of shelves. Saka watched her back disappear, then looked down at his own wrist again, where the cool touch of her fingertips and the focused strength she used when sensing his power seemed to remain. He picked up the pen that she had studied, gathered power at his fingertips, and flicked it lightly once more. Hum. The humming sound emitted by the pen barrel seemed clearer and more condensed than before. The arc of his mouth deepened silently in the corner of the library where no one could see. Days at the Panchi residence flowed between tranquility and hidden undercurrents. Soka's injuries were no longer a major concern. Aside from necessary estate duties and handling correspondence regarding family properties, he devoted most of his energy to cultivation and studying in the library. Toph, meanwhile, was like a wandering wind, flickering unpredictably through the residence. She might be in the martial arts field, listening to the earth's pulses, nibbling on snacks while flipping through ancient texts in some corner of the library, or helping Grandfather Fu organize herbs in his small courtyard, usually making more of a mess than helping. This afternoon, the sun spilled warmly into the courtyard, making even the silent bluestones seem a bit less cold and hard. Saka had just finished processing a batch of letters in the study and intended to go to the martial arts field to consolidate his new understanding of balancing hardness with softness, but he bumped right into a hurried A-Fu at the corner of the corridor. Young master. A-Fu's face carried a rare hint of urgency. Seeing Saka, he immediately bowed and said, "I was just looking for you." "What is it?" Saka stopped in his tracks. "It's an urgent report sent by shopkeeper Su of 100 Herbs Hall, in the west of the city." A-Fu spoke slightly faster. "He says the stone pith root, the primary herb for the bone-mending and flesh-growing powder, ordered for the residents a few days ago, was caught in the rain during transport. Most of its medicinal properties are damaged, and I'm afraid there won't be enough." Saka frowned slightly. This bone-mending and flesh-growing powder was an essential medicine for consolidating his muscles and bones in the later stages of his recovery. Among its ingredients, stone pith root grew in the deepest crevices of the earth's pulses and was extremely rare, serving as the medicinal catalyst. The Panchi family had its own herb fields, but this herb had a long growth cycle, and the residents' stock was already low. 100 Herbs Hall is the largest medicinal herb merchant in Earthstrong City. Do they not even have any backstock? Shopkeeper Su said the last of the stock in his warehouse has also gone moldy. A new batch won't arrive from the southern border for at least a month. A-Fu looked worried. "Young master, your injury. It's fine, it's nearly healed. Delaying the medicine for a while won't have a big impact." Saka waved his hand, though he was more concerned about something else. "I recall there was still some in the residence's warehouse. Was it used to prepare medicine for Uncle Chen in the back courtyard?" "Exactly." A-Fu sighed. "Uncle Chen's old leg pains flare up as soon as autumn hits, and he relies on this herb to keep it under control. This old servant wanted to set some aside, but there really isn't enough for 2 people." Saka pondered for a moment. "I remember, the old shopkeeper of Jishi Hall, in the north of the city once received a favor from the Panchi family in his early years. Perhaps he might have a lead." A-Fu's eyes lit up. "Young master has a good memory. How could this old servant forget old Zhao? Although Jishi Hall isn't as large as 100 Herbs Hall, old Zhao has traveled far and wide, collecting many rare herbs and having extensive connections. This old servant will head to Jishi Hall in the north right away to ask." "Wait." Saka called out to A-Fu as he was about to turn and leave. "I'll go with you." He paused, then explained, "Old Zhao values sentiment. It will show proper sincerity if I go personally. Besides, I haven't visited the north of the city in some time, so I'll check on several properties there along the way." A-Fu's face was immediately covered in smiles. "That's wonderful. This old servant couldn't ask for more than for the young master to be willing to go out and move about." He then thought of something else, his expression turning hesitant. "It's just, regarding Miss Toph." Saka understood A-Fu's meaning. Leaving Toph alone in the residence, there was no telling what new tricks she might explore. Furthermore, she was nominally his fiancée and the future mistress of the Panchi residence. Going out would be appropriate. But, taking her out. Images instantly flashed through Soka's mind of Toph running wild in the residence, nibbling snacks in the library, and giving orders at the martial arts field, as well as that mask of a gentle and quiet lady she wore in front of outsiders, taking her to the chaotic markets in the north of the city. Before he could speak, a clear, slightly lazy voice came from the other end of the corridor. "Grandfather Fu, are you looking for me?" Toph sauntered over slowly. Today, she wore a moon-white silk skirt under a light green sheer gauze jacket. Her long hair was loosely tied in a falling horse bun, pinned with a white magnolia hairpin, and she held a freshly plucked white camellia still wet with dew. The sunlight fell on her, making her appear elegant and ethereal. Her skirt swayed slightly as she walked, like lotuses blooming with every step, the very image of a refined lady from a secluded chamber who did not eat the food of mortals. Saka and A-Fu looked at her, perfect disguise, simultaneously, both momentarily speechless. "Miss Toph," A-Fu reacted quickly, hurrying to bow. "It's like this." He briefly explained the herb shortage and the plan to go to Jishi Hall in the north of the city. After Toph finished listening, her hollow gray eyes looked toward Saka, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing past. Young Master Saka is personally going to find medicine for Uncle Chen. Truly a benevolent heart. She paused, her tone taking on a perfect amount of consideration and a trace of subtle anticipation. The north of the city is far, and the markets are noisy. The young master has only recently recovered and must be careful. Toph has nothing else to do, why don't I accompany the young master? It would be good to look after one another. She lowered her head slightly, revealing a fair and graceful neck, her posture impeccably submissive. Sokka looked at her current state, feeling his eye twitch slightly. She wanted to go. She was likely bored to death in the residence and wanted to go out to listen to the excitement, wasn't she? And look after him. With those eyes of hers. Fu, however, acted as if he had found a savior and immediately chimed in, yes, yes, yes. With Miss Toph going along, this old servant will be much more at ease. The miss is meticulous, she will surely help the young master keep a careful watch. He completely ignored Sokka's warning glare, his expression saying, it's settled. Sokka looked at Toph's, I am sensible, I am frail, I need protection, gentle appearance, then at Grandfather Fu's earnest eyes, knowing that opposition was futile. He took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable irritation in his heart and a trace of tension he hadn't even noticed himself. Fine, he uttered the word, his voice a bit dry. Thank you for your consideration, young master. A gentle smile bloomed on Toph's lips, graceful and moving. Only Sokka, being closest to her, seemed to catch the fleeting, cunning arc at the corner of her mouth, like a little fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. Soon, a low-key but sturdy Panchi family carriage drove out of the residence's side gate. The interior was spacious, lined with thick soft cushions, and arranged simply but comfortably. Sokka and Toph sat on opposite sides. The carriage entered the main road of Earthstrong City. The rumbling of wheels over the bluestone road and the bustle of the market outside, cries of vendors, bargaining, children's laughter, the sound of wheels and hooves, flooded in through the carriage walls like a tide. Toph sat upright, her back straight and her hands folded on her lap. Her face was turned toward the carriage window as if she were admiring the street scenery outside. That focused expression, paired with her elegant profile, would make anyone think she was a well-bred lady traveling in quiet dignity. Only Sokka knew that her ears were greedily capturing every sound outside. He could see her small earlobes turning extremely slightly with different sounds, and sometimes the corners of her mouth would rise imperceptibly, as if she were hearing something interesting. The carriage was quiet. Sokka also closed his eyes to rest, trying to ignore the humanoid disguise sitting opposite him. However, a jolt of the carriage caused Toph's body to sway slightly. She instinctively reached out to steady herself against the carriage wall, her fingertips lightly tapping the wood a few times with a faint da-da sound, as if testing the thickness and material of the wall. Sokka opened his eyes just in time to see her withdraw her hand and return to her serene posture, as if the small movement just now had never happened. He looked away, staring out the window. Rows of shops and bustling crowds came into view. The Panchi family carriage bore a special emblem, and pedestrians moved aside. He could see the awe of the Panchi family in the eyes of the passers-by, as well as some curious gazes trying to peer inside through the gaps in the carriage window. Turn right at the intersection ahead, and we'll be at Safang Street, in the north of the city, Fu, who was driving, reminded from outside. Safang Street in the north was one of the most prosperous yet chaotic markets in Earthstrong City. It brought together merchants from all over, traveling performers, laborers looking for work, and people from all walks of life. The air was thick with various scents, the fragrance of fresh fruits and vegetables, the greasiness of cooked food, the cloying sweetness of cheap powders, the musk of livestock, and a mixture of dust and sweat. As the carriage entered the vicinity of Safang Street, the noise instantly amplified several times, as if they were in the middle of a giant whirlpool of sound. Sugar, people. Sweet and crispy sugar people. Fine herbs from the southern border. Come and take a look if you know your stuff. Fresh meat buns. Thin skin and lots of filling. Make way. Make way. No compensation if you get hit. All sorts of shouting, hawking, arguing, and playing sounds mixed together, battering the eardrums. Toph's body sat visibly straighter, and the angle of her head tilted even more toward the window. Her fingers curled slightly inside her wide sleeves. That gentle expression remained on her face, but Saka keenly noticed that her breathing was a tiny bit faster than before, and deep within her hollow gray eyes, there flashed a hint of excitement. The carriage struggled forward through the dense crowd at a snail's pace. Finally, at a relatively wide intersection, Afu had to pull the carriage over. Young master, Miss Toph, there are too many people ahead, the carriage can't pass. Jishi Hall is not far ahead, we'll have to walk for a bit. Saka was the first to get out, landing steadily. He looked around, his brow furrowing slightly. The density of the crowd far exceeded his expectations, and the mixture of scents in the air made him instinctively feel a bit uncomfortable. He turned back, preparing to help Toph out of the carriage. Toph had already pulled back the curtain. Assisted by a maidservant, she emerged with great poise. Her face carried a perfect hint of frailty, as if slightly uncomfortable with the environment, and she reached out her slender, jade-like hand toward Saka. Saka looked at the hand she offered. It was fair and delicate, almost transparent in the sunlight. He hesitated for a fleeting moment. The sensation in the tunnel last night, the coolness when she pressed her hand against his wrist in the library to sense his power, fragments of memory flooded his mind uncontrollably. He steadied himself, reached out his own hand, and lightly grasped her fingertips. The touch was warm and soft. Toph's fingers rested lightly in his palm as she used the support to land steadily on the ground, her movements light and elegant, her skirts barely moving. Thank you, young master, she thanked him softly, then quickly and naturally withdrew her hand as if it were a routine polite contact. She turned slightly and stood half a step behind Saka, assuming a posture of deference to him. A-Fu arranged for two capable guards to follow behind, and the group, led by A-Fu, merged into the surging tide of people. The crowding on Safang Street was beyond imagination. The narrow streets were packed with various stalls on both sides selling everything: bright fabrics, shiny copperware, lively fish and shrimp, steaming snacks, and strange trinkets. Pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder, and one could easily be separated if they weren't careful. The air was thick with the strong scent of life, sweat, the aroma of food, the musk of livestock, the smell of cheap incense, mixing into a powerful atmosphere of market life. Saka walked in front, his tall figure like a moving reef in the crowd, invisibly pushing aside the throng for Toph and Afu behind him. His steps were steady and his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, maintaining high vigilance. Although the Panchi family's name was prominent, in such a place of mixed company, there was no guarantee that some ignorant lowlife wouldn't cause trouble. Toph followed closely behind Saka, striving to maintain her demeanor as a young lady of a great house. Her gaze was lowered as if looking at her toes, but in reality, all her senses were heightened to their limit. Her bare feet stepped on the stone road covered in dust and scattered puddles, and the sensations through her soles clearly transmitted every vibration of the ground. Someone pushing a heavy cart ahead, two burly men arguing by a stall on the left, a light-footed fellow sneakily approaching an old farmer with a shoulder pull on the back right. Her ears filtered a massive amount of sound. Vendors shouting, housewives bargaining, children crying, the sound of finger-guessing games from a distant tavern. Amidst this noisy background, she precisely captured Soka's steady and powerful footsteps, Grandfather Fu's slightly hurried breathing, the guard's vigilant breathing rhythms, and, not far behind them, a deliberately lightened but greedy footstep following them at a steady pace, seemingly targeting the inconspicuous coin purse at Grandfather Fu's waist. Toph's brow furrowed imperceptibly. She tilted her head slightly toward A Fu and whispered in a soft voice that only those nearby could hear, Grandfather Fu, your coin purse seems to have come loose. A-Fu was startled and instinctively reached for his waist. Sure enough, the opening of the purse used for loose silver and copper coins had been sliced open at some point. His heart chilled, and he whipped his head around, just in time to see a small figure in a gray cloth jacket quickly retracting a hand and turning to dive into the crowd. Catch the thief! The guard beside A Fu reacted instantly, letting out a low shout and lunging toward the thief. The crowd immediately went into a small commotion. The thief was clearly familiar with the terrain, weaving through the crowd like a loach, and the guard was momentarily blocked. Saka also stopped, looking coldly toward the disturbance. He didn't act, the two guards were enough to handle such a petty thief. At that moment, another change occurred. Beside them, at a large stall selling pottery, whether because the rack was unstable or it was bumped by the crowd, the top layer of high-stacked coarse ceramic bowls and plates wobbled violently, then collapsed like a small mountain, crashing down toward where Saka and Toph were standing. Watch out! A-Fu cried out in terror, losing his composure. AI model. DeepSeek chat. Soka's reaction was lightning fast. The moment those heavy pottery pieces began to fall, he had no time to think, his body moved on pure instinct. He spun around, threw his arms wide, and without a second's hesitation, pulled Toph, who was standing behind into his side, tightly into his embrace, shielding her completely. At the same instant, the power of the earth sect within him erupted. A deep, rumbling vibration, like the earth itself groaning, spread out from Saka. The ground around him immediately rose up, forming a defensive barrier. Crash! Like a torrential downpour hammering on a roof. Countless crude clay bowls and plates smashed against the earthen shield Saka had raised, shattering with a dense cacophony of noise. Fragments flew in every direction. Nearby pedestrians screamed and scrambled to get out of the way. Yet, Toph, held firmly within Soka's protective embrace, wasn't touched by a single shard. She was completely enveloped within an absolute safe zone constructed of Soka's power and his own body. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. The noisy market seemed to fall silent. The surrounding crowd stared, dumbstruck, at the scene. A tall, straight-backed young man shielding a petite girl tightly in his arms, countless shattered pottery fragments flying around them, yet unable to harm them in the slightest. Sunlight pierced through the kicked-up dust, outlining the tense line of Soka's jaw and the silhouette of Toph, her face buried against his chest, only a section of her jet-black hair bun visible. Saka clearly felt the stiffness of the body in his arms. Toph's cheek was pressed tightly against his chest. He could even feel the warmth of her breath through his clothes against his skin. Her body was light, carrying a soft, unique fragrance that seemed utterly out of place amidst the dusty, common air of the marketplace. The memory of that brief, scorching embrace in the tunnel last night was, in this moment, infinitely magnified, overlaid, becoming more real and tangible. He could hear his own heart pounding like a war drum in his chest, whether from the recent danger or the current sensation of soft warmth in his arms, he didn't know. Toph was frozen too. The tremendous crashing sounds and the sudden eruption of Soka's aura, thick, heavy, and steady as the earth itself, completely enveloped her. Her world was instantly stripped of all sound and vibration, leaving only the solid, warm chest she was pressed against and the strong, powerful heartbeat transmitted through the fabric, thump thump, thump thump, like steady drumbeats, striking against her eardrums and against her chaotic thoughts. An indescribable surge of heat rushed to her cheeks, instantly burning her ears. She instinctively tried to pull away but found herself held fast, the strength in his arms like forged iron. The crashing of shattering pottery finally ceased, leaving only the sporadic sound of fragments hitting the ground. Soka's tense body slowly relaxed, and the earthen protection dissolved. Amidst the swirling dust, he looked down at Toph in his arms. Toph also chose that moment to look up. Their gazes met abruptly in the dust-filled air. Saka saw Toph's empty, gray-green eyes. In them now was none of their usual cunning, sharpness, or feigned docility, only a pure, somewhat dazed and unsettled bewilderment. Her cheeks were flushed crimson, the color spreading all the way to her small earlobes. Even the tip of her nose was smudged with a speck of flying dust, making her look a bit disheveled, yet giving her a strangely, breathtakingly real quality. Toph couldn't see Soka's expression, but she could clearly feel his gaze on her face. That gaze seemed to carry a tangible warmth, making her cheeks burn even hotter. She could even feel the slight heat of his breath stirring the hair on her forehead. The air seemed to congeal. The surrounding gasps, murmurs, the stall owner's curses, the guards' shouts as they apprehended the thief, all sounds seemed blocked by an invisible membrane. In their world, there was only the sound of each other's breathing and heartbeats, so close. Ahem. Saka snapped back to reality, as if scalded, quickly releasing his arm from around Toph while subtly stepping back half a pace to create distance. His movements were somewhat stiff, and a faint, barely noticeable blush tinged the tips of his ears. Are you, all right? His voice held a trace of imperceptible hoarseness. Toph also seemed startled awake. She immediately lowered her head, hiding the flush on her face, her hands instinctively smoothing her slightly disheveled collar and hair bun. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. I'm fine. Thank you, young master, for protecting me. Her fingertips trembled slightly. The places at her waist where he had held her and the chest she had pressed against still felt branded with a lingering heat. Ah Fu and the guards now crowded around, asking anxiously, young master. Miss Toph. Are you both all right? Are you hurt? Saka steadied himself, regaining his usual composure. He addressed the guards, we're fine. Go see the stall owner. Put the losses on the Panchi residence account, double compensation. He then looked at the ashen-faced thief being brought back by the guards, his gaze icy. Take him to the authorities. Yes, sir. A guard acknowledged. Ah Fu patted his chest, his heart still pounding. You scared this old servant half to death. Thankfully, young master reacted so quickly. Miss Toph, you really weren't frightened, were you? Seeing Toph with her head bowed and cheeks slightly flushed, he assumed she was just shaken and felt a pang of sympathy. No, I wasn't. Toph shook her head, her voice still very soft. After this unexpected little commotion, the atmosphere became subtly awkward and silent. Saka walked ahead, his steps seeming somewhat quicker than before, his back appearing straighter and more rigid. Toph still followed half a step behind, but this time, she didn't deliberate maintain that perfect posture. She just kept her head down, her bare feet treading the stone-paved road, each step somewhat absent-minded, as if trying hard to process something. Ah Fu, observing the faint sense of distance and the pervasive silence between the two, being as shrewd as he was, seemed to detect a hint of something unusual. A glimmer of understanding and amusement flashed in the old man's cloudy eyes, but he didn't voice it, merely guiding the way even more carefully. The Hall of Universal Aid was located in a relatively quiet side alley deep within Safang Street. It had an ancient wooden facade with a slightly worn plaque reading, Universal Aid, hanging gourd. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs was refreshing and soothing. The elderly shopkeeper, Old Zhao, was a thin, wiry old man with white hair and beard, yet spirited. Seeing Saka arrive in person, he was so moved he nearly shed tears, taking Soka's hand and chattering on about his gratitude for the Panchi family's past kindness. When Saka stated his purpose, Old Zhao thumped his chest in assurance, stone marrow root. We have it. This old man traveled to the southern borders years ago and happened to acquire a few fine specimens. I've been treasuring them. For the Panchi family's use, I won't take a single coin. Saka naturally wouldn't take it for free. He insisted on paying the market price and added a generous extra sum as thanks. Old Zhao couldn't refuse and had to accept, then enthusiastically bundled up many nourishing herbs and practically stuffed them into Ah Fu's hands. With the herbs obtained, the purpose of this trip was accomplished. Stepping out of the Hall of Universal Aid, the sun was already tilting westward. On the way back, the atmosphere remained somewhat stiff. Saka walked in silence, and Toph followed quietly behind. An invisible wall seemed to stand between them. Passing by a small stall selling various strange stones and minerals, Toph's footsteps suddenly paused. Her empty gray eyes swept over the stall, her small nostrils flaring slightly as if sniffing the air. Saka noticed her stop and also halted, turning back. What is it? Toph hesitated for a moment, then pointed to an inconspicuous, fist-sized, deep brown stone in the corner of the stall, its surface covered in honeycomb-like pores. Her voice regained some of its usual crispness, but with a trace of barely detectable awkwardness. Could you ask how much that stone costs? Saka looked at the stall owner. The owner was a shrewd middle-aged man. Seeing a customer interested, he immediately launched into an enthusiastic spiel. Ah, this young lady has a good eye. This is earth-fire stone. Don't let its plain looks fool you, it contains pure earth-fire energy. Great for warming and nourishing cold ailments or for forging weapons. How much? Saka cut off his sales pitch. Hey, not expensive. 20 taels of silver. The stall owner held up 2 fingers. Toph's brows immediately furrowed. 20 taels. Did this lump of coal sprout a spirit? 3 taels, tops. Stall owner. The corner of Soka's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. That familiar, prickly haggling style. Had she finally dropped the act? Young lady, that's cutting it too deep. This is Three Tails. Take it or leave it. Toph crossed her arms, tilting her chin up, reverting to that take it or leave it arrogant demeanor, completely forgetting she was still wearing a lady dress. Seeing her stance and the cold, imposing, clearly not to be trifled with Saka beside her, the stall owner felt a pang of fear. With a pained expression, he said, F5, 5 tails. Lowest. Young lady, I wouldn't even cover my costs. Toph let out a HMPH and pretended to walk away. Hey, alright. Three tails it is. Consider it making a friend. The stall owner hurriedly called her back, wrapping up the honeycomb stone with a look of heartache. Saka silently paid. Toph took the heavy, unremarkable-looking stone, her fingertips tracing the honeycomb pores a few times, a satisfied expression flickering across her face before she casually stuffed it into her sleeve pocket. Watching her skilled movements, then looking at the expensive, moon-white plain brocade dress she wore, Saka suddenly found it somewhat amusing. The awkward stiffness from earlier at the Hall of Universal Aid seemed diluted by her true colors, haggling display. What are you buying this for? Saka couldn't help asking on the way back to the carriage. It's useful, Toph replied succinctly, her tone much more natural, as if that heart-pounding embrace had never happened. The earth-fire energy inside is strong, and there's little impurity. Better than ordinary firestones. Saka didn't press further. He could guess that the stone probably had something to do with a special earthbending technique she practiced or making something. Toph's secrets always seemed tied to these strange stones and earth. They boarded the carriage and began the journey back. The interior was still quiet, but unlike the deliberate maintained distance from the trip there, this silence now held a subtle, unspoken, indescribable subtle feeling. Toph didn't deliberate sit upright to admire the scenery outside. She just leaned against the carriage wall, toying with the newly purchased honeycomb stone in her hand, her fingertips sensing the warmth and unique vibrational frequency within. Her expression was thoughtful. Saka also had his eyes closed, but this time, he couldn't completely calm his mind. The sensation of soft warmth in his arms, her dazed, flushed face when she looked up, and her familiar, full of life demeanor while haggling flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. An unfamiliar, hard to control emotion quietly sprouted like a vine, entangling his usually calm and composed heart. The carriage left the noisy of the northern city district. The streets gradually grew wider and quieter. The golden glow of the setting sun filtered through the window, bathing the carriage interior in a warm, hazy light. As the carriage navigated a gentle turn, the vehicle tilted slightly. Toph, focused on sensing the stone in her hand, naturally leaned toward Soka's side with the inertia. Almost instinctively, Soka's arm lifted slightly, as if to steady her. However, just before his fingertips could touch Toph's arm, she had already righted herself and sat up straight again. Soka's arm froze mid-air for an imperceptible moment, then was withdrawn very naturally to rest on his own knee. His fingers curled slightly, as if that momentary impulse had never occurred. Toph seemed completely unaware, still bowing, toying, with her stone. Only Saka himself knew how his heart had missed a beat in that instant. Looking at Toph's soft profile outlined in the sunset's afterglow, the ripples he had force suppressed in his heart silently spread outward, growing deeper and more unfathomable. The carriage moved toward the Panchi residence in silence. The setting sun dyed the residence's tall bluestone walls a warm orange-red. The dots of lamplight lit within the residence, in the deepening dusk, were like the silent rock opening gentle eyes. Ah Fu's respectful reminder came from outside the carriage. Young master, Miss Toph, we've arrived. Saka alighted first. After landing, he habitually turned and once again extended his hand toward the carriage. This time, Toph didn't hesitate. She placed her hand in his, her fingertips lightly resting on Soka's broad, warm palm, using his support to step down steadily. The moment their fingertips touched, both paused almost imperceptibly. Immediately, Toph swiftly withdrew her hand, gave a slight curtsy, her voice regaining its usual gentleness, yet seeming to lack some of its deliberate disguise, carrying a hint of barely detectable lightness. Thank you, young master. Toph will return to her room now. Saka acknowledged, watching her walk gracefully into the mansion gate accompanied by a maid, the hem of her moon-white dress disappearing into the shadows of the entrance corridor. He stood there, the evening breeze cooling his slightly warm ears. His palms still seemed to retain the slightly cool, delicate sensation of her fingertips, and, that instant when he had wanted to steady her, the impulse that had surged in his heart, stronger even than the urge to protect the Panchi residence. Ah Fu stood to the side, watching his young master gaze thoughtfully in the direction Toph had departed. A relieved, meaningful smile slowly spread across the old man's wrinkled face. Night gently enveloped the Panchi residence. Deep within the residence, each having returned to their rooms, one sat under the lamplight, stroking the newly acquired honeycomb stone, sensing the pulse of earth fire within it, yet her thoughts kept drifting unbidden to the heartbeat from that solid chest. The other stood by the window, gazing into the deep night, fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the windowsill, his mind echoing with that moment of the silence of a disordered heartbeat amidst the market's noisy. The morning at Panchi residence always carried a faint, cool tranquility unique to Bluestone. The hustle and bustle of yesterday's market and the heart-stopping crash of the pottery seemed to be walled off by the thick residence walls, settling into deep, unspeakable ripples in the hearts of the two. Saka woke early as usual. The empty bluestone ground of the martial arts field was still covered in a thin layer of morning dew, and the air was crisp. He cast aside distracting thoughts, lowered his waist into a horse stance, and began practicing the Panchi family's most basic stance training. Every breath was long and steady, and every movement carried the weight and power of the earth, as he tried to pull the unfamiliar flutters and disturbances caused by a certain person back into the solid, rock-like framework of his mind. However, when a gust of palm wind from his, pushing mountains and filling seas, technique brushed across the ground, kicking up a few small pebbles, the soft touch of her leaning against him in the carriage last night and the fleeting glimpse of her blushing cheeks at the market uncontrollably surfaced, causing his breath to hitch slightly. He furrowed his brows, forced the thoughts down, and made his movements a bit more fierce, as if he were fighting an invisible opponent. Meanwhile, in another corner of the residence, in a carefully tended small herb garden, dew rolled on emerald green leaves, reflecting the fragmented gold of the rising sun. Toph was barefoot, stepping on the moist, soft soil. She had changed out of yesterday's complicated moon-white robe and was wearing a simple lotus root-colored narrow-sleeved belted shirt and matching trousers. Her long hair was coiled up as usual, with a few rebellious strands falling by her cheeks, making her look exceptionally clean and nimble. She leaned over slightly, her hands hovering above several plants with thick leaves that emitted a special fragrance. Her expression was focused and serene, her vacant gray-green eyes slightly narrowed, as if she were listening to something. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her and illuminating her slightly twitching nostrils and a barely perceptible smile at the corner of her lips. She was listening to the flow of the ley lines and the rhythm of the herbs' slow growth. The breathing of the soil, the stretching of the roots, the surge of sap in the veins of the leaves, all these minute vibrations formed a vibrant symphony in her incredibly keen perceptual world. The noise of the market was interesting, but this pure pulse of life originating from the depths of the earth was the melody she was most familiar with and found most comforting. This, dew-condensing grass, absorbed plenty of moonlight essence last night. The chi in its veins is more active than the ones next to it. Toph murmured to herself, her fingertips suspended in the air as if she were combing through the invisible plant veins across the air. Not far away, Saka, who had finished his morning practice and intended to return to his room to change, happened to pass by the corridor of the herb garden. He paused slightly, his gaze drawn to the figure bathed in the morning light within the garden. Without the intentional gentle disguise or the layers of magnificent dresses, the Toph at this moment was like a resilient plant rooted in the soil, stretching in her most authentic posture. Her focused expression carried a near-devout tranquility, merging with the aura of the vigorously growing herbs around her. That spirituality, which came from her very bones and was closely connected to the earth, strangely calmed the irritability in Soka's heart that had arisen from his morning practice. He stood in the shadows of the corridor and did not disturb her, just watching quietly. He watched her fingertips move gently in the air, watched her small nostrils twitch slightly as she smelled the scent of soil and herbs, and watched the natural smile of satisfaction that appeared because she sensed the plant's vigorous vitality. That smile was clean and pure, more moving than any meticulously crafted ladylike etiquette. It wasn't until Toph seemed to hear the breath of his presence, perhaps the slight rustle of fabric, or a change in his breathing frequency. She turned her head and looked toward the corridor, the smile on her face fading slightly, but the tranquility from her focus had not yet completely dissipated. Young Master Saka. Her voice carried the clarity unique to the morning, lacking some of yesterday's intentional softness. Morning. Saka stepped out from the shadows, the morning light outlining his tall figure. Morning. Looking at the herbs. Yeah, Toph nodded, pointing to the dew-condensing grass at her feet. Grandpa Fu said these are almost ripe and asked me to listen to their state to determine the harvest time. She paused, her tone carrying a bit of pride. I heard that their chi will be at its fullest and their medicinal effect best before midnight tonight. Soka's gaze fell on her bare feet, which were stained with a bit of moist soil. Her small toes looked exceptionally white against the damp black earth. He subconsciously wanted to remind her that the ground was cold, or at least that she should wear shoes, but the words died in his throat. He remembered her saying that being barefoot allowed her to perceive the earth more clearly. Perhaps this was her most comfortable state. Good work, he finally said, his tone a bit gentler than usual. It's not hard, it's actually fun. Toph curled her lips into a smile, then as if remembering something, she asked, by the way, young master, that honeycomb coal, oh no, the earth fire stone we bought yesterday, do you know where it was put? She almost blurted out the name she used when bargaining at the market. Saka looked at her, almost caught expression, a very faint smile flickering in his eyes. Ah Fu put it away. Do you need it? Yes. Toph nodded immediately. I've thought of how to use it. I guarantee it'll be something good. I'll have Ah Fu send it to your room, Saka replied. No need to trouble Grandpa Fu, just tell me where it is and I'll go get it myself. Toph waved her hands hurriedly, looking eager to try. Saka looked at her suddenly brightened spirit and knew he couldn't stop her. It's on the bottom layer of the third shelf on the west side of the warehouse, he stated the position precisely. Thanks, young master. Toph smiled so much her eyes curved like crescents, looking like a kitten about to get its favorite toy. She didn't stay any longer, waved in Soka's direction, and drifted toward the warehouse with light steps, her bare feet stepping across the moist soil and bluestone slabs, leaving a trail of nearly silent but vibrant footprints. Saka stood in place, watching her lithe retreating figure until the lotus root color disappeared around the corner of the corridor. The fresh scent of soil and herbs she carried seemed to linger in the air. He looked down at his own hem, which was stained with a bit of morning dew and dust from his practice, then at the patch of moist soil where Toph had just stood. A corner of his heart seemed to be quietly moistened by that fresh morning dew. The atmosphere at breakfast was much more relaxed than yesterday. Toph seemed to have completely recovered from the fright at the market, or rather, she had selectively sealed away the awkward and heart-fluttering moment of the embrace. She had a good appetite, sipping her thick rice porridge while excitedly discussing the harvest details of the dew-condensing grass and her plan to modify the earth fire stone with Ah Fu. Grandpa Fu, please prepare a sturdy pottery jar for me. It doesn't need to be too big, but the lid must seal tightly. I also need some dried mugwort fluff, and that copper lid with small holes I asked you to keep last time. Toph counted on her fingers, her thoughts clear. All right, this old servant has noted it down. I'll go prepare it after breakfast. Ah Fu replied with a chuckle, looking at Toph with doting eyes, then stealing a glance at Saka, who was eating quietly but obviously listening. Saka ate in silence and did not interject. He was already used to Toph's imaginative ideas and inventions. From the water-drawing stone basin that could automatically water plants to the insect-repelling whistle that emitted a specific vibration frequency to drive away mosquitoes, her whimsical ideas were always inseparable from soil and stone. He wondered what she would make out of the earth fire stone this time. After breakfast, Saka went to his study as usual to handle letters and accounts for the family business. Sunlight streamed through the carved wooden window, casting warm spots of light on the large desk. He dipped his brush in ink and had just reviewed a few documents when a familiar, slightly bouncy sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately after, the study door was pushed open a crack. Toph poked half her head in, a sheepish yet uncontrollably excited smile on her face. Young master, sorry to disturb you. Saka put down his brush. Come in. Toph immediately slipped inside, cradling the honeycomb-like earth fire stone in her arms, along with the pottery jar, mugwort fluff, and the copper lid with small holes Afu had prepared for her. She walked familiarly to a small vacant table by the study window and set everything down at once. I'll work right here, it'll be done soon. I promise not to make your place dirty. Toph promised solemnly, already rolling up her sleeves to reveal her two fair and slender forearms. Saka looked at her posture, ready to do something big, and shook his head helplessly but didn't stop her. As you wish. Slight tapping and rubbing sounds soon echoed in the study. Toph sat cross-legged on the floor, ignoring the nearby stool, her bare feet curled casually. She first placed the honeycomb-shaped earth fire stone in her palm, her fingertips carefully feeling every minute fissure inside the stone and the flow of the earth fire chi within. Then, she picked up a small steel carving knife she had gotten from somewhere and began to carve tiny patterns with extreme focus and precision on the edges of certain holes in the stone. Her movements were fluid and steady, carrying a unique sense of rhythm, as if she weren't carving hard stone but rather combing through some invisible energy pathways. Sunlight fell on her lowered eyelashes, casting shadows like small fans. She would occasionally stop to press the stone against her cheek to feel the change in temperature, or bring it close to her nose to smell the faint scent emitted when the stone was carved, her mouth murmuring, the chi is a bit blocked here, needs to be cleared a bit more. Soka's gaze unconsciously moved from the ledger in his hand to the figure by the window. Her look of total concentration carried a breathtaking attraction. Her vacant eyes now seemed filled with light, reflecting the stone in her hand and the blueprint in her heart. Her fingertips flew, her expression sometimes contemplative, sometimes enlightened, and sometimes her lips would curl up slightly because of a small bit of progress. That pure devotion and the glow of confidence were different from the gentle persona she intentionally played in public or her private cunning and playfulness. It was a deeper, more authentic charm. Saka didn't even realize how long he had been watching. It wasn't until Toph seemed to have finished a key step and let out a long breath, carefully placing the carved earth fire stone into the bottom of the pottery jar. She then evenly spread the dry mugwort fluff around the stone, pressed it down, and finally fitted the copper lid with small holes tightly onto the jar's mouth. Mission accomplished. Toph clapped her hands, her face overflowing with the joy of success. She picked up the plain-looking pottery jar and turned toward Saka as if showing off a treasure. Young master, come look. Saka stood up and walked over. The pottery jar felt slightly heavy in his hand, its touch warm. He didn't feel any particular heat. This is called an earth fire heater. Toph introduced proudly, her fingertip lightly tapping a small hole on the copper lid, then guiding Soka's hand to feel the side wall of the jar. Feel it. Saka pressed his palm against the wall of the jar as told. At first, there was nothing unusual, but after a few moments, a gentle and steady warmth, like a stone warmed by the winter sun, slowly and continuously transferred to his palm through the pottery wall. The temperature was just right, not scalding, and it carried a sense of comfort that reached deep into his bones, dispelling the last bit of coolness lingering in the morning study. Do you feel it? Toph asked expectantly. Although she couldn't see Soka's expression, she could feel his palm lingering on the jar wall. I adjusted the flow of the chi pathways inside the earth fire stone so the earth fire chi can be released more evenly and slowly. The mugwort fluff helps with the combustion, though it's a slow burning, and tempers the dryness of the earth fire chi. With this perforated copper lid, it can both keep warm and let the air circulate slowly. How is it? It's much cleaner and warmer than a charcoal brazier, right? And you don't have to worry about the smell of smoke. Her tone was full of the satisfaction of a successful creation, and her small face was practically screaming, praise me. Saka felt the continuous, gentle warmth in his palm and looked at the unabashedly proud smile on Toph's face. This little invention was indeed clever. He had always disliked the smoky air and floating dust of winter charcoal burning. This, earth fire heater, was a rather good alternative. Saka responded. His gaze fell on Toph's cheeks, slightly flushed from her focused work, and her nose, which was dusted with a bit of stone powder. After a pause, he added, "Not bad. Very ingenious." Although it was just a few simple words like, "not bad," and "ingenious," Toph reacted as if she had received the greatest praise in the world. Her eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of her mouth curled high. Of course. Look who made it. She carefully took the heater back from Soka's hand, cradled it in her arms, felt the temperature of her own creation, and contentedly rubbed against the side of the pot. "Young master, keep this one here for now." Toph generously placed the heater on a corner of Soka's writing desk. "Your hands get cold easily when you're reviewing documents, this is perfect for warming them. Once I find more suitable earth fire stones, I'll make a few more for Grandpa AFU, Uncle Chen, and the others." Without waiting for Soka's response, she packed up her tools like a happy little bird that had finished its task and ran out of the study like a gust of wind. "I'm going to the medicinal garden. Grandpa AFU is waiting for me." Silence returned to the study, leaving only Saka and the clay pot emitting gentle warmth on the desk. The sides of the pot seemed to retain the faint warmth of her embrace and the traces of her fingertips. Soka's gaze fell on the heater, then moved to the direction where Toph had disappeared outside the window. He reached out a finger and lightly touched the bronze lid with fine holes. The warm sensation spread from his fingertip, as if carrying a trace of her recent joyful vitality. He picked up the heater. The mellow warmth enveloped his palm, dispelling not only the slight chill of the study but seemingly some of the hard edges deep in his heart as well. In the afternoon, the library was quiet with shifting light and shadows. The tall bookshelves stood like silent giants, casting deep shadows. The air was permeated with the unique scent of ancient books, a mixture of ink fragrance and the dust of ages. Saka stood on a towering book ladder, searching for an ancient scroll about the changes in the ley lines around Earth's strong city. He remembered the book was placed in an inconspicuous corner on the top shelf. The ladder was somewhat old, emitting a faint creak with his movements. Toph sat cross-legged below on a low couch by the window, holding the already warming earth fire heater in her arms. Spread before her was a heavy manual made of special, tough leather. Her fingertips were carefully tracing the raised lines depicting various rare minerals and rock textures. This was one of the few books in the Panchi family's collection made with braille and embossed patterns, a treasure to her. "Found it," Soka's voice came from above. He stood on his tiptoes, reaching his arm into the innermost part of the shelf, his fingertips finally touching the dusty, heavy spine. However, the moment he pulled the book out with force, the ladder shook violently due to uneven pressure. A wooden rung beneath his feet let out an overburdened crack. Disaster struck suddenly. Soka's reactions were lightning fast. The instant the ladder tilted, he pushed off a rung with his toe and used the momentum to leap backward. But the heavy ancient scroll slipped from his hand, flying out with a heavy whistling sound, heading straight for Toph sitting on the couch below. "Toph!" Midair, Soka's pupils constricted as he shouted sharply. He had no time to save her. Below, the moment the ladder made the strange noise, Toph's ears had already keenly captured the dangerous vibration. The heavy whistling of the scroll cutting through the air was like an alarm bell ringing in her ears. In the blink of an eye, she didn't even look up. Her body's instinctive reaction surpassed thought. Clutching the heater, her waist bent back at an incredibly flexible angle, and her whole body lay almost flat against the couch like a boneless willow branch. Whoosh! The heavy scroll whistled past her nose and the heater in her arms. The resulting wind even ruffled the stray hairs on her forehead. With a dull thud, the scroll slammed onto the floor behind her, kicking up a cloud of dust. Saka had landed steadily by then and rushed to the couch in one stride, his voice carrying a tension he hadn't even noticed. "Are you all right?" Toph remained in her reclined position, her heart still pounding wildly. She could feel the pressure of Soka's sudden proximity and a hint of panic in his aura. She steadied herself, clutching the heater, used her core strength to slowly sit upright, and let out a long breath. "Phew. I'm fine. Good thing I have a flexible waist." She patted the heater in her arms and joked half seriously, "This guy did its part too, blocking some of the wind for me." Seeing that she was unharmed, Soka's heart finally settled. He leaned over to pick up the scroll from the floor, its corners were slightly damaged. He glanced again at the ladder that had almost caused a disaster, his brow furrowed. Toph listened to his movements as he checked the ladder and heard his almost inaudible sigh. She stood up clutching the heater. That ladder must be older than I am, right? Tell Grandpa AFU to replace it with a sturdy one later. She walked to Soka's side and reached out. Let me see the book. Is it broken? Saka instinctively handed the book to her. Toph took the book, and her fingertips immediately began tracing carefully along the spine and cover. Her sense of touch was extremely keen. She could clearly perceive the texture of the paper, the strength of the binding, and the indentation of the damaged corners. She felt it very seriously, her cool fingertips sliding along the edges of the pages, occasionally brushing lightly against Soka's fingers, which he hadn't fully withdrawn. The subtle touch, like the brush of a feather, made Soka's fingers curl imperceptibly. He watched her with her head lowered, focused on inspecting the book's injuries. Her serious profile looked exceptionally soft in the quiet light of the library. The lingering fear from the recent danger was gradually replaced by a strange, warm tranquility. It's fine, just a corner got dented, the inner pages aren't torn. Toph finished her inspection and handed the book back to Saka, her tone light. I'll find something heavy to press it down later, it'll flatten out quite a bit. Saka took the book, his fingertips briefly touching her cool ones again. This time, he didn't pull away immediately, but looked at her and said softly, just now, thank you. Thanking her for her quick reactions, and thanking her for being unharmed. Toph was stunned for a moment, then flashed a slightly mischievous smile. Why thank me? I didn't dodge to save you. I was afraid your precious book would smash my heater. She shook the clay pot in her arms, then as if remembering something, she stuffed the heater into Soka's hands. Here, take the heater to calm your nerves. I'm going to see if Grandpa AFU has finished gathering the mugwort fluff. After speaking, she slipped away like a gust of wind again, leaving Saka standing alone with the warm heater in his hands and the slightly damaged ancient scroll. The heater's temperature soothed his palm and seemed to soothe the last ripples of the recent scare. He looked in the direction Toph had disappeared, shook his head helplessly, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward almost imperceptibly. This girl, always saying the opposite of what she felt. At dinner time, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. AFU had specifically ordered the kitchen to make several exquisite dim sum dishes to celebrate the great success of Miss Toph's earth fire heater. At least, the old man himself had been full of praise after trying it. Toph was in a great mood and had a good appetite. While eating crystal shrimp dumplings, she excitedly described her next plan for improving the heater to AFU, such as how to make the heat distribute more evenly or trying to add other herbs with calming or chill dispelling effects. Saka ate quietly, occasionally glancing up at her animated expression. Under the candlelight, her cheeks, slightly flushed from excitement, were more vivid than any rouge. After finishing dinner, AFU cleared the dishes, and Saka and Toph walked out of the dining hall together. Night had fallen deep, and the lanterns under the mansion's corridors were lit one by one, casting warm glows on the bluestone path. The air carried the unique slight chill of an autumn night. The two walked side by side under the corridor, maintaining a comfortable distance. The danger in the library and the warmth of the heater earlier that day seemed to have further dissolved the invisible barrier that had arisen from the market hug. The silence wasn't awkward, instead, there was a sense of peaceful comfort. As they passed a small bamboo grove, a cool breeze blew through the leaves, making a soft rustling sound and bringing a noticeable chill. Toph instinctively shrunk her neck and rubbed her arms. She was still wearing her narrow-sleeved short shirt today. It was fine in the warm dining hall, but now, blown by the night wind, it was indeed a bit cold. Saka noticed her small movements. He paused slightly and looked at the earth fire heater he had been holding in his hand. He seemed to have forgotten to put it down after leaving the study. The heater was still emitting a steady, comfortable warmth. Without much hesitation, he handed the heater over. Take it. His voice sounded deep and clear in the night. Toph looked in the direction he was holding it and felt the familiar, warm source. She was a bit surprised, then a bright smile broke out on her face. Without refusing, she reached out to take it. Thank you, young master. The warm clay walls instantly dispelled the chill on her arms, and she contentedly hugged the heater a bit tighter. Just as her hands took the heater, Soka's fingers didn't immediately withdraw. His fingertips, unintentionally, or perhaps inevitably due to the narrow space during the handoff, lightly brushed against the back of Toph's hand as she held the heater. The sensation. The mellow clay wall was warm, but the skin on the girl's hand carried the slight chill of the night wind, delicate and smooth. One hot, one cold, one firm, one soft. The moment the fingertips touched the back of her hand, it was as if a tiny electric current quietly surged through. Toph's hand holding the heater trembled imperceptibly, and her breath hitched slightly. Soka's fingers handing over the heater also froze in midair, that cool, delicate touch clearly imprinted on his fingertips. Time seemed to stretch out. The rustling of the night wind through the bamboo, the faint whispers of servants in the distance, even the crackling of the candle wicks in the corridor lanterns, everything became exceptionally clear at this moment. Toph could feel her cheeks heating up rapidly. Fortunately, the deep night hid her embarrassment. She quickly lowered her head, half burying her face behind the warm heater, and said indistinctly, I'm going back first. You should rest early too, young master. After speaking, she clutched the heater and practically fled, her steps much faster than usual. Her lotus-colored figure quickly blended into the shadows of the corridor. Saka stood in place, watching her hurried departure, the cool, delicate sensation still lingering on his fingertips. The night breeze blew against his slightly hot ears. In his chest, that heart, usually as steady as a rock, was now beating powerfully with a strange yet clear rhythm. He slowly raised his hand and looked at his fingertips. It was as if the coolness of her skin and the warmth of the heater were still lingering there, two completely different sensations intertwined, yet strangely merging into a heart-fluttering warm current. The night was gentle, lengthening his shadow. He stood alone in the corridor for a long time, until the lingering sensation on his fingertips gradually faded, but the palpitation in his heart, like ripples from a stone thrown into a lake, silently spread out in circles, failing to subside for a long time. A few days later, in Soka's study at the Northern family estate, Saka was focused on reviewing a lease for a farm estate, the ink still wet. Outside the window, the shadows of parasol tree leaves swayed across the rice paper. Suddenly, bang, 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 the heavy wooden door was pounded with such force that even the paperweight on the desk jumped slightly. A clear, somewhat impatient female voice pierced through the door panels. Hey, mute stone. The sun is already hitting your backside, are you still not up? Open the door. Soka's brows furrowed slightly as he set down his brush. This familiar way of knocking, with the momentum of a battering ram, could belong to no one but Toph. He stood up and walked toward the door with steady steps. I've been awake for a long time. He pulled open the heavy wooden door, his voice carrying a hint of the low resonance that came from just finishing official business. Outside, Toph stood with her hands on her hips, the morning light outlining her slender yet vibrant silhouette. She had changed out of her usual casual attire or dresses, a few stray locks of hair hung rebelliously by her cheeks. She looked like an unsheathed dagger, sharp and brilliant. Soka's gaze paused for a moment on her outfit, which was clearly prepared for action. What are you wearing that for? Are you planning to go out? His tone held its usual calm, but a flicker of hard-to-detect curiosity flashed in his eyes. Toph didn't answer him directly. Instead, she tilted her small chin up, a smile blooming on her face that was a mix of pride, cunning, and excitement, as if she were hiding a huge secret she couldn't wait to share. She took a step forward, nearly stepping over the threshold of the study. Remember that Earth's Strength Hegemony tournament from last time. Her voice rose with a boastful edge. I entered. And, she intentionally drew out her words, her hollow gray-green eyes, locking onto Soka's direction as if trying to see every tiny change on his face. I won the championship. What? Soka's mask of composure shattered instantly. His pupils constricted, and almost instinctively, he lunged forward. His large hand grabbed Toph's wrist to pull her closer, while his other hand subconsciously reached out to check her shoulders and arms. Are you hurt? A place like that. His movements were too fast, carrying an unquestionable force and obvious tension. Toph was stunned by his sudden proximity and touch, and two patches of crimson quickly bloomed on her cheeks. Saka also immediately realized he had overreacted. His fingertips let go as if burned, and he took an inconspicuous half-step back, forcing down his surging emotions to try and regain his steady, panchy, persona. Only a hint of tight raspiness remained in his voice. Cough. I mean, that place is a den of dragons and snakes, the matches are dangerous, you. He paused, his gaze quickly scanning her. Are you hurt? Toph watched her, fiancé, lose his composure and then try to act calm. Her blush hadn't faded, but the corners of her mouth curled into an even more cunning and proud arc, like a kitten that had successfully stolen a fish. She arched her brow playfully, and instead of backing away, she leaned in a little closer. She raised the wrist he had just gripped, her slender fingertips slowly tracing the fabric of Soka's taut sleeve. With a hint of heat, she deliberately brushed up along the lines of his solid forearm. Hurt, she drawled, her voice carrying a trace of lazy provocation. Look at this hand. Before she finished, she suddenly turned the tables, grabbing Soka's wrist and leading it with irresistible force, slamming his palm against her warm, healthy flushed cheek. Skin met skin abruptly. The soft, delicate sensation surged through Soka's fingertips like an electric current, heading straight for his heart. Toph's body heat transferred through his palm, carrying a young girl's unique fragrance and vigorous vitality. She deliberately paused for a moment, letting that burning sensation expand infinitely between them, before she added slowly with a mischievous grin. Isn't it still nice and warm? I'm very much alive and kicking. Saka felt as if the skin she touched and the palm pressed to her cheek were on fire. He yanked his hand back so fast it almost whistled through the air, clenching it into a fist behind his back until his knuckles turned white. An uncontrollable red flush spread to his ears, and his Adam's apple bobbed. His voice was deeper than before, carrying a suppressed annoyance. Toph. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Seeing that he was truly embarrassed, Toph finally giggled and stepped back, but the excited glow on her face didn't dim at all. Let's talk business. Some old-timers left the Earth Strength Hegemony tournament and a bunch of arrogant newcomers arrived. And this young lady is the dark horse who came out of nowhere and crushed everyone. The championship belt is hidden in my room right now. She puffed out her chest proudly. Saka saw her high spirits and that she was unharmed, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. However, hearing the words, dark horse, he couldn't help but snort inwardly. With her skills, she was far more than just a dark horse. So, Saka took a deep breath, trying to ignore the lingering heat on his face as his gaze fell on her outfit. You specifically dressed like this and came to pound on my door just to brag about your championship. He intentionally emphasized the word, brag. The smile on Toph's face widened instantly, carrying a sense of, you finally asked the right question, joy. Of course not. The 6th Earth Strength Hegemony tournament is this morning. This young lady is going to continue. Defending the title. She put one hand on her hip and waved the other grandly, as if commanding a battlefield. My name, the Blind Bandit, will be carved at the top of the rankings, dominating the number 1 spot. The Blind Bandit. Saka raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of helplessness at the nickname that both pointed out her disability and carried a ruthless edge. Still that. Of course. Toph tilted her chin even higher. It sounds like something that would make people tremble with fear, how fitting. So. Her tone shifted as her gray-green gaze pinned onto Soka's face with an irresistible invitation, are you coming? Coming to see how this young lady beats those challengers into the ground one by one. Saka looked at her shining eyes, and the fighting spirit that was almost overflowing, feeling infected by her vigorous energy. He sighed helplessly, but the corner of his mouth curved up into a tiny, almost imperceptible arc, a sign of, I really can't do anything with you, indulgence. Fine, he agreed as if surrendering, turning back to the study to grab an outer robe. What time? Toph's smiling face bloomed at the doorway like a flower facing the morning sun. Her crisp voice carried a declaration of victory, piercing through the morning silence. Now, we have to get to the underground arena. Let's go, mute stone. Don't dawdle. Saka said, all right, but I need to use a disguise. After all, to the outside world, the northern family has no daughter, and I am already known to everyone, so I must disguise myself. Toph smiled and said, why not call yourself, Bathing Wind? Oh, and I need to bring my championship belt. Wait for me in the backyard. With that, Toph ran off. A few minutes later, Toph and Sokka met in the backyard. Toph held her championship belt, while Sokka wore a white mask. Let's go, Sokka said. Toph used earthbending to open a tunnel in a small corner of the backyard, and the two entered. By the way, what did you tell your father? Sokka asked suddenly. Toph laughed proudly. Oh, I just said I was going for a walk with you. This trick never fails. Sokka was somewhat speechless. When they arrived at the Earth Strength Hegemony tournament venue, Sokka asked curiously, why does it look a bit more normal than last time? There's less smoke, alcohol, and blood. Toph said nonchalantly, it's because the organizers have to pay for the medical expenses of the injured, so there's almost no blood. Those who crave true violence have left. All that's left is violence and those who just want to see a normal arena match with some violence. As they walked, the voices of the nearby spectators were very loud. The boulder. The boulder. The boulder. Sokka watched the people on the stage as he walked. Then Toph said playfully, then just sit down. I'm going up on the stage in a bit, wait for me tilde. The spectators, who were fired up watching the boulder fight, didn't notice that the invincible, blind bandit, of the arena was actually making such expressions and gestures toward someone. Sokka looked at Toph's fierce-looking outfit and was silent for a moment before finally speaking, alright, I'll go with you. He paused and added, but I have to use a disguise. In the eyes of the outside world, the northern family has no daughter, and this face of mine, quite a few people recognize the Panchi young master. Hearing this, Toph smiled cunningly, as if she had been waiting for him to say that. Simple. How about calling yourself, Bathing Wind? It sounds like a wandering rogue, low profile enough, right? Before Sokka could evaluate it, she thought of something else and her eyes lit up. Right. Almost forgot my treasure. She turned and ran toward her small courtyard, her voice drifting back with the wind. Wait for me in the backyard. I'm going to get my championship belt. That's a symbol of status. Sokka watched her blow away like a gust of wind and shook his head helplessly. He turned back to his room. When he came out a moment later, his face was covered by a plain white mask, revealing only his cold-lined jaw and thin lips. The mask hid the prestige of the Panchi young master, adding a touch of mystery and aloofness. In a secluded spot in the backyard, Toph was already waiting there, indeed carrying a heavy, ruggedly styled metal belt. The buckle was set with an earthy yellow crystal, symbolizing the championship, which was roughly polished but exuded a sense of power. Hearing Sokka's footsteps, she proudly weighed the belt in her hand, making a light clinking sound of metal. Let's go, Bathing Wind. Toph's tone was light, as if what was about to begin wasn't a dangerous title defense, but an interesting outing. She walked familiarly to an inconspicuous shadow in the corner and stamped her bare foot lightly. Buzz. A low resonance came from the ground. The hard stone slab slid to both sides silently like the surface of water, revealing a dark, downward sloping hole just large enough for one person. The scent of earth mixed with the faint clamor from below wafted toward them. Keep up. Toph was the first to leap in, her movements as light as a night bird returning to its nest. Sokka followed closely behind, his brow furrowed under the mask. The tunnel was narrow and winding, lit only by the faint earthy yellow light gathered at Toph's fingertips. As they walked, Sokka suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, running out dressed like this and carrying that belt, what did you tell your father? In the darkness, Toph's proud laughter came clearly, carrying a bit of fox-like cunning. Oh. I just said, Dad, Sokka and I are going out for a walk to get some air. She imitated a submissive tone before returning to her true self, scoffing, this trick never fails. Anyway, with a Panchi, like you as a shield, my father never asks too much. The corner of Sokka's mouth behind the mask seemed to twitch, feeling a wave of wordless speechlessness at the use of this as shield. The light at the end of the tunnel and the deafening roar of sound suddenly amplified. When the two stepped back onto the packed earth, they were already at the edge of that familiar yet strange underground arena. Sokka's gaze swept across the entire space, a look of obvious doubt flashing in his eyes behind the mask. The scene before him was significantly different from when he and Toph had last snuck in through the tunnel. Although the air was still murky, mixed with the smell of sweat, dust, and cheap grease. That thick, inseparable scent of blood and the choking smoke of low-quality alcohol and tobacco had indeed thinned out considerably. Although the spectators at the edge were still fanatical, waving their fists and roaring, there was less of that naked, bloodthirsty excitement and more of, well, something more like the hype of watching an intense sports event. Even the food being sold at the edge had changed from greasy roasted meat to cleaner, flatbreads and bean soup. Why? Soka's voice came through the mask, carrying confusion. Does it look a lot more normal than last time? That smell, and that atmosphere. He chose his words carefully. Toph was fastening that heavy championship belt around her slender yet powerful waist. Hearing this, she didn't even look up, her tone completely indifferent. Oh, that. It's just because things got too out of hand last time and a lot of people were hurt, so the organizers were hurting from paying out compensation. New regulations came down, strictly forbidding intentional crippling or killing, and the referees are watching closely, so naturally, there are fewer bloody scenes. Those lunatics who only wanted excitement and just wanted to see broken arms and legs found it boring and left. She finished fastening the belt and clapped her hands as if dusting them off. Now, those who stay here either truly love the fighting itself, or they're like me, looking for a place where they can fight freely without going to jail, watching some normal violence to blow off steam. She specifically emphasized the word normal, with a hint of irony. The two walked along the edge toward the arena stage. The deafening roar was almost enough to knock someone over, with countless arms waving overhead, merging into a sea of fanaticism. At this moment, all the shouts were directed at the giant of a man in the center of the stage, who looked like an iron tower. The boulder. The boulder. Crush him. Strength. 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 On the stage, the burly man nicknamed the boulder was roaring, grabbing his opponent's ankle with a hand like a palm leaf fan and slamming him into the ground like a tattered sack. It kicked up a cloud of dust and a sky-shaking cheer. Soka's gaze swept sharply across the stage, assessing the giant man's strength and skill. At that moment, Toph beside him suddenly leaned in closer. She stood on her tiptoes, her warm breath almost brushing Soka's ear under the mask, her voice pressing over the sky-shaking clamor with a playfulness and intimacy that was out of place with the surrounding fanaticism. All right, bathing wind, Tilda, she drawled, her fingertips lightly poking Soka's solid arm. Find a spot for yourself, find a corner with a good view and sit tight. This champion, she patted the shining belt at her waist, her gray-green gaze, seemingly piercing through the mask, is going to the stage to stretch her limbs. Wait to see me, beat them all into the ground one by one Tilda. With that, she turned like a nimble fish and squeezed into the noisy crowd, heading toward the player passage at the back of the stage. Her slender but straight back formed a strange contrast with the fanatical and restless environment around her. The surrounding spectators were being stimulated to a fever pitch by the boulder's aesthetics of violence, roaring until their faces were red. No one noticed that in the corner, the blind bandit, who had just caused a bloodbath on the stage and made countless challengers tremble with fear, would actually show such a nearly spoiled playful expression and make such an intimate little gesture toward a mysterious person wearing a white mask. Saka stood where he was, his mask concealing his expression. Only his tightly pursed lips and slightly tensed jaw betrayed a hint of the emotions stirred by that sudden proximity and scent. His deep gaze pierced through the boisterous crowd, firmly locking onto the petite figure walking into the spotlight. Saka sat down in a noisy corner, his white mask acting like a cold barrier that isolated him from the surrounding frenzy. Only those deep eyes of his pierced through the boiling crowd, tightly locked onto the petite figure on the stage. The piercing voice of the host, Shin Fu, rang out through the underground space once more. Welcome to the Earth Kingdom's 6th Street Hegemony Tournament. I am your old friend, Shin Fu. He spread his arms, ranning up the crowd's emotions. The rules remain simple: knock your opponent out of the ring, and you're the winner. Before his voice even faded, he nimbly flipped off the stage, and the small copper bell in his hand let out a crisp clang. Round 1. A clash of power, the boulder, versus the big bad hippo. The boulder stood on the stage like an iron tower. He looked down at his opponent and mocked in a booming, muffled voice, "Listen, hippo. You might be big enough, but you're not bad at all. The boulder only needs one Earth Sunder he made an exaggerated hacking motion, to split you in half. The hippo is mad now. The opponent roared in response. Battle sequence omitted. And now, Shin Fu's voice suddenly rose, full of incitement. Everyone, hold your breath. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Introducing our reigning champion, he drew out the note as the spotlight slammed onto the stage entrance, the blind bandit. Toph's figure appeared in the beam of light. She held her head high, a flamboyant winner's smile on her face, as she hoisted the heavy championship belt, a symbol of glory, high above her head. An oversized, deep green cloak was draped haphazardly over her shoulders, making her petite frame seem even more imposing. Two beautiful women in vibrant kipaos stood by her side, posing for the display. The crowd's cheers reached a peak in an instant, like a mountain tsunami. A moment later, the beauties took away the belt and the comical cloak, leaving Toph standing alone in the center of the ring, facing an opponent several times her size. The boulder looked at the slender, blind girl before him, and a hint of hesitation and struggle actually appeared on his rugged face. The boulder feels conflicted about fighting a little blind girl. This comical soliloquy was broadcast through the amplification device, causing bursts of laughter and boos from the audience. Sitting in the corner, the tightly pursed line of Sokka's lips under his mask couldn't help but curl upward in a tiny arc. On the stage, Toph stood sideways with one hand on her hip, her other index finger pointing precisely in the boulder's direction. Her voice was clear and full of provocation. Oh. Sounds like, you're a little scared, the boulder. She even deliberately shrugged her shoulders and made an exaggerated, scared, expression, drawing another round of loud laughter from below. This blatant mockery instantly ignited the boulder's fury. His last shred of hesitation vanished, and he slammed his fists against his chest, making a muffled sound like a beating drum. The boulder is no longer conflicted. Now, I'm going to bury you in a pile of rocks. He roared, his massive foot suddenly lifting, brimming with power, seemingly about to stomp the ground for a thunderous strike. I'm ready whenever you are, Pebble. Ha 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 ha. Toph's laughter was crisp, filled with utter contempt. Match. Start. Shin Fu's roar was like a starting gun. In the split second before the boulder's foot, carrying the weight of 1,000 tons, could touch the ground. Toph moved. She didn't even look directly at her opponent. She simply, as if brushing away dust, gave the stage floor in front of her a light kick with her toe. Whoosh! An inconspicuous, foot-high streamlined earthen mound burst from the ground. Like a nimble ground snake, it slid rapidly across the floor and struck with unerring precision, hitting the outside of the boulder's ankle just as it was about to land. The timing was perfect down to the millisecond. All of the boulder's strength was concentrated in that stomp, his center of gravity leaning forward. Suddenly, his foot was nudged and slipped by this clever force. A woo! A shrill, distorted scream rang out through the arena. The tower-like giant was seen slamming into a perfect, and perfectly painful, split in the center of the ring. The sharp pain from the tendons in his legs caused his face to contort instantly. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. Forget attacking, he couldn't even stand up. Toph still wore that relaxed smile, as if she had only done something trivial. She didn't even bother to get closer, she simply raised a hand, forming a palm blade, and chopped through the air toward the boulder. Boom! 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 Three thick stone pillars, like the fangs of a lurking beast, violently erupted from the ground beside the boulder. With an irresistible force, they slammed solidly into his massive frame. Ah! The boulder didn't even have a chance to struggle. Like a giant rock launched from a catapult, he was sent flying with a scream, tracing a pathetic arc before crashing heavily onto the open ground outside the ring, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dead silence. Then came the deafening, fanatical cheers that nearly blew the roof off. Blind bandit! Blind bandit! Blind bandit! Shin Fu excitedly jumped onto the stage, his voice hoarse, incredible. Clean and efficient. Our winner. The undisputed reigning champion, the blind bandit. The spotlight enveloped Toph once more. She smiled, raising a hand, calmly accepting the mountain-like waves of adoration. Shin Fu walked over to Toph and, like a magician, pulled a bulging, heavy, deep green velvet bag from his robe. The mouth of the bag was tied with gold thread, reflecting an alluring light under the lamps. He held the money bag high, his voice full of temptation, to make the match even more exciting. Now, I announce, any warrior who can defeat the blind bandit. This bag of glittering gold will be yours. The noisy arena went silent in an instant. You could hear a pin drop. Gold. A fortune enough to drive anyone mad. A chance to challenge the reigning champion. What? Xin Fu looked around the arena with feigned surprise. Does no one dare to accept the challenge? Warriors of Earth Kingdom City, where is your courage? Just then, I'll do it. A clear, calm, and even slightly amused youth's voice, not loud but clearly piercing through the silence, reached everyone's ears. Everyone's gaze focused instantly. A figure nimbly leapt over the ropes at the edge of the ring and landed steadily on the stage. The newcomer was slender, wearing simple earth yellow cloth clothes and a wide-brimmed deep green bamboo hat. The brim was pressed low, obscuring most of his face, revealing only a soft jawline and a faint, lingering smile. The relaxation on Toph's face vanished instantly. She tilted her ear, precisely, looking toward her new opponent, her tone carrying unabashed mockery. Does everyone really want to see two little girls fighting here? She placed special emphasis on the words, little girls. The youth in the green bamboo hat was not angered, his voice remained calm. I don't really want to fight you. He took a step forward, his posture relaxed. I want to talk to you. Talk. Toph scoffed, not giving the other party a chance to finish. She stomped her right foot hard. Bang! A rock the size of a millstone instantly burst from the ground beneath the youth in the green bamboo hat, rushing toward his face with a fierce wind. This strike was fast, brutal, and without warning. However, at the very moment the rock was about to hit, the youth's body seemed to lose all weight. His toe tapped lightly on the edge of the erupting rock, and he became like a willow catkin blown by the wind. With a gravity-defying elegance, he drifted back several feet and landed steadily, without even a flutter of his clothes. The mockery on Toph's face froze, replaced by a hint of solemnity and surprise. She could hear the nearly silent vibration when he landed, as light as a feather. You're certainly as light as a swallow. Her voice turned cold, filled with caution. What's your background? Some fancy dancer. Before her voice faded, she stomped again. Another rock thrust out fiercely from the youth's new landing spot. The youth repeated his previous feat, nimbly avoiding it with movements as fluid as a dance. Saka suddenly sat bolt upright in the corner. His eyes under the mask were as sharp as an eagle's. He stared fixedly at the flickering figure on the stage, the unease in his heart magnifying rapidly. This person's movement technique was too bizarre. Every dodge was incredibly precise, with minimal movement and high efficiency, as if he could predict Toph's attacks. For Toph, who relied on sensing vibrations, such a silent opponent was practically her natural enemy. His muscles tensed, like a leopard ready to pounce, his feet slightly apart and his center of gravity lowered, prepared to rush out at any moment, with only one goal, to catch Toph if she were sent flying. On the stage, Toph's brow furrowed after two consecutive missed attacks. She concentrated on sensing, but the vibrations under her feet only transmitted chaotic echoes. The youth in the green bamboo hat seemed to have merged into the air, his presence ethereal and elusive. Where did you go? She whispered to herself, her body turning slightly as she tried to catch his position. Please, wait a moment. That clear, calm voice suddenly came from a distance behind her. Toph turned instantly upon hearing the voice, her reaction as fast as lightning. She shoved her hands forward. A massive rock taller than herself condensed out of thin air, whistling toward the source of the voice with the power to crush everything. This strike contained the fury of being toyed with, it was heavy and powerful. However, facing this thunderous blow, the youth in the green bamboo hat neither dodged nor hid. His movements were slow and steady, carrying a strange sense of rhythm. In the instant before the giant rock was about to submerge him. Vroom. An invisible, irresistible force, like a sudden monstrous wave erupting from beneath a calm sea, pushed forward silently yet with the force of a mountain collapsing tide. There was no sound of a violent collision. The whistling giant rock seemed to hit an invisible, incredibly tough wall, its forward momentum stopping abruptly. Then, that invisible force instantly transferred to Toph behind the rock. Ah! Toph only felt an irresistible, gentle yet massive force surging against her chest. It was as if she had been lightly pushed by the entire calm ocean. Her earthbending, which usually kept her rooted, failed instantly. She was tossed into the air like a kite with a broken string, helplessly flying toward the outside of the ring. Soka's pupils under the mask suddenly contracted to pinpoints. Shock and rage flooded him instantly. He never expected Toph to be defeated this way. Even less did he expect that seemingly harmless youth to possess such inconceivable power. Without any hesitation, the moment Toph's body left the stage, the bluestone floor beneath Soka's feet exploded. He shot out like a cannonball fired from a powerful bow, tearing through the air at a speed beyond normal human vision. His target was directly where Toph was falling. Fast. Just a little faster. Only the petite, uncontrollably falling figure remained in Soka's eyes. His arms opened during his sprint, muscles bulging with a rock-like strength. Just before Toph was about to crash heavily onto the cold, hard ground. A powerful and steady arm precisely caught her around the waist. His other hand protected her back. The massive impact made Saka grunt, his feet plowing two shallow furrows into the ground, but he caught her steadily. He held her firmly in his embrace, shielding her completely. This heart-stopping rescue took place in the shadowed corner below the stage. It was as fast as a phantom, not a single person among the crowd, who were feverishly focused on the mysterious winner on stage, noticed. What happened? Soka's low, urgent voice came through the mask, carrying suppressed shock, anger, and lingering fear. He could feel the stiffness and slight trembling of the body in his arms. Toph's cheek was pressed against Soka's solid chest. She was shaken, but more than that, she felt a sense of shame and annoyance at being so easily defeated by an unknown power, her cheeks burning. Her voice carried a gasp of indignation. How should I know? I just felt a force, like water and like wind, both heavy and soft. I couldn't block it at all. I just got pushed off. Saka landed steadily with her in his arms and then immediately set her down. His movements carried a deliberate restraint, but the palm at her waist lingered for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. Toph's feet hit the ground, and she took a deep breath, forcing down her roiling emotions. Without looking back, she walked quickly away from the stage, her back revealing her stubbornness and irritation. Saka followed immediately, his tall figure like a silent guardian. The youth in the green bamboo hat had stepped off the stage silently at some point. He walked through the crowd, following them from a distance. His voice cut through the noise, reaching them clearly with an undeniable earnestness. I need an Earth Sect master. I think. His gaze fell on Toph's stubborn back. That person should be you. Toph's steps came to a sudden halt. She didn't turn around, her voice cold and resolute, carrying the anger of being offended, regardless of who you are. Stay away from me. She walked to a relatively secluded earthen wall and stomped her bare foot hard. Rumble. The solid wall parted to both sides like a water curtain, revealing a deep passage behind it. Toph was the first to slip inside. Saka followed closely behind. The moment he stepped into the passage, he turned abruptly, his eyes under the mask casting a cold glance at the figure in the green bamboo hat standing not far away. He slammed his palms against the walls on both sides. Boom. The earth and stone roared. The parted walls were forced shut as if squeezed by invisible giant hands. The rocks twisted, grew, and fused frantically. In the blink of an eye, the passage entrance vanished, leaving only a perfectly intact, and even more solid and thick, stone wall. It completely isolated the world inside from the outside, and also shut out that mysterious and unpredictable youth. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.